If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 41, Fire Painting. 3 weeks later, December 1987. Harry stared at the moving paintings adorning the walls of magical Kyoto's shopping district. Unlike the formal portraits at Hogwarts, these were different. Vibrant characters with huge eyes and exaggerated expressions dashed between frames, acting out dramatic scenes. Manga-style wizarding art, Nicholas explained, following Harry's gaze. The artists here blend magical animation with their own unique style. A painted samurai leapt between 3 frames in quick succession, his sword leaving trails of light against painted demons. Harry's fingers itched for his brushes. "Can we get some new art supplies?" he asked, already moving toward a shop with colorful displays. "I want to try." "Of course," Pernell smiled. "Though perhaps lunch first? I heard the ramen shop around the corner is excellent." Chris's ears perked up at the mention of food. The magical district was remarkably accepting of her presence. Several other magical creatures could be seen accompanying their wizards, including what looked like a small dragon-like creature curled around someone's shoulders. The ramen shop turned out to be run by kitsune, fox spirits who kept their multiple tails hidden while serving customers. Numerous bowls floated through the air, guided by invisible hands. A young kitsune, probably around Harry's age, was practicing making little balls of silvery foxfire float between tables. One drifted too close to their table, and Harry instinctively caught it with a small azure flame of his own, making them dance together before letting both dissipate. "Oh!" The young kitsune's glamour flickered in surprise, revealing pointed ears and fox tails. "You can play with fire too." An older kitsune, probably the child's mother given their similar features, approached their table with floating bowls of ramen. "Akiko, what have I said about practicing near customers? But look!" Akiko bounced excitedly. "He can make pretty blue fire. Can I play with him? Please. Just don't burn down my shop," Akiko's mother said with fond exasperation, setting down their ramen. The 2 children quickly finished their meals and moved to a courtyard behind the shop. Chris lounged in a patch of sunlight, watching them with half-lidded eyes. "Watch this." Akiko formed 3 balls of silver foxfire, making them spiral around each other. "Mama says I'm really good at control." Harry grinned and created his own spheres of azure flame. They flew through the air, dipping between Akiko's silver ones in increasingly more close calls. "Ooh!" Akiko clapped. "Now try this." She spread her hands, and her foxfire flattened into sheets that rippled like silk. "It's harder than balls, but prettier." Harry focused on his chi control, carefully spreading his azure flames into similar shapes. The first few attempts dissipated quickly, but soon he had sheets of blue fire floating beside Akiko's silver ones. "You know," he said thoughtfully, looking at how the flames moved, "this is kind of like painting." He concentrated, pooling his chi precisely as the flames spread out before him like a canvas. Orange fire bloomed from his other hand. He rarely used it anymore, but the contrast felt right for this. Slowly, carefully, he began to paint. Azure flames formed the sky, while lighter orange created distant mountains. Deeper blue shaped the forests, and brighter orange caught the sunset's reflection on a lake. It was harder than using actual paint. The flames wanted to move, to dance. But that movement gave the scene life. The trees swayed in an invisible breeze, the lake rippled, and clouds drifted across the fiery sky. "That's amazing." Akiko breathed, her own flames forgotten. "How did you make the mountains look so real?" Harry adjusted a few details, deepening the shadows with darker blue. "I visited there once," he explained. "The Nilgiri Mountains in India. They're called the Blue Mountains because of how they look in the morning mist." The painting held steady for almost a minute before Harry had to let it dissipate, the complex chi control finally wearing him out. But seeing how the flames could create art had sparked something in him. "Magnific," Pernell whispered, eyes shining. She had come to check on them and caught the last moments of Harry's fire painting. Nicholas joined them in the courtyard, an expression of pure delight on his face. "In all my centuries, I've never seen anything quite like that." "It wasn't perfect," Harry said, slightly embarrassed by their reaction. "The flames kept wanting to move slightly differently than I planned. But that's what made it beautiful." Akiko's mother had appeared with a tray of tea and sweets. "Art isn't about perfection, it's about bringing something new into the world." The way the trees swayed. Nicholas accepted a cup of tea with a grateful nod. It was like seeing a memory come to life. Can you teach me? Akiko asked eagerly. I want to make pretty pictures too. Harry smiled, already thinking of simpler scenes they could try together. Maybe we could start with something small? Like a single tree. The children began experimenting with their flames again, Akiko's silver fire forming wobbly branches while Harry's azure flames added leaves. Nicholas leaned closer to his wife. You know, he said softly, watching Harry laugh as Akiko's tree ended up looking more like a rabbit, I don't think I've ever seen him create something with fire just for the joy of it before. Pernell squeezed his hand, smiling as Chrissa padded over to inspect the fiery artwork. Then we'll simply have to find him more opportunities to do so. 000000. They spent the next week exploring magical Kyoto. Harry filled a new sketchbook with drawings of the moving manga-style art he saw, while practicing his fire painting each evening in the inn's garden. Young master is very talented, their elderly innkeeper commented one morning, watching Harry create a miniature azure phoenix that flew circles around the koi pond. But perhaps would like to see different styles. That's how they found themselves at the Magical Art Museum of Kyoto. Unlike what could be found in ordinary museums, the exhibits here moved and changed. Traditional ink paintings of mountains would shift through seasons in minutes, while delicate paper cranes in display cases occasionally took flight. Look at this one, Nicholas pointed to a particularly striking piece. A dragon formed entirely of brush strokes twisted through clouds, each stroke flowing into the next in endless motion. It's a single continuous line, Harry realized, studying how the artist had never lifted their brush. The magic just keeps it moving. That evening, he spent hours trying to recreate the technique with his flames. It was harder than using ink, the fire wanted to spread and dance rather than flow in a single line. But slowly, carefully, he managed to create a simple koi fish that swam through the air, its fiery form maintained by a single continuous stream of azure flame. Very good. Akiko had taken to visiting in the evenings to practice with him. Now watch this. She demonstrated a trick her mother had taught her, making her fox fire take on different colors by adjusting its temperature. Soon they were competing to see who could create the most colors, their flames painting the garden in rainbow hues. You know, Harry said thoughtfully, watching their flames flow together, I think I want to try something. While he couldn't match Akiko's variety of colors, his flames stayed stubbornly orange, blue, or azure. Something about the way she controlled the temperature gave him an idea. He created a sphere of azure flame, letting it hover steadily between his palms. Then, drawing on what he'd learned about continuous brush strokes, he began to feed the flame differently. Instead of maintaining a single temperature, he carefully varied the chi flow, making the azure deepen in some places and lighten in others. The sphere began to take on depth, like a glass ball filled with swirling blue fire. Where the flames were hottest, they became almost white blue, while the cooler areas darkened to deep sapphire. It's like the ocean. Akiko exclaimed, her own flames forgotten as she watched the sphere. Look, you can see the waves. She was right, the varying shades of blue created the illusion of waves and currents moving within the sphere. Harry added touches of orange flame around the edges, like sunlight catching the water's surface. He maintained the sphere for several minutes before letting it dissipate, tired but pleased. It wasn't as dramatic as Akiko's rainbow flames, but there was something satisfying about finding new depths within the colors he had. 000000. The farewell with Akiko was bittersweet. You'll write to me? She asked, offering him a small package wrapped in silvery paper. I got you some special brushes. Of course, Harry smiled, handing her one of his paintings in return, a traditional scene of Hogwarts he'd done in the manga style she loved. And maybe you can visit someday. The castle has lots of space for fire practice. After one last display of their combined flames, silver and azure dancing together in a final farewell, the Flamels brought them to their temporary home in the Japanese countryside. The traditional house was smaller than their cottage in France, but Harry immediately loved the paper screens and the way the rooms opened to a perfectly maintained garden. Chrissa seemed equally pleased, claiming a sunny spot on the wooden ingawa. I think, Harry said that evening, watching the sunset paint the distant mountains in gold, it's time to try progressing with the Quintessence flame. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged glances but nodded. They moved to the garden where Harry could work safely. The silver-white sphere formed easily now, unstable but familiar. Harry let it dissipate naturally into the black sphere of Nigredu, maintaining perfect stillness as it absorbed ambient energy. 10 minutes passed in meditation. Usually, this was when extreme fatigue would set in, but something felt different. The sphere remained steady, and Harry felt unusually clear-headed. Then, like dawn breaking through night, points of light began escaping from the darkness. The black sphere gradually transformed, its surface becoming luminous until it shone with a pure, silver-white radiance, different from his initial unstable creation. This was steady, balanced, whole. Harry shook his head softly as he looked at the pure sphere. He remembered what he had learned about neither pure nor impure, and how reality resisted such simple categorizations. The quintessence flame had initially taught him that no single perspective held the ultimate truth. Whether this sphere was pure or impure, it simply was. "Albedo," Nicholas murmured, carefully approaching. "May I?" Harry nodded, maintaining his focus as Nicholas held a crystal vial near the sphere. The glass seemed to become more clear somehow, its tiny imperfections visible yet not diminished. "Try bringing it near your normal flames," Pernell suggested. Harry created a small azure flame with his free hand. As it approached the white sphere, the blue fire refined itself, becoming crystalline and clear while maintaining its essential nature. "No smoke, no waste, just pure flame." "It's not changing things," Harry whispered, watching the interaction. "It's just showing what's already there." The strain of maintaining the sphere began to build after about 15 minutes. Rather than fight it, Harry let it dissipate naturally, watching as it faded like morning mist. "Well done," Nicholas said softly. "I think this calls for celebration. Perhaps some of that green tea ice cream from the village." Harry opened his mouth to respond but paused as his eyes darkened slightly. The Flamels, now familiar with this sign, waited patiently. "Stability, Marvel, Age of Krakow costs 100 CP, 250 CP available to spend. As insurance, you are a particularly stable deviant. Your random mutations will never have a negative effect on you. As a bonus, your body cannot be physically altered against your will, and you will not suffer any negative effects from anything that changes your body or DNA. There's a new offer," he said quietly. "Something about stability. It says my body can't be changed against my will, and something about DNA not being affected negatively." "DNA?" Nicholas looked intrigued. "Ah, that's a recent Muggle discovery, the mundane building blocks of life, essentially. They found it just a few decades ago. It's what makes you, well, you. Physically speaking." "Like a pattern?" Harry asked. "Precisely," Pernell nodded. "Though most wizards haven't paid much attention to the discovery. The offer seems protective." Harry continued. "It mentions being a stable deviant and preventing negative effects from mutations or changes." Nicholas stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Given some of the things we've encountered, protection against unwanted transformations could be valuable." "Like what the Oracle tried?" Harry asked softly. "Among other things," Nicholas said grimly. "There are many magical means of forcing transformation, potions, curses. And some creatures whose very touch can change others," Pernell added with motherly concern. "It would be good to have protection against such things." Harry nodded slowly, then accepted the offer. Immediately his soul began to shift and strengthen. The dense, yin aspect of his soul that maintained his physical form grew more definitive somehow. Like his body's pattern had been carved in stone rather than written in sand. He could feel how his soul's original function of maintaining his prime condition had expanded. Now it didn't just maintain, it protected. Any attempt to alter his physical form would have to contend with this foundational stability. "Well," Nicholas clapped his hands together. "I believe we were discussing ice cream." "Yes," Pernell smiled, already reaching for her shawl. "The walk to the village will do us good after all this practicing." Chapter 42, Art Preservation. 2 weeks later, January 1988. The morning sun painted the Serengeti in gold as Harry adjusted his enchanted pith helmet. Like everything else they wore, it had been carefully chosen from magical Alexandria's finest outfitters, lightweight robes in desert browns and greens, spelled to repel insects and maintain comfortable temperatures. "Remember," their guide, Madame Nyota, gestured at the floating wooden platforms ahead, "the viewing areas are charmed against creature attacks, but do keep your hands inside the railings. Even magic has its limits." Their group of about 15 witches and wizards followed her onto the first platform. Harry noticed how it barely swayed despite floating 20 feet above the ground, held steady by some unknown spell. "Some of you may have visited Muggle safari parks," Nyota continued, her voice carrying easily. "Our magical reserves are quite different. Here, we maintain vast stretches of land under charms, allowing our creatures to roam freely while remaining hidden from non-magical eyes. Krissa padded alongside Harry, drawing curious looks from the other tourists. A stern-faced wizard in practical field robes frowned at his notebook. A juvenile Nemean lion that should be extinct and even this far from Greece? I don't suppose you'd allow me to document. My ward's companion is not part of the exhibition, Herr Schmidt, Nicholas interrupted smoothly, both he and Perinel's disguised forms appearing perfectly ordinary among the tourists. The German magi-zoologist threw a scathing look at them, nodded stiffly and returned to his notes. Many magical bridges connected their platform to others scattered across the landscape. As they crossed to a larger viewing area, Harry spotted movement in the distance, a group of elegant, long-limbed creatures with slender necks and delicate faces. They moved with a graceful, bounding motion he'd never seen before, and atop their heads, curved spikes sparkled with tiny lights. Engazapa, Nyota explained, distant cousins of their non-magical relatives. Those lights you see? Perfect defense against predators, they can flash bright enough to temporarily blind anything that gets too close. A Brazilian teenager who'd introduced himself as Paulo earlier nudged his younger sister. Like that charm you learned last term, Anna. SHH. Their mother scolded. Let the guide speak. Harry leaned against the railing, Krissa a warm presence at his side. The savannah looked endlessly vast like this, and somewhere in the distance, a deep rumbling sound echoed across the plain. Ah, Nyota smiled, that would be our resident Kifarudume herd. They're particularly active this morning. Their platform slowly glided closer, and Harry felt his hero's journal pulse gently in his Hun soul. He pulled it out, watching golden letters form across a previously blank page. Where three peaks pierce the desert sky, ancient vaults sleep deep and dry. Through paths of gold and walls of horn, secrets wait where kings were born. Harry stared down at the puzzle for a new adventure, and closed the journal without another thought. The Kifarudume or Erumpents were far more interesting, massive grey-skinned creatures with horns that gleamed like polished metal. A mother was demonstrating something to her calf, lowering her horn toward a dead tree. Watch carefully, Nyota whispered, this is quite rare to witness. The mother Erumpent's horn glowed briefly before a small explosion blew up the base of the tree before it fell to the ground with a loud thump. The calf attempted to copy her, producing only a tiny pop that barely scorched the bark. Remarkable control, muttered Herr Schmidt, furiously taking notes. The mother deliberately reduced the explosive force for training purposes. A middle-aged wizard in expensive safari robes pushed forward with a camera. Just a bit closer. Behind the yellow line, Mr. Carrington, Nyota said sharply. Unless you'd like to test how well these platforms hold up against an alarmed Kifarudume mother. The man stepped back, looking sheepish. Sorry, got carried away. But surely with proper shield charms. The same shield charms that 3 trained wizards used last year. Nyota raised an eyebrow. They survived, barely. Their platform didn't. Now, if you'll observe from a safe distance. Harry watched intently as the mother Erumpent continued teaching her calf. The way she controlled the explosive force, it reminded him of his own practice with fire intensity. Almost without thinking, Harry raised his hands. Azure flames flickered between his palms, drawing a few startled gasps from nearby tourists. But he was too focused to notice, carefully shaping the fire as he'd learned in Japan. The flames took form, Krissa's shape developing in perfect detail. Every whisker, every ripple of muscle captured in living fire. Then Harry adjusted the chi flow, making the flames pulse rhythmically like a heartbeat. Krissa, recognizing herself, rose onto her hind legs and playfully swiped at the image. Her paw passed harmlessly through the flames, making her chuff in mock irritation. Merlin's beard, breathed an elegantly dressed witch who'd been sketching the Erumpents. That's extraordinary control, and without a wand. An enchanted item, obviously, the expensive robed wizard, Carrington, said dismissively. Some clever sleight of hand to make the boy seem. I assure you, Nicholas interrupted coldly, my ward needs no such tricks. Impossible, Carrington scoffed. No child could. The lines are remarkably precise, a quiet voice cut in. A witch in practical artist's robes had moved closer, studying the flickering image with professional interest. And see how the flames maintain consistent density despite the periodic pulses? That's not trick work. Harry maintained the image a moment longer before letting it fade. Thank you, he said politely to the artist. I've been practicing with temperature variation lately, but it's harder than regular painting. Regular painting. The artist's eyes lit up. You work in other mediums? Oh yes, Pernell smiled proudly. Harry's quite talented with. A loud explosion cut her off. The baby erumpent had finally managed a proper horn blast, though it had knocked itself backward in the process. Its mother helped it up with surprising gentleness for such a massive creature. May I introduce myself properly? The artist approached once the excitement died down. Amara Okoro. I specialize in magical preservation of artistic works. Harry shook her offered hand. Harry Potter. Though I suppose you already knew that. The name, yes. The talent, no. She smiled warmly. Those flames, have you considered preserving them? There are ways to capture magical art in its living form. The Brazilian teenagers had edged closer. We have something similar in Brazil, Paolo offered. Our fire dancers preserve their performances in crystal. Different principle entirely, Amara shook her head. This is pure magical construct, not performance enhancement. The precision required. Harry glanced at the flamels. Could I, maybe try? It would be good practice. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged one of their meaningful looks. Perhaps, Pernell said carefully, we could discuss terms over dinner? Proper commissions should be handled formally. Of course, Amara agreed immediately. I wouldn't want to impose. A deep rumble interrupted them. The erumpent herd was moving on, and Nyota was already directing their platform to follow. We should see the Temboanga next, she announced. They're particularly active this time of day. They glided across the savannah, and Harry noticed Chris's attention was fixed on something in the distance. Following her gaze, he spotted what looked like enormous birds running across the plain, leaving trails of fire in their wake. Ah, Nyota noticed his interest. Tofaniandage. We'll visit their nesting grounds tomorrow, if you're joining us for the full tour. Their platform drifted higher as they approached a misty valley. Through the gentle haze, Harry could make out enormous shapes moving with impossible grace. The Temboanga floated through the air like clouds given form, their pearlescent skin shifting between sky blue and pure white. Herr Schmidt gaped as he watched one of the creatures delicately pluck moisture from a passing cloud with its trunk. The atmospheric manipulation is far more refined than previous accounts suggested. They're dancing, Anna whispered, and Harry realized she was right. The massive creatures were moving in playful ways, their wing-like ears twitching as they drifted through different aerial formations. Wherever their opalescent tusks caught the sunlight, rainbow refractions painted the mist. Small rain clouds sprouted from their occasional footprints on the ground, creating a gentle pattern of localized showers across the valley. They maintain the entire ecosystem, Nyota explained softly, respect clear in her voice. The magical properties of their mist nurture other creatures, and their weather control prevents droughts in the magical parts. Chrissa watched the aerial display with unusual stillness, her tail barely twitching. Harry wondered if she was remembering the mountains of Greece where her kind had once roamed just as freely. About that commission, Harry turned to Amara, keeping his voice low to avoid disturbing the moment. I'd like to try capturing this. The way they move through the mist. Nicholas nodded approvingly. We can discuss details over dinner, as Pernell suggested. Though perhaps. His eyes twinkled, you might want to practice a bit first? The light effects seem particularly challenging. Harry was already raising his hands, azure flames flickering as he tried to capture the grace of the Temboanga. This time he added touches of near-white azure flame for the opalescent tusks, letting the gradients shift like the creature's skin. But sadly their platform inevitably began its gradual return journey. Harry noticed Herr Schmidt had finally looked up from his notebook. The Magi zoologist gave Harry's floating fire painting a single approving nod before returning to his observations. 000000. Mid of January 1988, Zanzibar. The brass compass spun wildly before yanking them through space. They landed on sun-warmed tiles, and Harry's first thought was that everything smelled like his favorite tea, cardamom, cinnamon, and something mysteriously exotic. Pwania Chai, Nicholas announced cheerfully. The hidden coast. No muggles for miles in any direction. Harry stared through the pearl-white archways at the impossible sight of waves parting around invisible walls. Small boats with silver sails drifted between perfectly circular pools of calm water, their crews directing crates through the air with casual flicks of their wands. We're looking for Amara's contact, Pernell reminded them, though she was already eyeing a shop displaying floating spice jars. Something about crystal vessels for preserving magical art. After we look around a bit, Nicholas smiled as he winked at Harry. When was the last time we visited a proper magical market? They wandered down winding streets where merchants called out in Swahili, offering everything from color-changing silk to bottled moonlight. Harry noticed lots of wizards carrying staffs or wearing rings set with enormous gems, though most still used wands. Look! Harry pointed at a stall where tiny elephants made of spun sugar were marching across a tray, each one a different jewel tone color. The merchant, an elderly wizard in robes patterned like a sunset, beamed at their interest. Special price for special guests, he said in Swahili, plucking up a crystalline purple elephant and offering it to Harry. They last forever unless you eat them. The sugar elephant trumpeted silently in Harry's palm before dissolving on his tongue in a burst of grape and something that made his ears steam slightly. Chrissa sniffed hopefully at his hand until the merchant laughed and tossed her what looked like a sugar antelope. They continued through the market, passing stalls selling everything from self-stirring cooking pots to bottles of genuine Zanzibar sunset, which did seem to contain actual captured sunlight. A group of children raced past on carpets that hovered about 2 feet off the ground, supervised by a harried-looking witch with a teacher's badge. That was when a witch approached them near a corner shop, her deep blue robes adorned with golden threads at the edges. Various rings decorated her fingers, each set with a different colored gemstone. You have the look of discerning collectors, she said warmly, holding up her hands so the gems sparkled. These focusing crystals are from the sacred caves of Kilimanjaro itself. The moonstone is particularly excellent for weather charms. They're beautiful, Pernell said politely, though I prefer the versatility of a wand. The witch's smile dimmed slightly. Ah, that method. I never could master those flicky movements, so unstable. With these, you simply channel your magic through the proper stone. Much more natural, wouldn't you say? Natural, perhaps, Pernell looked very doubtful, though I find anything beyond basic charms rather crude without a proper wand. Nicholas suddenly developed an intense interest in a nearby display of star charts, while Harry pretended to be completely absorbed in watching Chrissa chase the last bits of her sugar antelope. Crude. The witch drew herself up. I'll have you know these techniques have been passed down through 15 generations of. How fascinating, Pernell cut in smoothly. Do excuse us, we have an appointment in the Crystal Quarter. She guided Harry away with a gentle hand on his shoulder, leaving the witch bristling behind them. Did you really need to? Nicholas started once they were out of earshot. If someone is going to be provincial about proper magical tools, dear, I see no reason to coddle them. Pernell waved her hand at the offended witch. Now, where was that map? But some of those rings did look interesting, Harry said, turning his head to look at the merchant splashing some guy that reached out to her with water pouring out from one of her rings. The way they caught the light. Parlor tricks, Pernell said firmly. Pretty, yes, but you'll never see serious magic done without a wand. There's a reason they're the standard in every proper magical institution worldwide. Nicholas caught Harry's eye and gave a tiny shrug that seemed to say some arguments aren't worth having. The Crystal Quarter should be up ahead, Nicholas said, clearly eager to change the subject. Though I wouldn't mind stopping at that spice merchant first. The spice stall was unlike anything Harry had seen before. Mounds of colorful powders floated in the air, occasionally mixing together to form new shades and scents. The merchant, a cheerful woman wrapped in bright orange fabric, was directing the display with gentle movements of her wand. Just a pinch of sunset saffron, she was telling another customer, and your food will taste like happy memories. While Nicholas and Pernell discussed prices for something called Dragon's Breath cinnamon, Harry watched the spices fly through the air. The way they mixed and separated reminded him of how he controlled his flames. Could I try something? He asked the merchant. She nodded, curious, as Harry raised his hands and created a small azure flame. He carefully shaped it to match the flowing patterns of the spices, drawing appreciative murmurs from nearby shoppers. Ah, you have magic in your hands, the merchant said approvingly. But be careful with fire here, some of these spices are quite explosive when heated. They eventually found their way to the Crystal Quarter, where the buildings seemed to be grown from massive gemstones rather than built. Light bounced between the structures in rainbows, creating ever-changing displays in the air. There, Pernell pointed to a shop front made of what looked like pure diamond. That must be where Amara's contact works. A sign above the door read Almazy's Eternal Treasures in letters that shifted between different precious stones. Just as they reached the door, it burst open and a wizard in paint-splattered robes stormed out, his long beard trailing sparks of indignation. You'll regret this, Almazy! He shouted back into the shop. When they write about the great Jabari Mwangi in the history books, you'll remember the day you refused to buy my self-rearranging portraits. The day your painting rearranged itself into a rather rude gesture at my customers. Came an amused female voice. Yes, I imagine I will remember that quite clearly. The angry artist nearly collided with their group, did a double take at Krissa, and promptly tripped over his own robes in his haste to back away. His portfolio went flying, spilling paintings across the crystal street, including one that did indeed seem to be making obscene gestures at passers-by. Here, let me. Harry started to help, but Nicholas gently pulled him back as the paintings began arranging themselves into even ruder configurations. My art! Jabari wailed, chasing after a particularly energetic canvas that was now attempting to kick other paintings. Come back! This is not the statement I intended. Though perhaps the statement they wanted to make, said the woman in the doorway dryly. She was tall and elegant, draped in robes that seemed woven from crystalline threads, and her eyes sparkled with barely contained laughter. Welcome to Almazy's. Please, do come in before any more artistic expressions occur in the street. Inside, the shop was filled with captured magic. Paintings across crystal walls, sculptures made of impossible geometries, and what looked like a frozen waterfall of pure light flowing silently through the center of the room. Ah, you must be Amara's friends, Almazy said, waving her wand to conjure comfortable chairs. She sent word about a young artist with rather unique talents. Though she failed to mention. She glanced at Krissa with delighted interest, such distinguished company. Krissa preened slightly at being called distinguished, then became distracted by a crystal sculpture of a bird that kept changing species every few seconds. We heard you might know how to preserve magical art. Harry asked, watching a painting of a storm that actually produced tiny raindrops that evaporated before hitting the floor. Among other things, Almazy smiled. Though first, would you mind terribly dealing with poor Jabari's latest masterpiece? It seems to be attempting to challenge my door to a duel. They turned to see one of the stray paintings had indeed followed them, brandishing a painted sword at the crystal door with what appeared to be very poor form. Come back here this instant. Jabari's voice echoed from outside. That's not even the right way to hold a sword. Nicholas coughed in a way that sounded suspiciously like hidden laughter. Perhaps we should close the door. Almazy waved her wand and the door sealed itself with a musical chime, muffling Jabari's increasingly creative threats to his rebellious artwork. Now then, she said, settling into a chair that seemed to grow from the crystal floor, let's discuss your fire paintings. A tea set floated over, each cup a different gemstone that somehow remained perfect for drinking from. Harry noticed his cup was sapphire, the same color as his flames. Amara mentioned you achieved something quite remarkable with temperature variation. Almazy continued, adding a spoon of what looked like crushed diamonds to her tea. It made the liquid sparkle like starlight. Yes, Harry demonstrated by creating a small azure flame between his palms, shaping it into a miniature version of the sugar elephant from earlier. I can control the heat to create different shades and... A tremendous crash from outside made them all jump. Through the crystal walls, they could see Jabari wrestling with what appeared to be his entire portfolio, which had apparently gained collective sentience and decided to reenact a gladiator battle. Oh dear, Almazy sighed. That would be the enchanted paints he insisted on using. I did warn him they were still experimental. Should we help? Harry asked, watching as a particularly aggressive landscape painting attempted to frame Jabari. Best not to, Nicholas said wisely. Art critics can be rather passionate about their work. Speaking of passion, Almazy turned back to Harry's flame elephant, which was still trumpeting silently between his palms. That is quite extraordinary control for one so young. The way you've maintained the trunk's detail while varying the temperature gradient. May I? She held up what looked like a perfectly clear crystal cube about the size of a quaffle. This is an artisan's crystal, Almazy said, rotating the crystal cube in the air with her wand. Very simple really, it grows to fit the art, and if the art is true. She held the crystal near Harry's fire portrait of the elephant. The crystal cube began to hum softly. The crystal resonates with true artistic intent, Almazy explained as the cube's humming grew more musical. It won't preserve tricks or illusions, only genuine. Another crash from outside. No. Not the tentacles. I knew I shouldn't have painted that giant squid. Genuine artistic expression, Almazy continued serenely, as if desperate artists weren't being attacked by their own paintings just outside her shop. The stronger the artistic intent, the clearer the preservation. Harry's flame elephant was starting to draw the crystal's attention. Tiny reflections of azure fire appeared deep within the cube. Very interesting, Nicholas leaned forward, nearly spilling his diamond-sparkled tea. It's all remarkably stable. Pernell, look at how the crystal is adapting to the temperature variations. Less analyzing, more watching, Pernell chided gently. Our boy is about to have his first preserved artwork. Krissa had finally lost interest in the shape-shifting bird sculpture and padded over to watch, her tail swishing with curiosity as the crystal began to glow softly. Just like that, Almazy nodded as the crystal's glow intensified. Now, think about what made you want to create this piece. Focus on that with everything you have. The crystal cube suddenly flashed, and when the light faded, Harry's azure elephant stood frozen within it, each delicate flame perfectly preserved. As they watched, the flames began their flowing again, moving in the same graceful patterns Harry had created. Excellent! Almazy beamed. A perfect preservation on your first try. The attunement is quite simple, just touch your wand to these facets here, here, and here, then anyone can activate or pause the display. She demonstrated, making the elephant freeze mid-trumpet before resuming its endless cycle. Now, these crystals are quite rare, carefully grown in volcanic caves for at least a month. For this size, I normally charge. Harry turned his best pleading look toward Nicholas and Pernell. He'd been practicing it on Krissa, who was completely immune but had helped him refine the technique. Nicholas Flamel, creator of the Philosopher's Stone, smirked. Perhaps, he said casually, pulling out a leather pouch that clinked promisingly, you could tell us about your current inventory. Almazy's eyes widened slightly at the distinctive sound of significant wealth. Well, I do have a selection of various sizes. All of them, Nicholas said firmly, ignoring Perinel's fondly exasperated head shake. A particularly loud crash from outside was followed by the sound of Jabari shouting something about artistic revolution, but nobody paid it any attention. They were too busy watching Almazy's expression shift from surprise to delight as Nicholas continued casually stacking gold on her counter. You know, Pernell whispered to Harry as Nicholas and Almazy worked out the details, he used to do this with my early attempts at alchemy too. Our first cottage ended up with an entire room full of preserved failed experiments. They weren't failures, Nicholas called over his shoulder, they were learning experiences. Now, about international shipping arrangements. Chapter 43, Strict vs Traditional. 3 weeks later, February 1988. The International Port Kea deposited them in Macusa's arrival hall with barely a wobble. Harry landed easily beside Krissa, who had gotten used to Port Kea travel months ago. The marble-lined room reminded him of Gringotts, though the floating golden symbols above the reception desk were purely decorative from what he could tell. Welcome to the Magical Congress, a bored-looking wizard in navy robes droned from behind the desk. Please present your wands and travel documentation. Nomage items must be declared. Nomage. Harry whispered to Pernell while Nicholas handled the paperwork. That sounds ridiculous. Even the other places just used their word for muggle. Americans like to be different, Pernell murmured back, her lips twitching slightly. The clerk's eyes narrowed at Harry's paperwork. No wand registration. He's 7, Nicholas said patiently. Ah. The clerk made a note. Please be advised that all magic must be performed with a registered wand within Macusa jurisdiction. Magic is strictly monitored. Harry noticed several floating quills nearby suddenly pause in their writing, turning slightly toward their group. Monitoring charms? A young witch in crisp robes approached them. I'm Junior Aura Chen. If you'll follow me. They walked through wide corridors lined with red-black tiles inlaid with golden patterns. The halls bustled with witches and wizards hurrying about their business. Harry's inner eye flickered with warning, showing him the movement a split second before it happened, a self-cleaning broom to his left, aiming straight for his legs. He stepped smoothly aside, letting the broom whisk past. Interesting reflexes, Chen commented. They followed Chen through the busy corridors, passing witches levitating stacks of papers and wizards discussing policy changes. Harry noticed more of those floating quills, all seeming to pause briefly as they passed. Your visit coincides with an interesting exhibition, Chen mentioned casually. The magical wing of the Metropolitan Museum is hosting several prominent artists this month. Including some who work with unconventional techniques. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged a quick glance. We'd planned to visit the museum, Nicholas said carefully. Excellent. Chen smiled. Our Department of Magical Artistry would be very interested in any observations you might share. They reached a set of bronze doors. Chen turned to them. Will you be requiring a no-maj interaction permit? Yes, please, Pernell answered. And we'll need a temporary transformation permit for my ward's familiar. Chen's eyes finally landed on Krissa, who had been padding silently beside Harry. Ah. Yes. That would be advisable. Nicholas pulled out his wand once the permits were arranged. Ready, Krissa? A gentle wave transformed the Nemean lion cub into a small orange kitten. Harry quickly scooped her up as she meowed indignantly, batting at the air with tiny paws that had been massive just moments ago. Remember, Chen said as they prepared to leave, all magic must be performed with a registered wand. We take the statute of secrecy very seriously here. Harry nodded, though he noticed she seemed to be looking at his hands rather than his face. They stepped through the bronze doors, and Harry's first glimpse of New York City stopped him in his tracks. Enormous buildings of glass and steel stretched up into the sky, far taller than even Hogwarts' highest tower. Strange metal boxes on wheels rushed past on the black stone roads, making horrible noises. The sheer number of people walking past was overwhelming, more than Harry had ever seen in one place, all dressed in odd clothing without a single robe in sight. What? Harry gaped at a yellow vehicle that screeched to a halt nearby, letting people climb in and out. What are those things? Taxis, Nicholas explained, gently guiding Harry down the steps into the subway station. Like carriages, but for muggles. Harry stared at everything, trying to take it all in at once. A group of teenagers walked past wearing bright neon clothing and carrying strange boxes that were blasting music. And those? Boomboxes, Pernell answered. Muggles use electricity instead of magic to make music play. Like a wireless. Harry frowned. But without magic. They passed a store window where multiple television sets displayed moving pictures. Harry pressed his face against the glass, fascinated. They have magical portraits. Those are televisions, Nicholas explained quickly as several passers-by gave them odd looks. They use electricity to show moving pictures, but they're following a script, like a play. They're not actually alive like magical portraits. A loud siren wailed as a fire truck roared past, lights flashing. Harry instinctively raised his hands, mist flowing briefly between his fingers before he caught himself. Nicholas quickly caught Harry's wrists, guiding his hands down. Remember where we are, he said quietly. Harry nodded, though he noticed a slight glimmer in the air above them. Krissa purred soothingly from inside his jacket, where she'd retreated from all the noise. Perhaps we should find somewhere quieter for lunch. Pernell suggested, steering them away from the crowded street. I know just the place from that map, Nicholas smiled. Have you ever tried pizza, Harry? They found a small pizzeria tucked away on a quieter street. Through the window, Harry could see a man in a white apron tossing dough into the air. Inside Ray's Pizza, the smell of herbs and melting cheese filled the air. They chose a corner booth where they could watch both the street and the kitchen. Krissa, still in kitten form, curled up contentedly in Harry's lap. But how do they make the cheese stretch like that? Harry asked, watching in fascination as Nicholas demonstrated proper pizza eating technique. A string of mozzarella stretched between the slice and the plate. Different types of cheese have different properties, Nicholas explained, clearly enjoying Harry's amazement at mundane things. Much like how different potions' ingredients react differently to heat. Harry carefully mimicked Nicholas's technique with his own slice, delighted when he managed to get the cheese to stretch without breaking. Krissa delicately accepted tiny bits of pepperoni, somehow maintaining her dignity even as a kitten. Through the window, Harry noticed two dangerous people in muggle suits walking past. They paused briefly, one checking what looked like a pocket watch, before continuing on. Their robes must be spelled to look like suits, he realized, remembering similar tricks from their time in Japan. We should visit the museum after lunch, Pernell suggested, dabbing at her mouth with a napkin. Both sections, I think. Nicholas nodded. The magical wing is quite well hidden. They've integrated it rather cleverly with the regular exhibits. How do they keep muggles from wandering in? Harry asked, reaching for another slice. You'll see, Nicholas smiled. American wizards have their own way of doing things. Though perhaps finish your pizza first. 000000. The Metropolitan Museum of Art was impressive, Harry had to admit, though after visiting magical galleries in Japan and Africa, the still paintings felt flat. Even the most dramatic scenes just sat there, frozen in time. The technique is amazing though, Harry whispered to Pernell as they studied a Renaissance painting. Look at how they created depth without any actual magical layers. Quite ingenious, Pernell agreed. Though I do miss Akiko's Foxfire highlights. They wandered through several galleries until they reached what looked like a maintenance door marked restoration work in progress. Nicholas pulled out their museum passes, tapping them once with his wand. The simple brass numbers on the door rearranged themselves into concentric symbols. Inside, the magical wing was much more dynamic than the Muggle sections. Moving paintings covered the walls, but unlike the portraits at Hogwarts, these seemed to follow strict patterns, more like carefully choreographed dances than true interactions. American magical artists tend toward precision, a voice commented. A tall witch in practical robes approached them, her badge identifying her as Dr. Sarah Ravensworth, curator of magical arts. We find it helps maintain the statute of secrecy when magical paintings behave, predictably. Harry watched a nearby landscape where a thunderstorm rolled through every exactly 3 minutes. But doesn't that make them less real? An interesting perspective, Ravensworth smiled. You must be Mr. Potter. We've heard about your work with fire painting from our colleagues in Japan. Though perhaps, Ravensworth continued, leading them deeper into the magical wing, you'd be interested in our preservation techniques? They're a bit different from what you would have encountered in Zanzibar. They passed through an archway into a circular chamber where magical artworks hung suspended in what looked like sheets of perfectly clear ice. Each piece cycled, a phoenix that burst into flames exactly every 7 minutes, a unicorn that traced the same path through an eternal forest. Crystal suspension, Ravensworth explained, gesturing to the nearest piece. Unlike African preservation crystals that adapt to the art, these are more stable and predictable. It's very controlled, Nicholas observed diplomatically. Precisely. Ravensworth beamed, missing his everyone's frown. No unexpected variations, no unpredictable magic. Everything properly regulated and contained. Came a new voice, rich with barely hidden disapproval. An elderly wizard in robes decorated with beadwork stepped out from behind one of the suspended paintings. Like trying to trap a river in a glass box, isn't it, Sarah? Master Wemitanyi, Ravensworth's smile became slightly fixed. I didn't realize you were visiting today. The spirits go where they will, the old wizard said mildly, though his dark eyes were sharp as they studied Harry. Just as magic should flow freely, not be bound in crystal cages. Master Wemitanyi teaches at Ilvermorny, Ravensworth explained, her tone carefully neutral. Traditional magic arts. Among other things, the old wizard smiled, pulling something from his robes. It looked like a small wooden hoop with a web woven inside. Here, young one. Watch. He held the dreamcatcher up to one of the crystal-suspended paintings, a soaring thunderbird that repeated its flight path every 4 minutes. As the thunderbird passed near the dreamcatcher, its pattern suddenly shifted. The great magical bird deviated from its usual course, swooping down to examine them with genuine curiosity before returning to its eternal flight. You see. Wemitanyi's eyes twinkled. Magic remembers how to be free, even in crystal cages. That's not regulation-approved interaction with the exhibits, Ravensworth protested, though Harry noticed she seemed reluctant to directly challenge the elder wizard. Regulation, Wemitanyi chuckled. Tell me, young Potter, when you paint with living fire, do you bind it? Or do you let it dance as it wishes? Harry thought about his fire paintings, how each one moved differently depending on his emotions and intent. It varies. Sometimes the flames want to move one way, sometimes another. Exactly. Wemitanyi nodded approvingly. Magic is alive, not a machine to be programmed. These crystal prisons. Preservation matrices, Ravensworth corrected stiffly. They forget that art, like magic itself, should breathe. Perhaps, Ravensworth said with forced brightness, you'd like to see our latest acquisition? The department recently approved a new preservation technique. Approved. Wemitanyi's gentle tone sharpened slightly. Like they approved removing the living smoke paintings from the Apache delegation last month. Those were unstable. They were sacred art pieces, Sarah. Meant to change with the seasons. Harry watched the exchange with growing interest. It reminded him of Perinel's dismissal of the ring magic in Zanzibar, different cultures all certain their way was best. Mr. Potter, Ravensworth turned to Harry, clearly trying to change the subject. We've heard reports about your wandless fire magic. Perhaps you'd consider a demonstration? Under properly controlled conditions, of course. The boy isn't one of your research subjects, Sarah, Wemitanyi said quietly. Of course not. But surely you understand our interest in such unique abilities? Properly documented and regulated. Like you documented young running cloud's spirit walking. There was nothing gentle about Wemitanyi's tone now. Until the poor boy was afraid to close his eyes at night. Nicholas stepped forward. Perhaps we should continue our tour? I believe there were some interesting pieces in the next gallery. Yes, of course, Ravensworth straightened her robes. The next gallery showcases our modern preservation techniques. All completely certified by MACUSA's Department of. A sudden commotion from the previous room interrupted her. Two wizards in official-looking robes burst in, wands raised. Unauthorized magic detected. Multiple violations of. They stopped short at the sight of Master Wemitanyi, who merely raised an eyebrow. Ah, the first wizard lowered his wand slightly. Master Wemitanyi. We detected unregistered magical artifacts being used near preserved artworks. My dreamcatcher, Wemitanyi held up the simple wooden hoop. Made by my grandmother's grandmother. Would you like to explain to the tribal council why you are classifying sacred items as unregistered artifacts? The second wizard shifted uncomfortably. Sir, the regulations clearly state. The Treaty of 1877 clearly states, Wemitanyi's voice carried quiet authority, that traditional items are exempt from MACUSA's registration requirements. Actually, Pernell said firmly, placing a protective hand on Harry's shoulder, I believe we've seen enough of the magical wing for today. But you haven't even witnessed our new preservation matrix in action. Ravensworth protested. Mr. Potter's flames would be perfect for testing the containment fields. Testing. Wemitanyi's voice was dangerously soft. So now you admit you want to experiment on the boy's magic. The two MACUSA officials shifted their stance slightly, wands not quite pointed at anyone but definitely ready. One of them touched something on his collar, probably calling for backup. It's purely for documentation purposes, Ravensworth said quickly. Think of the advances we could make in understanding controlled wandless magic at such a young age. He's not even 8 years old. With proper regulation and study. Like the studies you conducted on the Thunderbird dancers. Wemitanyi's dreamcatcher was glowing now, its web casting strange shadows. Until their magic was so confined they couldn't even summon rain. That was different. They were potentially destabilizing an entire weather system. They were maintaining it, as they had for generations before your regulations. Nicholas stepped forward, his usual gentle demeanor replaced with something harder. We are leaving now. Harry is a child, not a research subject. But the potential Ravensworth started. Is none of your concern, Pernell finished coldly. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. 3 more MACUSA officials appeared at the doorway, called by their colleagues' signal. The crystal-suspended artworks began to vibrate slightly from the growing magical tension in the room. The boy's abilities must be properly documented, Ravensworth insisted. Controlled wandless magic of this scale. Is none of your business, Nicholas's voice carried the weight of centuries. Unless you'd like to explain to Albus Dumbledore why you're harassing his student. The name drop caused several officials to step back slightly. Or perhaps, Pernell added with deadly sweetness, you'd prefer to discuss this with Nicholas Flamel directly? I'm sure my husband would be fascinated by your views on, containing magic. The officials' eyes widened as they finally recognized who they were confronting. Ravensworth went pale. Mr. and Mrs. Oh dear. Indeed, Nicholas smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. Now, we're going to leave. Harry will not be participating in any studies or documentation. Any attempts to follow or monitor him will be considered a direct challenge to his guardian's authority. Are we clear? But the regulations, one brave official started. Do not supersede international law regarding the treatment of magical minors, Pernell cut in. Unless MACUSA wants an international incident. The MACUSA officials exchanged glances before slowly lowering their wands. Ravensworth seemed to deflate. Of course, she said stiffly. We apologize for any overenthusiasm in our duties. You understand we must be thorough in these matters. Thorough, not invasive, Nicholas corrected firmly. He turned to Wemitanyi, who had been watching the exchange with quiet approval. Master Wemitanyi, it was an honor to meet you. The old wizard inclined his head. The honor is mine. Take care of your young fire painter. Some flames are meant to burn free. Harry, who had been quiet throughout the confrontation, looked up at Nicholas. Can we go now? Pernell laughed, the tension breaking. Yes, dear. I believe we've had quite enough of magical politics for one day. They left the magical wing, the Macusa officials parting to let them pass. As they exited, Harry heard Wemitanyi's voice drift after them. Remember, Sarah, not everything magical needs to be put in a box and labeled. Back in the regular museum, Harry relaxed. That was really too much. Indeed, Nicholas agreed. Though perhaps we should focus on more enjoyable activities? I heard there's an interesting Muggle entertainment park in Florida. 000000. Another port cab brought them to Florida, where the air felt like walking through warm soup. Harry stared at the enormous castle ahead of them, though compared to Hogwarts it looked a bit artificial. Disney World, Nicholas announced proudly. The Muggles call it the most magical place on Earth. Really? Harry looked skeptical. Well, their version of magical, Pernell smiled, casting a charm on Chrissa. The spell would make Muggles' eyes slide right past the kitten unless they really focused. Though some of their rides are quite clever. The entrance was crowded with families wearing colorful clothing and mouse-ear hats. Harry watched in fascination as a large boat filled with people disappeared into a tunnel labeled Pirates of the Caribbean. How do they make things move without magic? He whispered to Nicholas. Motors, gears, hydraulics. Nicholas grinned at Harry's blank look. Think of it as very complicated clockwork. You'll see inside. A worker in a striped vest directed them toward their first ride. Space Mountain. Harry read the sign dubiously. What's a roller coaster? 5 minutes later, he had his answer. The cart clicked slowly up the track in complete darkness, and Harry could hear Chrissa purring excitedly beside him. This isn't so, Harry started to say. The cart dropped. They plunged into darkness, bursts of starlight flashing past as they twisted and turned. Harry's reflexes let him anticipate each curve, his body moving smoothly with the coaster instead of being thrown around. This is brilliant! He shouted over the rush of wind. Chris's purring had turned into an excited rumble that probably would have terrified the other passengers if they could hear it over their screaming. The track swooped up, giving them a split-second view of the entire room filled with streaking lights before they plunged down again. Harry found himself laughing. It was almost like flying, but with no need to do the work himself. When they corkscrewed through a field of shooting stars, Harry raised his hands in delight, completely stable even without holding on. The ride ended too soon. They went back into daylight, Harry's hair even messy than usual and his green eyes bright with excitement. Can we go again? He asked immediately. There are other rides too, Pernell laughed, smoothing down her own wind-blown hair. Though I noticed you didn't seem very thrown around by the movement. It's not too bad, Harry shrugged. Just need to move with it instead of fighting it. Can we go to the next ride? Harry continued hopefully. He'd spotted something called Big Thunder Mountain in the distance. His eyes darkened. Claws, Jujutsu Kaisen V2.5 costs 100 CP, 250 CP available to spend. You can turn your fingertips into claws. That's it. Nothing insane but useful for someone who goes for close quarters combat. Harry barely glanced at the new offer. Claws? That sounded ridiculous. He could already transform into an eagle if he needed talons, and Chrissa had plenty of claws to spare. He dismissed the offer immediately and focused on more important things, like convincing Nicholas to let them ride Thunder Mountain 3 times in a row. The day passed in a blur of motion and laughter. They rode through haunted mansions where Harry critiqued the ghost effects as pretty good for Muggles, but nothing like the Hogwarts ghosts. The Jungle Cruise made Chrissa perk up every time they passed mechanical big cats, though she seemed unimpressed by their stiff movements. In Frontierland, Harry discovered corn dogs, but why put it on a stick? And cotton candy, it's like edible clouds. They watched fireworks explode over the castle as the sun set, and Harry had to admit that even without magic, Muggles had figured out how to create some pretty amazing things. Better than the museum? Pernell asked as they headed toward the exit. Harry was wearing Mickey Mouse ears that Nicholas had insisted on buying, and Chrissa had somehow acquired a small princess crown that balanced precariously between her ears. Much better, Harry grinned. Though I still think magical art is more interesting. Of course it is, Nicholas agreed. But sometimes it's good to see how others create wonder without magic. Ready to head back? Harry nodded, exhausted but happy. They left, but he glanced back at the illuminated castle one last time. You know, for Muggles, they did a pretty good job making things magical. That they did, Pernell smiled. That they did. Chapter 44, Influence Gathering. 6 weeks later, April 1988. The Amazon rainforest hummed with life all around them as Harry sat cross-legged on a fallen log, hands moving through the air. Streams of blue fire followed his fingers, flowing together into the form of a toucan that had caught his eye earlier. The magical bird had been trailing golden sparks as it flew, and Harry wanted to capture that effect. The feathers need to be more defined, he muttered to himself, adjusting the flame's flow. After months of practice, he could maintain dozens of individual fire streams simultaneously, each one as thin as a hair when needed. Chrissa lounged nearby in a patch of sunlight, occasionally batting at passing butterflies. The Nemean lion cub had grown considerably during their travels, though she still acted like a kitten when she thought no one was watching. Harry! Nicholas called from the nearby research station. Come see what Professor Santos found. The temporary camp belonged to Brazilian magi zoologists studying the local magical creatures. Unlike the regulated Macusa facilities or the formal African preserves, this place felt wonderfully chaotic. Hammocks strung between trees served as beds, and the main laboratory was just a collection of tables under a weatherproof canopy. Professor Santos, a witch with grey streaked hair tied back in a practical braid, was examining something that looked like a cross between a hummingbird and a living rainbow. Watch this, she said, holding up a small crystal prism. Light passed through it, creating a spectrum that the tiny bird immediately began to dance through. As it moved, its feathers shifted colors to match each band of light perfectly. We call them bijacio de luz, Santos explained. Light-kissing birds. They feed on pure color instead of nectar. Harry stared at the creature, his fingers already twitching as he imagined how to capture its essence in fire. The constant color shifts would be tricky. The secret is in the crystalline structure of their feathers, Santos explained, holding up a shed feather to the sunlight. Through a magnifying glass, Harry could see how it split white light into separate paths before recombining them. Each segment refracts light differently, creating pure color from ordinary sunlight. Harry watched the bird dance through another rainbow, remembering his previous attempts to work with the yin and yang aspects of his chi. He'd tried dozens of times to separate them, viewing them as opposing forces that could be pulled apart, but had always failed. Now, watching the light flow through the crystalline structures, he remembered the Sanskrit verses carved into the temple steps. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The Heart Sutra's wisdom suddenly clicked into place as he watched the light separate and recombine. He'd been trying to divide something that was never truly unified, to separate aspects that were never truly separate. His entire understanding of how his chi worked had been built on flawed assumptions. He'd thought his azure flames came from the marriage of opposing natures, yang-natured fire flowing through yin-refined meridians. But that very way of thinking was attaching fixed qualities to things that had none. The Heart Sutra had taught that all phenomena were marked by emptiness, not a void, but a freedom from fixed nature. His chi wasn't inherently anything. It flowed as fire not because that was its nature, but because that was how he understood it. Just as the bird's crystalline structures revealed light's inherent potential rather than changing its nature, Harry could let his chi express itself without imposing conditions upon it. He closed his eyes, letting go of all his assumptions. Not trying to force anything, simply allowing his chi to exist in a state of pure potential, free from the labels he'd placed on it. For a brief moment, he felt something shift in his understanding, like seeing a familiar painting from an entirely new angle. When he brought his hands together, expecting his usual flames, lightning cracked between his palms instead. Harry jerked back in surprise, the lightning dissipating instantly. Several researchers looked up at the sharp crack, but he barely noticed their attention. The lightning had felt different from his flames, sharp and immediate rather than flowing. Yet it had come from the same chi that normally manifested as fire. Testing his new understanding, Harry called forth his azure flames. They came as easily as ever, but now he could feel the difference. They weren't the result of balanced internal conditions or refined meridians, they were simply one way his chi could express itself. How did you do that? Santos asked, moving closer with professional curiosity. The wandless magic. But Harry was already experimenting. If his chi wasn't bound by fixed natures, if it could manifest as both fire and lightning. He brought his hands together again, this time maintaining that state of pure potential he'd discovered. Lightning arced between his palms, and this time he was ready for it. The lightning jumped erratically between his palms, refusing to follow the smooth patterns he used for his fire painting. Unlike flames that could be guided and shaped, the lightning seemed to have a will of its own, always seeking the quickest path to ground. Harry! Nicholas called out, hurrying over with Pernell close behind. What are you doing? I had a breakthrough with my fire. Harry beamed, letting another crack of lightning arc between his hands. His excitement dimmed slightly at their concerned expressions. That's not fire, dear, Pernell said carefully. No, but it came from the same understanding. Harry tried to explain, his words tumbling out eagerly. I was watching the bird separate light, and then I remembered the Heart Sutra, and realized I'd been thinking about it all wrong. It's not about conditions or fixed natures at all. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged glances while Santos watched with fascination. Another bolt of lightning crackled, making everyone except Harry step back. Perhaps we should move this discussion somewhere less. Nicholas eyed the various delicate research equipment nearby, conductive. They moved to a clearing where Harry demonstrated his azure flames. See? Before, I thought these came from having yin-refined meridians, but now I understand they're just one way my chi can express itself. And when I let go of those assumptions entirely, another crack of lightning split the air, making Chrysa leap up from her sunny spot with an annoyed growl. Very interesting, Nicholas murmured, though he still looked concerned. But Harry, lightning is extremely dangerous. It's not like fire that you can control and shape. Harry nodded, watching how the lightning refused to follow his control, instead jumping to the nearest conductive path. It's completely different. Fire flows where I guide it, but lightning wants to find its own way. It's like... He paused, searching for the right words, like trying to paint with a cat that only walks where it wants to go. That's a worryingly accurate comparison, Pernell said dryly, watching another bolt arc unpredictably. Perhaps we should focus on understanding this properly before experimenting further. Over the next hour, Harry carefully tested the lightning's properties. Unlike his fire that could be maintained continuously, lightning only existed in brief, powerful bursts. Each attempt to create a sustained arc resulted in multiple smaller bolts instead. It's like it has to discharge, Harry explained, fascinated despite his frustration at not being able to control it like his flames. I can choose when and where it starts, but once it exists, it follows its own rules. He discovered he could influence the lightning's general direction by creating paths of least resistance with his chi, like laying down invisible tracks. But the moment anything offered an easier path, like a nearby metal tool, the lightning would deviate instantly. Look at this. Harry held up both hands, letting small bolts jump between his fingers. The lighting cast strange shadows and created a sharp ozone smell. If I try to make it flow in curves like my fire painting, it just... The bolt jumped straight to a metal post instead, demonstrating his point. Harry watched another bolt seek the fastest path to ground. If lightning always followed the path of least resistance, maybe that was the key, not fighting its nature, but using it. Could I borrow that prism? He asked Santos suddenly. When she handed it over, he studied the crystalline structure again, an idea forming. Lightning wants to go straight to its target. Harry muttered, positioning his hands carefully. So what if instead of trying to guide it like fire? He released a bolt, but this time he used his chi to create multiple points of attraction, like stepping stones across a river. The lightning split and jumped between these points in rapid succession, so fast it looked simultaneous. For a fraction of a second, the clearing was filled with a geometric web of light. Monday Dieu, Pernell breathed. Harry grinned wildly and started refining the technique. By precisely placing these attraction points in three-dimensional space and releasing multiple bolts in careful sequence, he could create brief but incredibly complex patterns of light, like capturing a constellation in the air for a split second. Ideas sparked in Harry's mind as rapidly as the lightning between his fingers. If single bolts followed one path, and multiple attraction points created patterns, then what about his inner eye flashed a warning of where the next bolt would jump, and he instinctively adjusted his chi to place the next attraction point. The lightning followed exactly where he'd seen it would go. Harry blinked, then narrowed his eyes in total concentration. He couldn't control lightning like fire, it was too fast, too wild. But he could see where it wanted to go an instant before it moved. He began releasing lightning in precise sequences, using his inner eye to see each bolt's path a second before it manifested. It was like painting with light itself, but instead of guiding the strokes directly, he was creating paths for the lightning to follow based on what his inner eye showed him would happen. Seeing. Harry's eyes lit up as he worked, barely aware he was speaking, like seeing the painting before it exists, then letting it choose how to become real. He started with simple shapes, his skill at painting combining with his inner eye's guidance. Each bolt of lightning sought its path, and Harry saw where it would go just in time to place the next attraction point. The patterns lasted only instants, but in those brief moments, pure light drew itself across the air. Then he pushed further. His inner eye showed him not just single paths but entire webs of possibility of all the bolts of lightning. Instead of flat images, he began working in layers, seeing how multiple bolts would branch and connect in 3 dimensions. A phoenix made of lightning burst into existence, its form guided by Harry's talent but shaped by the lightning's own nature. "C'est incroyable," Nicholas whispered, watching as Harry worked in perfect harmony with the lightning's wild nature, creating 3-dimensional sculptures of light that existed for mere heartbeats before dissolving into new patterns. Harry frowned as another lightning pattern faded too quickly for an artisan's crystal to capture. The crystals needed at least a few seconds to properly preserve artwork. But each structure of lightning existed for mere instants before disappearing. His inner eye flickered, showing him the next possible paths, and suddenly he understood. He'd been thinking of each pattern as separate, trying to make individual bolts last longer. But what if? "It's like animation," Harry murmured, remembering the televisions in New York. Not one picture, but many flowing together. His inner eye was already showing him the possibilities, how one pattern could flow seamlessly into the next. He pulled out an artisan's crystal and set it floating nearby. Then he began his lightning painting again, but this time instead of letting each pattern fade, he used his inner eye to see exactly when and where the next bolts needed to strike to maintain the illusion of continuous movement. The phoenix appeared again, but now it stayed, not as a single sustained image, but as hundreds of lightning patterns flowing into each other so quickly they appeared continuous. Each bolt existed for only a fraction of a second, but before it could fade, the next was already forming, guided by Harry's talent and inner eye working in perfect synchronization. The artisan's crystal pulsed with a soft glow as it captured the flowing sequence of lightning. The phoenix wheeled through the air, each microscopic movement rendered in pure light, living electricity going through the patterns Harry's inner eye helped him create. When the crystal finally sealed the artwork, preserving the endless loop of lightning-drawn movement, Harry felt his legs wobble. "I did it," he whispered, swaying slightly. The world seemed to tilt sideways as the flow state that had sustained him began to fade. "I actually..." Nicholas caught him before he could fully collapse, lowering him gently to the ground. Pernell rushed over, her hands already moving to check his temperature and pulse. "Okay," Harry mumbled, his eyes struggling to stay open. "Just, really tired." His chi had never been used so continuously and rapidly before, and maintaining such precise chi control while generating lightning had drained him completely. "Rest, Monday Petit," Pernell's voice seemed to come from very far away. "You've done something extraordinary today." Harry wanted to explain about the lightning, and the Heart Sutra, and how everything had come together so perfectly, but his eyes were already closing. The last thing he saw was Chryssa padding over to curl protectively around him. 000000. Professor Santos stared at the sleeping child, then at the artisan's crystal still hovering in the air, its preserved artwork pulsing with captured lightning. "Miguel," she called quietly to her aide, who was already checking the magical camera he'd started recording with the moment the first lightning bolt appeared. "The footage." "All of it, Professora," Miguel confirmed, his hands slightly shaking. "From the first unexpected discharge to the final artwork. Including the..." He glanced at several trees that had been pierced clean through during Harry's early testing phase, their trunks sporting perfect holes where lightning had sought ground. Santos nodded slowly, looking towards the Flamels who were carefully arranging Harry into a more comfortable position. The renowned alchemist and his wife, formidable guardians for a child who could generate and somewhat control wandless lightning at age 7. "Send copies to the usual research contacts," she decided. "But classify it under magical arts and innovation, not combat magic or wandless studies." A deliberate choice, it would still spread, but through academic circles first, framing it as artistic breakthrough rather than powerful wandless magic. "And the International Confederation?" Miguel asked quietly. Santos watched as Nicholas Flamel conjured a blanket for Harry, while Pernell subtly reinforced the charms around their small clearing. Both of them positioned themselves so they could see anyone approaching, even while appearing to simply watch over a sleeping child. "They'll find out anyway," Santos sighed. "But let them hear about a promising young artist first, not a powerful wandless prodigy. It will make certain conversations easier later." "The British Ministry will want to be informed first," Santos said, watching Miguel carefully label the footage. Brazil's relationship with Britain's magical government was cordial but careful, especially regarding matters that could affect international magical politics. Professora, Miguel hesitated, then lowered his voice further. Our friends in Castelo Bruxo will want to extend an invitation. A talent like this. Santos shook her head slightly. He's bound for Hogwarts, Miguel. Albus Dumbledore's already laid claim there. But... She smiled thoughtfully, perhaps we can arrange some cultural exchange programs in the future. Art knows no borders, after all. She glanced again at the scorched trees. The lightning had cut through magical hardwood like it was paper, trees that usually required specialized spells learned after normal education was over to even scratch. If Harry could do this at 7. Make sure the research paper focuses entirely on the artistic applications, Santos decided. Emphasize the control required, the preservation techniques, the cultural significance. Get statements from the art masters at Castelo Bruxo about its creative importance. And the power readings. Miguel gestured to a delicate silver instrument that had been measuring magical output. Classify those separately. Research eyes only. The ICW's South American representative will be visiting next week, Miguel noted, carefully storing the camera. She's already scheduled to review the research on the Bijacio Ardaluz preservation project. Convenient timing, Santos smiled thinly. Better to have our government present their own narrative about what happened here, rather than let international rumors spread unchecked. We'll present it as a serendipitous discovery during legitimate artistic research. The boy was inspired by our light-refracting birds, after all. She watched as Chris's shifted position, the Nemean lion cub's eyes tracking their every movement despite appearing relaxed. Another reminder that young Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was far from ordinary, even his familiar was a supposedly untamable extinct magical creature. And the British ambassador? Miguel asked. We'll receive a formal courtesy notice about a collaborative artistic breakthrough at our research station, Santos decided. Along with an invitation to view the finished piece once young Mr. Potter wakes up. She paused. Perhaps mention how smoothly everything went, how helpful their young citizen was in advancing international magical cooperation. It was a delicate balance. Acknowledge British authority over their citizen while establishing Brazil's role in this discovery. Highlight the artistic achievement while downplaying the raw power displayed. Document everything while controlling what different parties would see in those documents. I'll update the minister directly, Santos said quietly, her formal research robes suddenly seeming like the costume they were. Miguel nodded as he straightened his posture. They'd been tasked with evaluating the boy who lived during his visit to Brazil, under the cover of legitimate magical creature research. The Bijacio Ardaluz project was real enough, but having the head of Brazil's Department of Magical Security and her chief intelligence officer personally oversee it had nothing to do with light-refracting birds. What they'd witnessed today, however, exceeded all intelligence estimates. The Flamels clearly were very suspicious. Nicholas's earlier positioning of Harry's demonstration away from sensitive equipment hadn't been just about safety. The old alchemist had been ensuring no monitoring devices could get too accurate readings. The British won't be able to keep him completely to themselves, Miguel said. No, Santos agreed. But they'll try. And we'll let them think they're succeeding while building our own connections through academic channels. She smiled slightly. After all, Brazil has such a rich magical arts culture. It would be a shame if young Mr. Potter didn't have the opportunity to study it further. Chapter 45, Killing Mystery. 3 weeks later, May 1988. Harry carefully adjusted another artisan's crystal on the shelf, angling it so the fire-painted phoenix within would catch the light coming from the windows perfectly. The magical artwork continued its endless flight, azure flames flowing smoothly through the preserved loop. Next to it, a lightning-sculpted dragon wheeled through its own crystal sphere, each flash creating the illusion of continuous movement. His room in the Flamels' cottage had become quite the gallery over the past months. Some pieces were early experiments, simple fire paintings of magical creatures they'd encountered during their travels. Others showed his progression into more difficult works, like the three-dimensional flame sculpture of the Temboanga they'd seen in Africa, its trunk perpetually spraying stars into the air. The latest additions were his lightning works from Brazil. Harry was particularly proud of how he'd captured the Bijacio Ardaluz birds, using precisely timed lightning bolts and various gradients of flames to recreate their rainbow-shifting dance. The crystalline structure of their feathers had been challenging to recreate, but the end result was amazing. Chrissa watched from her cushioned window perch as Harry worked, occasionally batting at the lights cast by the crystals. Despite being a magical creature of legendary status, she had developed distinctly kitten-like obsessions, particularly with the enchanted yarn ball Pernell had given her. The golden ball would hover and dodge just out of reach, providing hours of entertainment for the growing cub. Just one more, Harry muttered, placing a crystal containing his latest work, a Brazilian rainforest scene where lightning-drawn butterflies flitted between flame-painted trees. He stepped back to admire the overall arrangement when Chrissa dropped her yarn ball at his feet, looking up expectantly. Harry laughed. All right, you win. He picked up the golden sphere and tossed it across the room. Chrissa immediately jumped after it. Despite being able to easily crush stone with her paws, she was always very careful during their games. They were in the middle of a game of catch, made more interesting by Chrissa's tendency to leap off reinforced walls, when a knock came at the door. Harry! Pernell called. We have a visitor you'll want to meet. Coming! Harry called, heading for the door with Chrissa padding along beside him. Her golden yarn ball forgotten, she was now fully alert, she always seemed to know when something important was about to happen. Following Pernell downstairs, Harry caught the familiar scent of lemon drops before he even reached the sitting room. His face lit up immediately. Grandpa! Harry rushed forward to hug Dumbledore, who was rising from his armchair with twinkling eyes and open arms. Even Chrissa gave an approving purr, she'd taken to Dumbledore during his previous visits. Harry, Dumbledore smiled warmly, returning the hug. I see you've grown quite a bit since my last visit. He gestured to the various crystals visible through the sitting room doorway. And your artistic talents have certainly flourished as well. They settled into the comfortable chairs, Harry directly taking his favorite spot near the fireplace where he often practiced his flame control. Nicholas appeared from the kitchen with a tray of tea and biscuits, along with a bowl of milk for Chrissa. I learned so much in Brazil. Harry began excitedly. The magical creatures there were amazing, and Professor Santos helped me understand how to work with light in completely new ways. He paused, noticing the meaningful looks passing between the adults. Oh! This isn't just a normal visit, is it? No, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. Though I very much enjoy hearing about your adventures, we need to discuss your return to Hogwarts. Harry's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. He'd known this conversation was coming, but that didn't make it easier. The past months traveling with the Flamels had been wonderful, full of discovery, art, and fun. Just thinking about not seeing them anymore made his eyes water slightly. Harry looked between the Flamels and Dumbledore, patting Chris's furry head anxiously. I miss Hogwarts. I miss Ant-Man and Uncle Phileas, and my friends, and my room in the tower. He trailed off, glancing at Nicholas and Pernell. But I don't want to leave here either. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged a look, having clearly anticipated this reaction. Albus, Nicholas said, setting down his teacup. Perhaps we could arrange something more flexible? Harry could split his time between Hogwarts and here, the best of both worlds, as it were. That would be complicated, Dumbledore muttered, stroking his beard in thought. The Ministry has certain expectations about Harry's care and education. They've already expressed concerns about his extended absence. Nicholas waved his hand dismissively. The Ministry's concerns are easily managed. You and I both know that, old friend. There was a slight edge to his tone that made Harry sit up straighter. Unless you have other reservations. Dumbledore sighed, distractedly offering a lemon drop to Chrissa, who sniffed it politely before declining. No, you're right, of course. The practical matters can be arranged. He turned to Harry, giving him a warm smile. Is that what you'd like, Harry? To divide your time between both places? Yes. Harry almost jumped in his seat, nearly knocking over his tea. I could show everyone at Hogwarts my new art, and then come back here to practice with Uncle Nick and Auntie Nell, and he gasped suddenly. Can Chrissa come to both places too? Of course she can, Dumbledore chuckled at his enthusiasm. Though we may need to adjust some of the castle's policies to account for a Nemean lion cub. 2 weeks at each location might be a good starting point, Pernell suggested, rescuing Harry's wobbling teacup. That would give Harry enough time to maintain his routines in both places. Speaking of routines, Dumbledore glanced at the lightning-filled crystal on a nearby shelf. Professor Santos sent quite the interesting report about your artistic breakthroughs in Brazil to the ICW. Oh yes. She was brilliant. Harry grinned, completely missing the knowing looks exchanged between the adults. She helped me understand so much about working with light and color, and... Quite the coincidence, Nicholas commented dryly, having Brazil's head of magical security personally oversee your visit. Harry blinked. She was what? Politics, Pernell explained gently, seeing his confusion. Many people are interested in your development, dear. Though some are more subtle about it than others, Dumbledore added. Harry wrinkled his nose. Is this like when Macusa wanted to study my fire? Precisely, Nicholas nodded. Though I must admit, the Brazilians handled things far more elegantly. Presenting everything through an artistic lens was quite clever. But Harry didn't really want to care about such things right now, there were more important things going on. Can I go back to Hogwarts tomorrow? I want to show Charlotte my lightning paintings. And I bet Tonks will love the rainbow bird crystal, and... Harry's eyes suddenly darkened. Everyone immediately noticed the change, recognizing the signs of another offer. Flexible Soul, Bibliomania costs 100 CP, 350 CP available to spend. Souls are both flexible and rigid, and now your soul is considerably more flexible, allowing it to better endure and evade soul-targeting effects, though this isn't complete immunity. This enhanced flexibility enables soul damage to heal remarkably fast, even if reduced to a mere shred barely clinging to life. It would only take a year of rest to recover fully without treatment, a process that would be accelerated by healing methods. Your soul can now endure triple the damage and pressure compared to before, and negative soul effects are 1/3 as effective. Due to your soul's evasiveness, soul-harming effects are only 1/10 as effective as they should be, to the extent that even the Avada Kedavra curse from your universe would merely push you back and cause significant pain unless struck by multiple curses. Harry didn't hesitate long before accepting. The offer seemed perfectly aligned with his existing soul structure, there were no downsides like with that zombie offer long ago. The moment he did, a strange feeling originated within his Hun and Po souls. It felt like stretching after being still for too long, but on a much deeper level. His Hun soul, already ethereal and yang in nature, became even more fluid and adaptable. The part of him that housed consciousness, spirit, and thought gained a quicksilver quality that made it naturally slip away from harmful influences. Like smoke refusing to be grasped, his Hun soul could now instinctively evade attempts to bind or harm it. His Po soul, tied to his physical body and yin in nature, gained a different kind of flexibility. Instead of becoming elusive like the Hun, it developed a significant resilience. The dense, corporeal aspect of his soul could now bend without breaking, absorbing and dispersing harmful energies that would previously have caused damage. Another offer? Dumbledore asked gently, noting Harry's distant expression. Yes, Harry nodded slightly. It's called Flexible Soul. It changed both my Hun and Po souls in different ways. He took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts. My Hun soul became more slippery, like smoke that can't be grabbed. And my Po soul got tougher, able to bend without breaking. But the most important part, Harry continued, looking directly at Dumbledore, is that soul-harming effects are only 1/10 as effective now. Even the killing curse would just knock me back and hurt a lot, unless multiple hit me at once. The room went completely silent. Even Chrissa stopped cleaning her paw to stare at the sudden silence. Monday Dew, Nicholas whispered. You've already survived one killing curse from Voldemort as an infant, but this is unprecedented in magical history. Harry frowned, fidgeting with his teacup. Actually, Voldemort never managed to hit me with the curse that night. Dumbledore's teacup clattered against its saucer. What do you mean, Harry? His voice was very gentle, but his eyes were intensely focused. Harry's cheeks reddened slightly. I didn't really think to mention it before. It seemed so long ago, and then there were all these other things happening that day. He described what he remembered, how after his parents died, but before Voldemort could cast the killing curse at him, a mirror had reflected the spell back. Then someone who resembled either his father or an older version of himself had appeared, bearing a strange mark on the back of his hand. It looked like a triangle with a circle and a line inside it, Harry explained, watching Dumbledore's expression grow increasingly grave. The older me said something about an unfulfilled prophecy being a source of power in the future, and that's all I can remembered after Tonks chased the Dementor away. The Deathly Hallows, Dumbledore murmured, so quietly Harry almost missed it. The old wizard's hand twitched slightly toward his wand. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged worried glances. Albus, Nicholas started, you don't think? I think, Dumbledore interrupted gently, that we should be very careful about discussing certain matters right now. He turned back to Harry. Can you remember anything else about that night? Anything at all about what the older version of you said? Harry shook his head. No, that's all I remember. The Dementor made me hear my mum. He swallowed hard, but nothing more about the older me. Would you allow me to copy the memory? Dumbledore asked, looking Harry directly in the eyes. It might help us understand what happened that night better. Of course. Harry nodded, then glanced at Nicholas and Pernell. Will it hurt? Not at all, dear, Pernell assured him. Just focus on the memory when Albus touches his wand to your temple. Dumbledore pulled out a small crystal vial and moved his chair closer to Harry's. Think about that moment, Harry. Just that specific memory. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on the fragments he could recall, the mirror, the older version of himself, the strange mark. He felt something cool touch his temple, then a strange feeling like a strand of spider silk being gently pulled away. When he opened his eyes, Dumbledore was carefully storing a silvery strand in the vial. There we are, Dumbledore said softly, sealing the vial. Thank you, Harry. Chrissa bumped her head against Harry's hand, sensing his unease. He scratched behind her ears, grateful for the distraction. Is it important? The triangle mark. Perhaps, Dumbledore answered. But not something you need to worry about right now. His eyes twinkled again, deliberately lightening the mood. I believe we were discussing your return to Hogwarts? Professor McGonagall has been quite eager to see your new artwork. Harry brightened immediately. Can I bring some of the crystals to show everyone? And maybe set up a small gallery in my room. He turned to Nicholas and Pernell. Could we go shopping for more preservation crystals before I go back? Of course, Nicholas chuckled. Though perhaps we should count how many you have first. Your collection has grown quite impressive. Speaking of collections, Pernell added with a knowing smile, shall we tell Albus about your earnings from the art commissions? Harry jumped up excitedly, nearly dislodging Chrissa. Oh yes! He darted to his room and came back with his enchanted pouch, pulling out several smaller pouches that clinked with coins. I've been doing commissions. He announced proudly. Magical families in Brazil wanted fire paintings of their favorite creatures, and then in Africa some merchants commissioned shop signs, and even some people in Makusa ordered a few pieces even though they were weird about my fire at first. Some preservers of art in Japan wanted a few pieces too. He spread the pouches on the coffee table. Uncle Nick helped me keep track of all the different currencies. If we convert everything at Gringotts, it should be around 280 galleons. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose appreciatively. That's quite impressive for someone your age, Harry. The Magical Art Guild in Brazil was particularly interested in his lightning art, Nicholas added. They've offered to sponsor an exhibition next summer. Though we'll need to discuss that carefully, Pernell interjected, shaking her head gently. Some of the attention has been politically motivated. Harry wrinkled his nose. Like Professor Santos. Exactly like that, Dumbledore smiled, standing up. But those are concerns for another day. For now, shall we say you'll return to Hogwarts next week? That should give you time to organize your artwork and say proper goodbyes. And return in 2 weeks to continue your studies here, Nicholas added firmly. Harry beamed, hugging each of them in turn. Perfect. I can't wait to show Charlotte and Tonks the lightning paintings, and tell them about Brazil, and he gasped suddenly. Do you think Uncle Phileas would let me demonstrate the new fire control exercises in the courtyard? One thing at a time, dear, Pernell laughed, ruffling his hair. Why don't you go start sorting which crystals you want to take first? Chapter 46, Familiar Faces. The morning sun had barely crested the horizon when Harry stepped through the floor into McGonagall's office, Chrissa padding behind him. His heart beat faster than expected. He'd imagined this moment dozens of times during his travels, but reality felt different. McGonagall wrapped him in a tight hug before he could even dust off the soot. Harry hugged back fiercely, surprised by how many feelings hit him at once. He'd loved his time with the Flamels, but he'd missed his Aunt Min's hugs, her stern looks that hid warmth, and how she always knew exactly what to say. Welcome home, little eagle, McGonagall whispered. The familiar nickname made his chest tight. I missed you, Harry mumbled into her robes. He wanted to tell her about everything, but found himself just holding on instead. Her hands trembled slightly against his back. And you, McGonagall pulled back, brushing at her eyes before straightening his collar. The gesture made the months apart feel both longer and shorter somehow. Though I see the Flamels have been taking good care of you. They did, Harry nodded quickly. But it wasn't the same. I kept wanting to show you things right when they happened, not just write about them. McGonagall blinked rapidly. Well then, she said, not quite able to hide her emotions, you'll just have to show me everything now that you're back. After taking a moment to compose herself, she suggested, shall we head down to breakfast? I believe the others are quite eager to see you. Harry nodded enthusiastically, but paused at the door. Aunt Min. When she turned back, he hugged her again. I really did miss you so much. Letters and pictures aren't the same. McGonagall's eyes seemed suspiciously bright as she returned the hug. No, they certainly aren't. Walking into the Great Hall felt like coming home, even with the early hour meaning only staff were present. The enchanted ceiling showed a beautiful sunrise, and Harry found himself automatically looking up to check for good flying weather, a habit he hadn't realized he'd missed. Harry! Flitwick's voice squeaked with excitement. The tiny professor actually hopped off his chair to hurry over, giving Harry a quick hug. My boy, you must tell me about this lightning art I've been seeing so much of in the Daily Prophet. Uncle Phileas. Harry beamed. I brought some crystals to show you. And I think I finally figured out how to. After breakfast, McGonagall interrupted fondly, guiding Harry toward his usual seat at the staff table. Various professors called out greetings as they approached, with Sprout immediately starting to pile food onto Harry's plate. You're still too skinny, she declared, adding another sausage. Though that magnificent creature with you looks well fed enough. Chrissa, meanwhile, had discovered a new source of entertainment. To everyone's amazement and several poorly hidden snickers, the Nemean lion cub had settled next to Snape's chair and was purring loudly while rubbing against his legs. Potter, Snape said stiffly, trying to subtly edge away from the affectionate cub, control your pet. She's not a pet, Professor, Harry replied innocently, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. She's a magical familiar of legendary status. It would be wrong to restrict her natural behaviors. Chrissa, as if understanding perfectly, increased her purring and flopped over to expose her belly right next to Snape's feet. Professor Sprout couldn't contain her laughter any longer. Oh, she's delightful. Though I do hope she won't be hunting in my greenhouses. No, no, Harry assured her quickly. She only eats what I give her. Though. He glanced at Snape with barely concealed amusement, she does seem to really like people who pretend not to like her. Snape's expression suggested he was seriously reconsidering several life choices. 000000. Harry was in the middle of showing Professor Sprout some preserved crystal artworks of magical plants he'd seen in Brazil when very familiar voices echoed across the courtyard. Harry! He barely had time to turn before being engulfed in a group hug. Charlotte reached him first, scarred hand gripping his sleeve a bit too tightly. Penny's blonde braids tickled his face as she joined in. Tonks, trying to join the hug, tripped over her own feet and turned it into a dogpile, her hair cycling through happy colors even as she muttered, "Stupid feet, ruining the moment." Harry hugged back fiercely, but noticed how Charlotte flinched slightly when his arm brushed against her back, a new reaction he didn't remember from before. Penny kept touching his face and arms as if checking he was really there, while Tonks was being unusually quiet despite her colorful hair. "I'll leave you to your reunion," Professor Sprout said warmly, patting Harry's shoulder. "Do stop by the greenhouses later, I want to hear more about those Brazilian fire flowers you mentioned." She walked away, and Kiara approached more cautiously, hanging back slightly from the group. Harry immediately noticed and broke away from the others to give her a gentle hug. "I missed you too," he whispered. Her answering smile was bright enough to rival the morning sun. "You've grown so much!" Penny exclaimed, wiping her eyes quickly when she thought no one was looking. "Galloping Gorgons, you almost look like you could pass for a second year now." Tonks gasped, covering her mouth with her left hand in shock. Charlotte was looking him over with a more critical eye. "You seem different, more graceful somehow." She tilted her head, trying to smile normally but not quite managing it. "And is that a Brazilian accent I heard just now?" Harry blushed, suddenly feeling like he'd been on holiday while his friends fought a war. "Just a little. My guardians said it should fade." A loud purr interrupted him as Chrissa decided she'd waited long enough for introductions. The golden-furred cub padded forward regally, head held high as she inspected Harry's friends. "Everyone, this is Chrissa," Harry said proudly. "She's a Nemean lion cub. We met in Greece." "A Nemean lion?" Bill's voice came from behind the group, sounding impressed. They're supposed to be impossible to tame. She's not tamed, Harry corrected automatically. We're friends. She chose to stay with me. As if to prove his point, Krissa promptly flopped onto her back, paws in the air, looking expectantly at the group. Oh, she wants belly rubs. Harry laughed. Don't worry, she's very gentle. She can crush stone with her paws, but she's never even scratched me. Penny was the first to kneel down and tentatively pet the cub. Chris's purrs intensified, and soon all of Harry's friends were cooing over her. She's amazing, Charlotte said softly, scratching behind Chris's ears. But not as amazing as how much you've changed, Harry. You seem older somehow. Not just physically. Harry met her eyes, noting the new shadows there. You've changed too. I heard about the forest vault. The mood shifted slightly, but before it could become awkward, Tonks brightened. Oh. You have to see what I learned to do with my metamorphmagus abilities. I can make my nose look like a dog's nose now. Harry couldn't help but laugh, the tension breaking. Actually, I have something to show you all too. He led them to a clear space in the courtyard. Some magi zoologists in Brazil helped me understand something new about working with energy. Harry closed his eyes briefly, activating his inner eye. When he opened them again, he could see the potential paths of lightning hanging in the air the moment he started moving his chi. Carefully, he began placing points of chi in mid-air, creating attraction points where he knew the lightning would want to flow. The first bolt jumped between his fingers, following exactly the path he'd seen a moment before. Working quickly, Harry released more bolts and made use of his inner eye to predict each path 1 second before the lightning was released. It's like painting, he explained as he worked, but instead of controlling the strokes directly, I have to see where the lightning wants to go and give it paths to follow. The lightning struck through the air, forming a living portrait of his friends. Each bolt sought its natural path, guided by Harry's carefully placed chi points, creating brief but incredibly detailed arrangements of light. He added his azure flames to complement the lightning, the two energies working together to capture not just their appearances but their essence, Tonk's playful energy, Penny's warm presence, Charlotte's quiet strength, Kiara's gentle grace, and Bill's protective nature. Merlin's beard, Bill whispered, watching the portrait take shape. That's not just impressive magic, that's real art. 000000. Harry's room had changed significantly during his absence. The walls were now lined with specially crafted shelves, perfect for displaying his crystal collection. Krissa immediately claimed her new bed near the window, a raised platform with a perfect view of both the room and the grounds below. This one's from the Amazon, Harry explained, placing a crystal sphere on one of the shelves. Inside, magical hummingbirds made of lightning darted between flame-painted flowers. His friends were scattered around his room, looking at his growing collection with varying degrees of amazement. The detail is incredible, Penny said as she held up a crystal containing an African market scene where flame-painted merchants haggled over lightning-sketched wares. You can almost hear them talking. You really have been everywhere, haven't you? Charlotte said softly, picking up a crystal showing the Temple of Apollo at sunset. Her tone made Harry turn to look at her properly. I heard bits about what happened with the forest vault, he said carefully. But I feel like I missed so much. The entire thing started on the day I left, didn't it? Charlotte set down the crystal, settling cross-legged on the floor. The others grew quiet, gathering around as she began to speak. It started with the sleepwalking incidents, Charlotte said, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Not just Tulip, lots of students were affected. Then Rakepick showed up more often, watching everything. She wasn't the only one watching, Penny added, looking very unhappy. Snape had Charlotte spying on Rakepick, while Rakepick knew about the spying all along. It was like this weird game of cat and mouse. And then there was Ben, Tonks said quietly, crossing her arms tightly. He attacked us in the courtyard, wearing a mask and calling himself RS Messenger. When we finally caught him, he had no memory of it. The forest vault itself. Charlotte paused, gathering her thoughts. We needed Torvus's arrow, that's why we borrowed Rakepick's Niffler. But there was this red cap in the way, and we had to brew a beautification potion to distract it. She smiled slightly. Snape caught us and broke our broom, but it was worth it. The actual vault was in an Acromantula's lair, Bill added, shuddering slightly. His hand unconsciously rubbed his forearm where Harry could see faint web scarring. Massive spider. When it trapped Charlie. He swallowed hard, looking away. I've never heard my little brother scream like that. Hagrid and Torvus too, all wrapped up in those webs, and Charlotte had too. He trailed off, and Harry noticed how Charlotte's shoulders tensed at the memory. But the strangest part, Charlotte continued, meeting Harry's eyes, was hearing Jacob's voice again. He said only the final vault was real, that he was trapped in the next one, and we couldn't let them get there first. We found a dragon portrait and a sweater inside. And now Rakepick's going to be our defense professor next year, Kiara mentioned softly. She told Charlotte she's going to change the rules to make searching for the vaults easier. So much happened, and I wasn't here to help. Harry's fingers traced the edge of a crystal containing one of his Brazilian lightning sculptures, the beauty of it suddenly feeling like an accusation. While he'd been creating art, his friends had been fighting for their lives. You were having your own adventures, Charlotte said gently, but her scarred hand trembled slightly as she reached for his. And maybe that's good. You came back different, stronger. She paused, something vulnerable crossing her face. We all changed. But at least your changes don't. Speaking of adventures, Tonks said, clearly trying to lighten the mood, you haven't told Harry about the party at the Burrow. Bill, remember when your mum found out? After the stories gradually wound down, his friends began to leave. Bill had prefect duties, Penny needed to check on a potion she was brewing, and Tonks had detention with Filch. Don't ask, she groaned. Charlotte and Kiara lingered a bit longer, but eventually they too had to leave for their evening classes. Once alone, Harry sat on his bed, scratching Chris's ears as he thought about everything he'd heard. The cub bumped her head against his hand, sensing his troubled thoughts. Want to play? He asked, grabbing her enchanted yarn ball. They spent a while like that, Harry throwing the ball and Chris leaping after it. But he kept thinking back to what he'd learned. Finally, he stood up. I need to fly for a bit, he told Chrissa, who gave him an understanding purr. He transformed into his eagle form and soared out the window. The wind beneath his wings was comforting as always as he circled the castle towers. How long had it been since he'd flown over Hogwarts? The grounds looked different now, touched by early spring. The whomping willow's branches were beginning to bud, and the Great Lake's surface sparkled in the afternoon sun. His keen eagle eyes caught sight of the still lake, the perfectly motionless body of water that had formed in the crater from his mist incident. Even now, months later, not a single ripple disturbed its mirror-like surface. He couldn't help but once again think about his world tour with the Flamels and what his friends had faced here. While he'd been painting with lightning in Brazil and watching floating elephants in Africa, they'd been fighting acromantulas and dealing with cursed students. The contrast bothered him deeply until he remembered something Nicholas had taught him while discussing Greek philosophy. Time flows differently for each person, the old alchemist had said. What matters is not that all streams flow the same way, but that they eventually join to form a greater river. Harry circled higher, letting the cool air calm him. He'd been sent away because he'd been reckless. If he'd been here during these events, would he have helped? Or would he have made things worse again? He wasn't there then. He couldn't have helped. But he was here now, stronger and wiser than before. If another threat came to Hogwarts, Harry banked sharply, turning back toward his tower. He would be responsible, and not risk his friends' lives for fun. Chapter 47, Gradual Progress. Hey Charlotte, got a minute? Harry caught up to her after breakfast the next morning. There's something I want to try. He led her to an empty classroom nearby, closing the door softly behind them. Charlotte hopped onto a desk, legs swinging slightly. Is this about that healing story in The Prophet? She asked. The one from France? Harry nodded, pulling up a chair. You saw that? Hard to miss, Charlotte smiled. Golden light healing people's injuries? Though nobody seemed sure if it was real or just accidental magic. The Prophet loves writing dramatic stories about you. Well, they're right about this, Harry said. It's real. I can heal people. He glanced at her scarred hand. I'd like to try it, if you're willing. Charlotte looked deeply at her own robes for a moment, then extended her hand. It's worth a try. Harry's hun soul drew on the faith invested in him. It felt like there was much more available than before, probably all those Daily Prophet articles that had focused attention on him. Golden light gathered around his hands as he refined the raw faith into pure divine healing energy. The moment he released the healing wave, his inner eye activated on its own. He could see 1 second into the future, watching how the divine energy would flow into the cursed scars, and how the dark magic would respond. The curse wasn't just blocking his healing, it was feeding on it. Each time the divine energy touched the scars, the dark magic absorbed it, using it to maintain itself. Harry tried redirecting the flow, using his brief glimpse of the future to outmaneuver the curse, but it adapted just as quickly. Ha, Harry sighed, letting the golden light fade. The oracle was right after all. The oracle. Someone I met in Greece who warned me about curse scars, Harry explained, running a hand through his hair. She said they maintain themselves through the belief and fear of the caster, target, and whatever tries to heal it. The dark magic is literally using my own magic to keep itself alive. He'd failed this first attempt, but watching through his inner eye had shown him exactly how the curse tried to respond. Maybe with some more thought. Let me try again, Harry said, straightening up. But this time. He took a deep breath. I'm not going to stop. Charlotte nodded, extending her hand once more. Harry gathered divine energy, but instead of releasing it in a single wave, he kept refining more and more faith into divine energy. His Hun soul strained with the effort of continuous refinement. His inner eye too burned as he pushed it further than ever before, stretching his future sight to 2 seconds instead of 1. The extra second of foresight let him see the curse's flow more clearly, how it would reach for his divine energy, trying to consume it. Sweat beaded on Harry's forehead as he maintained the healing wave. The curse kept adapting, but now he could see its movements far enough ahead to start predicting its flow. It was like his lightning art, understanding where energy wanted to flow and working with those paths. Then he noticed something very alarming. The well of faith he drew from was depleting rapidly. He had maybe 30 seconds left at this rate. Come on, Harry muttered, focusing on a tiny section of one scar. Instead of trying to overwhelm the entire curse at once, he isolated a small portion and directed all his remaining healing power there. The dark magic tried to feed on the divine energy as usual, but this time there was too much concentrated in one spot in comparison to the amount of dark magic. Just as the last drops of faith ran out, Harry saw the curse's grip weaken slightly. He collapsed forward, catching himself on the desk while panting heavily. Harry! Charlotte grabbed his shoulders, steadying him. Then she looked at her hand and went very still. There, in one tiny spot, a scar had faded ever so slightly. Charlotte's hands trembled as she traced the tiny spot. She pulled Harry into a hug so tight he could feel her heart racing. You did it, she whispered, voice breaking. Her next words came between shaky breaths. Even just this little bit. Her grip tightened. Thank you. Harry hugged back, still breathing hard. We'll figure it out, he promised. It'll take time for me to gather more energy for this, but now we know it's possible. I just wish I could have seen like this earlier, Harry muttered lowly. Those 2 seconds of foresight made all the difference in getting around the dark magic. 2 seconds of what? Charlotte pulled back from the hug, wiping her eyes. Harry winced, realizing what he'd let slip. After thinking on it, he decided to explain. She'd trusted him with the vaults and her scars, he could trust her with this. My inner eye, he said. Well, it lets me see a second or two into the future. Usually just 1 second, but I managed to push it to 2 while healing. That's why I was so exhausted, maintaining that level of foresight while using magic like that was intense. Charlotte blinked. You can see the future? Like Professor Trelawney says she can. No, nothing like that, Harry shook his head. Just a second or 2 ahead, and only if I really focus. It's more useful for seeing how things will move like with my lightning art, or in this case, seeing how the dark magic would react to the healing. That's how you knew exactly where to direct the healing energy, Charlotte realized. You could see where the curse would try to block it before it happened. Harry nodded. It's usually easier with things like predicting where lightning will strike. Fighting against dark magic was different. The curse kept changing how it acted, so even with 2 seconds of foresight, it was hard to keep up. Still, Charlotte looked at her hand again, touching the slightly faded spot. It worked. Even if it's just this tiny bit, it worked. She smiled at him. Even if it takes years, knowing these can actually be healed. I'll keep trying, Harry promised. Now that I know what to look for with my inner eye, I can work on better ways to counter how the curse feeds on the healing energy. Maybe if I... A loud growl interrupted them. They both turned to see Chrissa in the doorway, looking particularly unimpressed about missing breakfast with Harry. Charlotte laughed, the sound lighter than Harry had heard yesterday. I think someone's jealous of our private chat. Sorry, Chrissa, Harry grinned, standing up on slightly shaky legs. Let's go get you some food. They left the classroom, and Charlotte bumped his shoulder gently. Thank you, she said again, quietly. Not just for trying, but for showing me it wasn't hopeless. After leaving Charlotte, Harry spent the rest of the day in his room, trying to distract himself from the morning's partial success. His brushes lay scattered across the desk, azure flames flowing between them as he practiced maintaining different temperatures. But his thoughts kept drifting back to those cursed scars. Chrissa watched from her cushioned platform by the window, tail swishing whenever Harry's flames flickered too high. The spring breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers from the greenhouse, reminding him he still needed to show Sprout his sketches of those Brazilian fire flowers. Maybe that's what I need, Harry muttered, setting down his brush. A break from all this. He gestured at the half-finished flame painting. The colors were wrong anyway, he couldn't quite capture the exact shade of divine healing light. In the private potions laboratory Dumbledore had set aside for him, Harry laid out some of his personal set of silver knives, a gift from Nicholas that had seen heavy use these past months. The wooden box still carried a faint scent of France, bringing back memories of long afternoons spent learning how to prepare ingredients. Verita serum, Harry whispered, arranging his workspace. He'd never attempted it before, but the recipe was clear in his mind. A month-long brew, technically restricted by the ministry, but Nicholas had always encouraged experimentation. He would probably be delighted to see Harry attempting such an advanced potion. Harry selected a pure silver cauldron, checking its surface for any imperfections. Truthfulness required absolute purity in the brewing vessel. He arranged his ingredients, Montio collected at midnight, powdered jobbernoll feathers, and crystallized water from a natural spring. His fingers traced the edge of the cauldron as he considered the first step. Most brewers would need a wand to activate the magical properties of Montio, but Harry had discovered something interesting during his first try at making potions. If he drew in an ambient magic using his Po-Soul, just as it did when he created mist, he could direct it into the ingredients if he was intensely focused. Let's see. Harry crushed the jobbernoll feathers with sharp, diagonal strokes. The typical recipe called for powder fine as dust, but his instincts suggested leaving some slightly larger fragments would create anchor points for the truth-compelling magic. He added them to the spring water, watching how they settled in a spiral formation. The Montio came next, 3 drops exactly as the first ray of afternoon sun struck the cauldron through the high window. Harry guided a thin stream of magic into the mixture, watching with satisfaction as the liquid began to shimmer with an opalescent sheen. Perfect first stage, he noted, setting a timer. The potion would need to simmer for exactly 3 days before the next ingredient. He'd have to transport it carefully when returning to France, but Nicholas had taught him several methods for safely moving in-progress brews. It was still strange to think how far he'd progressed. The potions taught at Hogwarts felt like they were being taught at an exaggeratedly slow pace, even Newt-level brewing didn't feel so difficult now. Harry smiled, imaging Snape's face if he knew he had almost finished learning whatever he'd be teaching Harry in a couple of years. A loud crash from the corridor interrupted his thoughts. Harry stepped out of the laboratory just in time to see Peeves zooming past, juggling what looked suspiciously like Mrs. Norris's favorite cat toys. "Ickle Potter water!" Peeves cackled, doing a backwards loop-de-loop. "Want to play catch with Kitty's strings?" "No thanks, Peeves," Harry grinned, ducking as a fuzzy mouse sailed over his head. "Though you might want to head toward the astronomy tower, I heard Filch muttering about cleaning the trophy room earlier." "Ooh." Peeves' eyes lit up with mischief. "Peevesy thanks you." He zoomed off, singing at the top of his lungs, "Here kitty kitty, where's your pretty toy?" asked the poltergeist to the caretaker's joy. Harry shook his head, still smiling as he climbed the moving staircases. A group of second years hurried past, their loud discussion about transfiguration homework echoing off the stone walls. One of the portraits, a dignified witch in medieval robes, gave him a friendly wave. "Evening, young Potter. That lion of yours left muddy paw prints all over Sir Cadogan's frame this morning. He's still throwing a fit about it." "Sorry about that," Harry called back. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office seemed to eye him knowingly as he came closer. Harry could have sworn it winked at him, though that might have been a trick of the fading sunlight. "Fizzing Whizbee," Harry told it, which shifted aside with a grinding of stone. The spiral staircase carried him upward, the gentle motion giving him time to clear his thoughts after the intense focus of potion making. A warm trail greeted him before he even reached the top. Harry smiled. Fawkes always knew when he was approaching. He knocked on the heavy oak door, breathing in the subtle scent of lemon drops that seemed to be permanently infused into the wood. "Come in, Harry," Dumbledore called. "Good evening, Grandpa," Harry said, entering the circular office. The last rays of sunset painted the room in shades of gold and crimson, making Fawkes' feathers gleam like living flame. "Ah, Harry." Dumbledore smiled, setting aside some papers. "I notice your bracelet has been very silent these past months. It seems you've mastered the control phase entirely." "Yes," Harry nodded, slipping off the red bracelet. "Even at maximum interference, I could maintain focus." He hesitated slightly. After that situation with the Oracle was resolved, anything involving my mind seemed to become easier." "Ah yes," Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "The snow in summer you mentioned." "Right." Harry shifted in his chair. "Though I know you're not happy about that entire situation." Dumbledore gave him a pointed look over his half-moon spectacles. "Indeed. I trust you've learned better than to accept such gifts from entities that aren't truly alive." Harry's gaze dropped to his hands, the Oracle's silver tears a phantom taste on his tongue. He slowly nodded his head. "Well then," Dumbledore smiled, changing the subject. "I believe it's time we moved on to the third phase of your occlumency training, active detection." He leaned forward slightly, folding his hands on the desk. "This phase will be different. No special bracelet this time. Instead, we'll meet every 2 days to work with actual legilimency probes, very light ones, with your consent of course. You'll learn to detect when someone is trying to enter your mind," Dumbledore continued. "We'll practice maintaining that clear mind we worked on while under actual probing, and you'll learn to suppress specific memories during light intrusion. Over time," he concluded, "this will help build your endurance for maintaining mental defenses. Are you ready to begin?" Harry straightened in his chair, nodding firmly. After everything with the Oracle, he understood better than ever why these defenses were important. "We'll start very lightly," Dumbledore said, drawing his wand. "Just a gentle touch against your outer thoughts. Try to notice when you feel it." Harry nodded, taking a deep breath and settling more comfortably in his chair. "Legilimens," Dumbledore whispered. A slight crease appeared between Dumbledore's eyebrows. "Curious, your mind seems quite different now." "Different how?" Harry asked, having felt nothing yet. "It's trying to evade my probe on its own," Dumbledore explained, maintaining the light touch. "Though I can still establish the connection without much difficulty." He tilted his head thoughtfully. "Perhaps this is due to your Hun soul's influence. Or that flexible soul." Harry started to respond, but Dumbledore shook his head. "No matter for now. Let's continue with the lesson. Focus on trying to sense my presence." The first probe felt like nothing at all. The second was just a whisper against his thoughts. By the fifth attempt, Harry started noticing something, not quite a sensation, but a feeling of otherness. "There," Harry said suddenly. "Just now, like someone walking past me in thick fog." "Very good," Dumbledore nodded, maintaining the gentle probe. "Now that you've noticed it, try to track where it goes." Harry focused on the strange presence. It seemed to drift through his surface thoughts, barely touching them. "It's moving toward memories of breakfast." "Excellent." Dumbledore increased the pressure slightly. "Most students take weeks just to notice the initial contact. Your Hun soul seems to make you particularly sensitive to mental intrusion." The next hour passed quickly. Harry learned to distinguish between different types of probes, some felt sharp and direct, others soft and diffuse. He could track their movement through his mind with increasing accuracy, even predicting where they would go next. "Very remarkable," Dumbledore said after Harry correctly identified a probe's target before it reached the memory. "Your inner eye is helping you anticipate the probes, isn't it?" Harry nodded. "I can see about a second ahead where the probe will try to go. It makes tracking them much easier." "Let's try something more challenging then." Dumbledore raised his wand again. "I'll send multiple light probes. Try to track them all." The first dual probe was manageable. Harry could feel them moving in different directions, one toward his recent memories of Charlotte, another toward thoughts of Chrissa. 3 probes were harder, but his inner eye helped him stay ahead of their movements. 4, Harry announced, sweat beading on his forehead. 1 near memories of France, 2 around this morning's thoughts, and one trying to sneak behind the others toward deeper memories. Dumbledore ended the spell, looking impressed. Most adult wizards with a bit of training in occlumency struggle to track 3 probes simultaneously. Though I notice you're not actually trying to block any of them yet. No, Harry admitted. I can feel and track them, but stopping them. He wiped his forehead. That feels like trying to catch smoke with my hands. That will come with practice, Dumbledore assured him. For now, your detection abilities are advancing remarkably fast. We should be able to move on to actual defense much sooner than I expected. Harry smiled tiredly. The Oracle gave me a lot of motivation for keeping unwanted things out of my mind. Indeed. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Sometimes our greatest lessons come from our most difficult experiences. Though I would prefer you not seek out such experiences in the future. Don't worry, Harry said quickly. I've had enough ancient beings trying to get in my head for one lifetime. Dumbledore chuckled. Quite. Now, shall we try one more set before ending for today? Perhaps see if you can track 5 probes at once. Harry's green eyes suddenly darkened, and Dumbledore immediately noticed the change in his expression. Tomb Blade, Warhammer Fantasy, Dogs of War costs 300 CP, 350 CP available to spend. A cursed, fell weapon made magical by centuries of steeping in the foul dark magics that swirl and coalesce in long-forgotten tombs. This blade now harbors hate, the spirit of its former wielder trapped inside the rusted iron shard, hungry to tear away the warmth and life of the living. Its bite leaves terrible wounds that never heal. Another offer? He asked quietly. Yes. Harry's lip curled in revulsion. A cursed weapon called a tomb blade. Well, it's horrible. The spirit of its previous owner is trapped inside, and it leaves wounds that never heal. He shuddered slightly. It's made from centuries of dark magic in forgotten tombs. And your thoughts? Dumbledore leaned forward, though he seemed to already know Harry's answer from his expression. After everything with Charlotte's cursed scars. Harry shook his head firmly. I just spent all morning trying to heal wounds that never heal. I don't want anything to do with creating more of them. Dumbledore smiled warmly. I'm glad to see your experiences have taught you wisdom rather than tempting you toward darker paths. Besides, Harry added, trapping someone's spirit in a weapon? That's... He trailed off, looking troubled. After what the Oracle tried to do, the idea of trapped spirits makes me uncomfortable. A soft chime from one of Dumbledore's silver instruments signaled the end of their session. Outside the tall windows, the sun had begun to set, painting the office in warm golden light. I believe that's enough for today, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair. Though I must say, your progress is beyond exceptional. I do expect us to move towards the next phase very soon. Harry sank deeper into his chair, his shoulders dropping as Fawkes glided down his perch to land on Harry's shoulder, offering a comforting trill. Thanks, Fawkes, Harry smiled, reaching up to stroke the phoenix's warm feathers. I think I needed that. Phoenixes have an uncanny sense for when someone has pushed themselves too hard, Dumbledore noted, walking to one of his cabinets. Which reminds me, would you like a chocolate frog? I find they help after mental exertion. Harry accepted the candy, but one of the portraits spoke up. In my day, we didn't coddle students with sweets after lessons. But the former headmaster's stern expression softened when Fawkes turned to give him an unimpressed stare. Same time in 2 days? Harry asked, unwrapping the chocolate frog. He easily caught it mid-jump, some skills never faded. Indeed. Though perhaps we should move our sessions earlier, Dumbledore glanced at the darkening sky. I noticed Chrissa gets rather anxious around dinner time. Harry laughed. She's still mad about this morning. I had to give her extra treats after keeping her waiting. Ah yes, about that. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Severus came to me quite distressed about finding golden fur all over his chair at breakfast. Would you happen to know anything about that? Pure coincidence, Harry said innocently, but couldn't quite hide his grin. She just really likes him for some reason. Dumbledore didn't look convinced. Well, you'd better head down to dinner before she decides to redecorate more furniture. Harry reached the door, and Dumbledore called after him. Oh, and Harry? Well done today. Particularly with that offer. It's not easy to reject power, even dangerous power, when it's freely given. Harry paused, hand on the doorknob. Some kinds of power aren't worth the cost, he said quietly. I learned that the hard way. The phoenix song that followed him down the spiral staircase felt like approval. Chapter 48, Prestigious Arts. 5 weeks later, June 1988. Chrissa, no, Harry sighed, gently pushing the Nemean lion cub's face away from his porridge bowl. You already had your breakfast. She's getting bigger, Nicholas observed from behind his copy of Le Oracle, the French magical newspaper. Soon she'll be stealing whole roasts instead of just bits of bacon. Pernell set down a fresh pot of tea, her sleeve brushing against Harry's notes on Quintessential Flame. Speaking of food, Harry, you've barely touched your breakfast. Too focused on your experiments again. The albedo phase almost held for 1 minute during the 4th stage yesterday, Harry said, finally taking a bite of porridge. I think I've figured out why it keeps. A sharp crack against the window made them all jump. An enormous eagle owl had misjudged the distance, its beak leaving a small mark on the glass. The bird righted itself with as much dignity as it could muster, smoothing its bronze-colored feathers before tapping again, more gently this time. Well, that's different, Nicholas folded his paper, eyeing the pure white envelope in the owl's beak. Most post owls don't carry letters that shine like that. The moment Pernell opened the window, the owl swooped straight to Harry, nearly knocking over his tea. It presented the envelope with an air of self-importance that reminded Harry oddly of some of the prefects at Hogwarts. The envelope was warm to the touch, and breaking the wax seal, a phoenix rising from a pencil, released the subtle scent of summer roses. The parchment inside seemed to be made of expensive materials that shone with moonlight. Harry unfolded the parchment, while Chrissa abandoned her attempts at stealing porridge to investigate the owl, which shuffled nervously away from her intense gaze. L'Académie Lumière des Arts Enchantés. Palais des Muses, Val de Loire. Dearest Mr. Potter. It is with great pleasure and anticipation that we extend this personal invitation to participate in the 287th Grand Exhibition of Magical Artistry. Your revolutionary work in combining elemental manipulation with traditional artistic techniques has captured the attention of our most distinguished council members. The exhibition, to be held from July 15 through August 1, represents the pinnacle of magical artistic achievement across Europe. This year's theme, Innovation in Tradition, seems particularly suited to your unique approach to magical art. We are especially intrigued by reports of your lightning sculptures and their preservation in artisans' crystals. Such masterful control of magic for artistic expression has not been seen since the great Leonardo da Vinci himself graced our halls. Should you accept, you would be our youngest participant in 3 centuries. A special dispensation has been granted by the council members in light of your extraordinary talent. Please respond by June 15. Enclosed is a golden ticket for private viewing of our permanent collection, should you wish to visit before making your decision. With highest regards. Madame Apolline Delacour, Directress of Special Exhibitions. L'Académie Lumière des Arts Enchantés. P.S. I trust you remember our meeting at Maison Cape Noir? My daughter Fleur still speaks of your blue flames, though she insists her own are superior. Perhaps this exhibition might settle that friendly rivalry? And do give my regards to the Flamels. Harry looked up from the letter to find Nicholas and Pernell exchanging curious glances. Nicholas leaned forward, setting his newspaper aside. Well? What has rendered you speechless? Harry passed over the letter, still staring at the golden ticket in his other hand. It's from Madame Delacour, that day at Maison Cape Noir, with her daughter and the Villa fire. Delacour. Pernell set down her teacup, brow furrowing. I don't quite. The clothing shop, Harry prompted. You were looking at different robes for me that day. The girl with silver blonde hair challenged me to a fire-making contest. Oh. Nicholas' face lit up as he straightened in his chair. Yes, now I remember. Though as I recall, neither of you actually won that impromptu contest. Nell intervened before it went out of control. Pernell moved to read over Nicholas' shoulder, swishing her wand at the same time to let the breakfast dishes go wash themselves. The Grand Exhibition, this is extraordinary. They almost never invite anyone under 20, let alone under 10. Nicholas traced the seal with his finger. Though I find myself wondering about the timing. What do you mean? Harry looked up from where he'd been scratching behind Chris's ears. The timing of it all, Nicholas said slowly. Coming not too long after your breakthrough with lightning art. He set the letter beside his abandoned newspaper. A lot of people are keeping a very close eye on your progress. Pernell nodded. The French magical community has always been particular about nurturing artistic talent. especially when it comes to innovative magic use. You think they want more than just my art pieces? Harry sighed, scratching behind Chris's ears as she abandoned the owl to lay her head in his lap. They want to secure a connection, Nicholas explained. Your work is unique, using fire and lightning magic in ways nobody's seen before. Every place associated with art would love to claim some influence in your development. But you're already teaching me, Harry said, reaching for the golden ticket that had fallen beneath his napkin. Pernell smiled. Yes, but Nicholas hasn't exactly advertised that fact. Most people think you're just visiting us occasionally, not receiving intensive training in both potions and herbology. So what should I do? Harry asked. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged one of their long looks, the kind that spoke of centuries together. The morning sunlight caught the silver in their hair as Chrissa pounced unsuccessfully at the butterfly, knocking over an empty chair. I think you should accept. Nicholas pulled his teacup away from the edge of the table as Chris's tail swept past. But we'll need clear boundaries. You're an artist sharing your work, not some prodigy to be fought over. The bronze owl ruffled its feathers, clearly impatient for a response. It hopped closer to Harry's plate, eyeing the remains of his breakfast. The private viewing would be worth your time, Pernell said. Their permanent collection includes pieces that could spark entirely new directions for your work. She shooed the butterfly toward the window. And it might help to see what you're up against before committing to the exhibition. Nicholas gathered the scattered papers from breakfast. Though perhaps wait until after your next session with Charlotte. How is that progressing? Harry's hand stilled on the ticket. The scars fade a little more each time, but the faith takes so long to rebuild. And even then, I can only affect such a small area. All the more reason to keep that private. Pernell said. Let the exhibition focus on your art. The healing needs space to develop naturally, and it isn't such a good idea to publicize what you can do. The owl let out a demanding hoot, knocking over the salt cellar in its impatience. I should write back, Harry said, pulling a fresh sheet of parchment from the stack Nicholas had collected. His quill hovered over the page. Do you think I should mention the fire challenge with Fleur? Nicholas chuckled. Perhaps save that for the exhibition itself. I have a feeling young Miss Delacour will ensure the subject comes up naturally. Well then, Harry dipped his quill in ink. Let's see if I can write something suitably formal for l'Académie Lumière. After finishing his response, Harry made his way up the winding staircase to his room, pausing briefly to admire the gleaming crystal vial of Verida serum displayed on one of his shelves. A month of careful brewing, precise timing, and patient waiting between stages had produced an exceptionally potent brew. Harry allowed himself a small proud smile. Even if most of that month was just waiting for the next stages, the actual brewing had required perfect execution. Each step had to be. His smile faded slightly as his gaze drifted to his workbench, where several notes laid. The albedo phase of his quintessence flame remained frustratingly elusive. Oh, he could achieve it, that wasn't the problem. But maintaining more? Making progress? He sat at his desk, running his fingers over the smooth surface of an artisan's crystal. Creating more stable silver-white flame spheres was possible, yes, but the difficulty increased exponentially. 2 spheres he could maintain for 10 minutes. 3 spheres cut that time in half. 4 spheres? 2 minutes at most, and the strain of dividing his focus that many ways left him with a headache that even Perinel's special tea couldn't fully soothe. How many? He whispered to himself, creating a single perfect sphere of silver-white flame above his palm. 5 seems too arbitrary. 7 has magical significance, but this isn't magic, is it? It's chi. The sphere cast no shadows as it rotated slowly, its light neither warm nor cold. Harry had spent many hours studying its properties, yet the deeper principles of chi were still not clear to him. Without that fundamental understanding, he could only continue experimenting, adding more spheres, hoping to stumble upon the right number through trial and error. At least the practice served some practical purpose. Nicholas regularly called him down to the laboratory, where they'd discovered that multiple albedo spheres could slowly purify physical objects, burning away impurities without damaging the essential substance. It had proven invaluable for both potions and alchemy work, particularly in the ongoing analysis of the elixir of life. Even after months of study, Nicholas hadn't managed to replicate even the smallest effects of the elixir. But as he had said while carefully decanting another failed attempt, if something this perfect could be easily copied, it wouldn't be quite so precious, would it? Harry glanced at his potions journal, where he'd documented his Veritaserum brewing process. He and Nicholas had agreed, no albedo phase assistance until he'd mastered each potion the traditional way. After all, perfection built upon perfection could only lead to greater heights. Harry extinguished the silver-white flame sphere and stood up, moving to the center of his room where he'd cleared a practice space. Divine energy wasn't something to waste, but he'd learned the hard way that neglecting regular practice only made precise control harder when it really mattered. "Sorry, Charlotte," he murmured, knowing this would use up some of the faith he'd been gathering. But better to use a little now than fumble during their next healing session. He closed his eyes, letting his Hun soul reach out to the well of collective faith. It felt different now than when he'd first discovered it, more like paint waiting to be mixed into the right shade. His world-class painting talent had changed how he perceived it, just as it had transformed his approach to fire and lightning. Golden light gathered around his hands as he began his exercise. First, the foundation, a simple circle drawn in midair with divine energy. The light hung there, neither dissipating nor falling, responding to his artistic intent just as fire and lightning did. Harry added delicate strokes, watching how the divine energy flowed and merged. Where fire would blend hot and cold, and lightning would seek paths of least resistance, divine energy seemed to resonate with itself, each new line harmonizing with the ones before it. A phoenix took shape in the air, formed entirely of golden light. Harry focused on the details, each feather a sharp stroke of divine energy, the wings spread in mid-flight, the tail trailing streams of light that shone like morning sun on water. It wasn't just an image, he could feel the praise and thanks placed into every line. He'd tried capturing these divine paintings in artisan's crystals before, but as expected, the energy simply wouldn't transfer. These creations were ephemeral, lasting only as long as he maintained them. In a way, that made them more precious, each one unique, impossible to preserve except in memory. The phoenix dissolved as Harry added more strokes, the divine energy reforming into a new shape, a tree growing from a single golden seed, branches spreading outward like reaching hands. Each leaf was a tiny exercise of control, requiring just the right touch to maintain its form without bleeding into the others. Sweat beaded on his forehead. This level of precision with divine energy was exhausting, but he could feel his control improving. The tree's branches moved as if in a gentle breeze, each leaf turning to catch imaginary sunlight. "Just one more," Harry whispered, letting the tree fade. He gathered the remaining divine energy into a final creation, a portrait of Charlotte, her scars gradually fading away. The golden light flickered and died as his reserves ran low. Harry sat heavily in his desk chair, panting just a little bit. The exercise had used up more faith than he'd intended, but the improvement in his control was worth it. Next time he tried healing Charlotte's scars, he'd need every bit of that precision if he wanted to make quicker progress. Besides, there was something fitting about using the boy who lived's collected faith to create art. It felt more honest somehow, than just storing it up like a battery. The faith came from people's hope and belief, shouldn't it create something beautiful before being used to heal? A knock at his door interrupted Harry's thoughts. "Come in," he called, still catching his breath from the divine energy control exercise. Pernell entered, carrying a tray with a steaming cup of her special restorative tea. She took one look at him and shook her head fondly. "I saw the golden light from under your door. Practicing again?" "I need to improve my control," Harry accepted the tea gratefully. The familiar blend of herbs, some of which he'd helped gather from their magical garden, immediately began restoring his energy. "Thank you, Aunt Nell." She sat in the window seat, petting Chrissa who had somehow sneaked in behind her. "You know, most children your age would be playing with toys or reading adventure stories." "I do read adventure stories," Harry protested loudly. Usually while practicing flame control at the same time." "Multitasking is not what I meant," Pernell laughed at that answer. "Though speaking of stories, Nicholas wants to show you something in the library. Once you've finished your tea, of course." Harry perked up. "What is it?" "You'll see," she smiled mysteriously. "Though I will say it's related to the exhibition. We thought you might want to see some examples of past entries before your private viewing next week." Harry sipped his tea again. "Did either of you ever participate in the exhibition?" "Oh yes," Pernell's eyes sparkled with memory. "Nicholas entered a rather spectacular piece in, must have been 1723? The judges were quite impressed until it exploded." "It exploded?" Harry nearly choked on his tea. "Quite spectacularly," she confirmed with obvious amusement. Harry set down his empty cup, feeling much more energetic. What was he trying to make? Why don't you ask him yourself? Pernell stood, shooing Krissa off the window seat. He loves telling that story, though his version gets more elaborate every century. Chapter 49, L'Académie Lumière. 2 weeks later. June 14, 1988. Morning mist clung to the Loire Valley as Harry followed Fleur through L'Académie Lumière's garden paths. Stone cherubs peeked from behind flowering bushes, while enchanted roses hummed gentle melodies that changed with each passing breeze. No, no, Fleur turned sharply, making Harry pause in his steps. You must greet the muses properly before entering. Watch carefully. She demonstrated an elegant bow, arms flowing through specific positions while whispering her thanks in ancient Greek. The statues flanking the entrance stirred slightly, marble eyes following her movements. Harry copied the gesture perfectly on his first try, earning a small huff of annoyance from Fleur. Of course you would get it immediately, she muttered, glancing up at him. And how are you so tall? It is not fair that you are 3 years younger than me. Good food. Harry suggested innocently, which only made Fleur's scowl deepen. This way, she said, leading him through the grand entrance. Maman asked me to show you the public galleries first, before your official tour with Madame Laurent. The entrance hall opened into a circular chamber where painted clouds drifted across the domed ceiling. Each cloud contained a different scene, artists at work throughout history, their brush strokes leaving trails of color in the air. That's Leonardo da Vinci. Harry pointed excitedly at one cloud. Nicholas told me about how he used to encode formulas into his paintings. Yes, Fleur nodded approvingly. Though the British like to claim Merlin as the greatest wizard, Da Vinci is obviously much more intelligent and understood that magic and art are one and the same. Madame Laurent met them at the entrance to the historical galleries. The tall witch wore robes that shifted between different artistic styles, one moment impressionist brush strokes, the next medieval illuminated manuscript details. Ah, Monsieur Potter, she smiled warmly. And Fleur, thank you for showing our guest around. I can take over from here. Fleur gave another bow before departing, though not without a last glance at Harry. Now then, Madame Laurent gestured toward the first gallery. Shall we begin with the Renaissance collection? The gallery showcased magical techniques Harry hadn't encountered even at Hogwarts. Where the castle's paintings moved within their frames, these pieces seemed to breathe magic itself. Colors shifted not just with movement but with emotion, a Madonna's robes deepening from azure to midnight as she grieved, while cherubs trailing her radiated actual golden light that warmed the skin. Madame Laurent gestured to a Botticelli that seemed to glow with an inner light. What appears to be simple gold leaf is actually a revolutionary technique. Botticelli discovered that by mixing unicorn hair with gold powder, he could create paint that responds to emotions. Watch. A group of people passed by, laughing about something, and the painting's colors intensified. The Madonna's robes deepened to rich ultramarine, while the angel's wings caught fire with sunset hues. The magic doesn't just animate the figures, Madame Laurent explained. It creates a dialogue between viewer and artwork. Each person sees something slightly different based on their emotional state. Harry couldn't help but gape slightly when the colors shifted again when a more somber group approached. So the painting never looks exactly the same twice. Indeed. And the technique was lost after Botticelli's death, we've never managed to replicate it. Some say the unicorn hair had to be freely given during specific astronomical alignments. Would you mind demonstrating a small sample of your work? Madame Laurent asked as they entered the modern galleries. We've heard many reports about your lightning art. Harry glanced around the room where magical light displays flew through the air in the form of silver monocles. I suppose a small demonstration wouldn't hurt. He raised one hand, channeling chi carefully. A spark jumped between his fingers, then grew into branching lightning that spread outward like growing vines. The electricity formed a rose, each petal guided by points of chi and extensive use of his inner eye to predict their paths. Magnifique! Madame Laurent breathed. And without a wand, though perhaps not surprising, given your other talents. Before Harry could respond, familiar voices drifted from the next gallery. He found Nicholas and Pernell deep in conversation with Madame Delacour, who brightened upon seeing him. Ah, Mr. Potter! Madame Delacour swept forward. I trust Fleur showed you our public collections. Yes, madam. Though I'm curious about the academy itself, how does someone become a student here? An excellent question, she gestured for them to follow her. Perhaps we should discuss this over lunch in my office? The view of the valley is particularly lovely this time of day. Harry followed behind her, and Nicholas fell into step beside Harry. Thinking about future studies already? Maybe, Harry shrugged. Everything here is so different from what I've seen before. The academy takes a unique approach, Nicholas smiled. Though you'll have to wait quite a while before applying. Madame Delacour's office opened onto a balcony overlooking the Loire Valley. House elves brought platters of small sandwiches and fruit while the adults settled into comfortable chairs. The academy only accepts students after 20, Madame Delacour explained, pouring tea. We believe artistic mastery requires both magical education and emotional maturity. How long do students study here? Harry asked, accepting a cup. Between 3 and 7 years, she smiled. Each student specializes in a particular form: enchanted painting, magical music, dynamic dance, living sculpture, though some explore multiple disciplines. Nicholas set down his teacup. Perhaps you should explain about the exhibition as well? Harry should understand what he's walking into. Ah, yes. Madame Delacour's eyes sparkled. The grand exhibition draws thousands of spectators, but we only invite about 50 artists to participate. Most are established masters or academy graduates. Which makes your invitation quite remarkable, Pernell added gently. Though you should know you'll be competing against artists who can enhance their work with advanced magic. Harry frowned. You mean spells that need wands and years of training? Exactly, Nicholas nodded. Being invited at your age is already an extraordinary honor. Nobody expects. Mama. Fleur burst through the door. Oh. Pardon. I did not realize you were still meeting. Perfect timing, Madame Delacour waved her daughter in. Would you show Harry the student galleries? I believe seeing current apprentice work might help him understand what to expect at the exhibition. Fleur brightened at the suggestion. Yes, Ma man, let's go. She said, already reaching for Harry's hand. You will get infinitely more from seeing things than from listening to grown-ups debate about things. Come on. Harry barely had time to process the shift in direction before he found himself following Fleur. They were walking at a quicker pace now, and with just a few corners, found themselves at an entirely different place. The student galleries themselves occupied an entire wing of the academy. Each room showcased different specialties, from enchanted tapestries that wove themselves into new scenes to musical sculptures that played different melodies depending on how light struck them. These are all apprentice pieces? Harry asked, watching a painting shift through various artistic styles. Yes. Some students spend years perfecting a single technique. Fleur pointed to a particularly high-quality piece. See how the colors respond to the viewer's movements? That requires both artistic skill and precise charm work. When do you plan to apply? As soon as I turn 20, Fleur declared proudly. Though I will focus on fire arts, naturally. Speaking of which. She glanced sideways at him. Have you been practicing? Harry grinned. Maybe, you probably already know the answer to that. Though I suppose we'll find out during the exhibition, won't we? Humph. Fleur tossed her silver blonde hair playfully. We shall see who makes the better flames. They ended up on an enchanted balcony as sunset approached. The sky blazed orange and pink while paintings along the walls shifted to match the changing colors. Will you be at the exhibition? Harry asked. Of course. Someone must make sure you do not embarrass El Academy with poor fire control. Harry laughed. I thought you said I wasn't part of the academy yet. No, but you are the first child under 10 ever invited to exhibit. Fleur's expression grew serious. That means you represent more than just yourself, yes? You must do well. No pressure then, Harry muttered, watching the sun sink below the horizon. 000000. Back in Madame Delacour's office, the adults watched the children depart before their conversation took a more serious turn. The British Ministry has expressed concerns about Harry's participation, Madame Delacour said carefully. They seem to think France is attempting to cultivate influence over the boy who lived. Nicholas snorted. As if they haven't tried the same through every available channel. We must handle this delicately, Pernell reminded them. Harry deserves recognition for his talent without becoming a political pawn. Agreed. Madame Delacour nodded. I've already informed the judges that he should be evaluated purely on artistic merit. Though. A slight smile crossed her face. Several other magical governments have requested seats at the exhibition since hearing about his participation. Of course they have, Nicholas sighed. And I suppose they'll all want private meetings. Which we will politely decline, Madame Delacour assured him. The exhibition remains focused on art, not politics. Though perhaps. She paused thoughtfully. Perhaps this attention might benefit magical art education more broadly. You're thinking of using Harry's participation to promote artistic education in other countries. Pernell raised an eyebrow. The timing seems ideal. A child prodigy demonstrating such skill in wandless magic but expressing it entirely through art, it may raise questions about how other nations approach magical art. Just remember he's 7, Nicholas said firmly. Whatever plans you're forming, Harry remains a child first and an artist second. Of course. Madame Delacour smiled as voices drifted up from the balcony below, Harry and Fleur arguing about proper flame control. Though watching those two, I wonder. 000000. The enchanted balcony offered a perfect view of the sunset. Harry leaned against the railing, watching enchanted paintings shift through sunset hues while trying to gather his thoughts. Something troubles you, Fleur said, not quite a question. I'm nervous, Harry admitted quietly. All these amazing works we saw today, and the students here study for years before even attempting pieces like that. Fleur considered this for a moment. When I first saw your blue flames at Maison Cape Noir, I was furious. What? Harry turned to face her. Here was this boy, younger than me, creating flames I had never seen before. She smiled ruefully. I practiced for weeks trying to match that color. Did you manage it? No. But trying to match you made my normal flames stronger. Fleur shrugged. Sometimes we improve most when attempting what seems impossible. But what if I'm not ready? What if? Stop. Fleur held up a hand. You are the first child ever invited to exhibit here. That means something, no? Besides. A mischievous glint entered her eyes. If you perform poorly, I will never let you forget it. Harry laughed despite himself. Thanks. I think. You will do fine, Fleur said more seriously. Just show them what made Maman invite you in the first place. They watched the sun sink lower, painting the sky in deepening shades of gold and purple. Will you really attend the academy when you're 20? Harry asked. If they accept me. Fleur nodded. Though by then, perhaps you will be teaching here instead of studying. Me? Teaching. Why not? You already create things with lightning that is almost impossible to replicate. She grinned. Though naturally, I will still make better flames than you. We'll see about that, Harry smiled, feeling lighter than he had all day. The sunset painted the valley below in warm colors while somewhere in the gardens, a musical fountain played a gentle evening melody. Thank you, Fleur. For what? For treating me normally. Most people either expect too much or treat me like a baby. Well, Fleur sniffed dramatically. Someone must keep you humble. It might as well be me. Chapter 50, Light of Non-Perfection. 2 weeks later. June 24, 1988. Preserved artworks filled the shelves of Harry's practice room, lightning sculptures frozen mid-strike in artisan crystals, flame paintings captured at the peak of intensity. The space had changed considerably since his return from travels, now split between artistic pursuits and a space for his healing work. Comfortable chairs nestled in one corner while meditation cushions and low tables occupied another. Harry sat cross-legged on a cushion, 4 perfect spheres of silver-white quintessential flame hovering around him. No shadows fell from the pure light, making the stone floor seem to glow. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple as he maintained each sphere's internal balance. The door groaned open, a familiar sound that usually preceded Charlotte's arrival. Her head popped in, eyebrow arched in amusement at the spectacle. Putting on a light show for us today, are we? Just practicing, Harry mumbled, not opening his eyes. Couldn't sleep. Charlotte's sigh was barely audible as she took the chair beside him. She lightly touched the scarred skin of her arm. You do know most 7-year-olds actually stay in bed, right? She asked, trying to keep her tone casual. Harry cracked one eye open, a hint of a grin on his face. Yeah, but most 7-year-olds aren't doing this, are they? He hesitated for a beat before continuing, anyway, I had an idea about how to combine. Hold up. Charlotte leaned forward, a hint of a frown forming. That look. That's you're about to attempt something ridiculous face. It's not dangerous, Harry countered. More like, experimental. Charlotte's foot tapped lightly against the stone. Going to share, or do I have to guess the specifics of your genius? Harry slowly stood up from his cross-legged position on the cushion. Remember how I managed to clear that tiny spot last time? I've been thinking about why it worked. Wasn't that because you nearly collapsed from exhaustion? No, it was because I separated a portion of the dark magic using my inner eye. Harry's hand moved slightly towards the silver-white spheres. These flames reveal things truthfully. If I can combine that with my inner eye, and maybe glimpse a moment forward. Charlotte toyed with a loose thread on her sleeve, a nervous habit. And how many separate techniques are you intending to juggle simultaneously? Just 3. Harry offered, almost apologetically. The spheres, the inner eye, and the healing. Only 3 completely taxing abilities. Nothing much. Charlotte's tone was wry, but she also settled more comfortably in her chair. Fine. But the minute you start faltering, we're stopping. Deal. Harry straightened, the 4 silver-white spheres surrounding Charlotte. Ready. Charlotte rolled up her sleeve, the twisted dark lines of her scars exposed. Ready. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the collective faith that flowed toward him, thousands of praises and thanks directed at the boy who lived. Through his Hun soul, he refined this raw belief into pure divine energy, visualizing each stream of faith as brush strokes on a gigantic canvas. Some strokes blazed golden with deep thanks, others glowed silver with quiet trust. Hold still, he murmured. I'm trying something different. Instead of pushing against the curse aggressively, Harry approached Charlotte's arm as he would a blank canvas. The divine energy flowed from him in gentle strokes, building layers of healing light. Where before he'd fought the dark magic, now he simply painted around it, letting the curse become another shade in his palette. That feels warmer. Charlotte whispered. The curse isn't separate to you, Harry said, surprised by the realization himself. It's another part of you, a layer on this canvas we call Charlotte, isn't it? So, I don't have to destroy it, I can just build something new around it. He could observe the darkness's different reaction with his inner eye. It seemed to move along the edges of his own strokes of magic, showing cracks in structure he hadn't perceived before. Like some kind of restoration, Harry murmured, cleaning away the discolored varnish to expose the true art underneath. The albedo spheres cast pure revealing light across Charlotte's arm, and Harry saw beyond the surface of the curse. Each bit of dark magic contained small fluctuations, places where the malevolent energy faltered in maintaining perfect form. The curse pretends to be absolute in its belief, Harry said quietly as divine energy poured from him in minute movements. But nothing truly is. Even the deepest shadows have changes within. Charlotte shifted almost imperceptibly. You're rambling now, Harry. Imagine, Harry said, as he sought the words while still keeping his magic in balance. Imagine a brush stroke, it has the painter's intent with it, yes? The curse desires the same, to never alter, but that need creates the places where it cannot flow smoothly. Energy followed his thoughts, finding these tiny openings. Before, he had concentrated on overwhelming each part individually, but now the focus had widened. The energy flowed to these cracks, seeing how sections of curse related to the whole. The truth is in what's between these lines, he said, sweat starting to bead down his face. Absolute form exists only in an artist's mind. What we have to explore requires space. The albedo spheres flickered as Harry pushed his inner eye further, tracking multiple flows of dark magic. His hands trembled with effort, but he could see the curse beginning to lighten across a much wider area. Harry, maybe you should, Charlotte started. No, Harry gritted out. I see it. The curse, because it desires to be perfect, becomes nothing. As if using paint, he said, if you attempt pure black, then the darker you push, the easier it is to observe the flaws. Divine energy flowed through these gaps, not fighting but filling, like water seeping into parched earth. Harry's vision blurred as he maintained all 4 techniques simultaneously, but he pressed on, feeling through his divine energy as sections of curse simply dissolved. It's always there, in between moments, Harry breathed, words slightly slurred by exhaustion. In between breaths. In between all that we think we are. The albedo light winked out and Harry slumped forward, Charlotte's hand coming out to catch him before he reached the ground. You absolute idiot, she said, though her voice was soft. She helped him settle into the chair, then glanced at her arm and caught her breath. Almost a quarter of the scars were gone, smooth skin where they had been. Did it work? Harry mumbled, eyes barely staying open. Yes, you absolute nut, Charlotte shook her head. And? I have absolutely no clue what you mean by the emptiness between spaces idea. Made sense to me, Harry murmured and finally closed his eyes with exhaustion. 000000. Later that evening, Charlotte paced the empty third-floor corridor while waiting for Tonks. The torches cast wavering shadows against the stone walls, and portraits pretended to sleep in their frames. There you are. Tonks appeared around the corner, today sporting shoulder-length purple hair. I got your message. What's the rush? Charlotte glanced both ways down the corridor before pulling up her sleeve. Look at this. Merlin's beard. Tonks drew closer, her eyes widening. The scars, they've actually faded? I mean, part of them. A whole quarter gone. Charlotte gently touched the now clear skin. Harry did this morning. That's incredible. But... Tonks frowned, taking in Charlotte's expression. Why do you look like you've lost a galleon, and not like you've gained something? Charlotte started to pace again. You should have been there, Tonks. He was juggling 3 completely different kinds of magic, rambling about emptiness and the space in which everything exists, all while talking about needing space for things to be real. Sounds like typical Harry, Tonks shrugged, falling into step with Charlotte. We know he goes like that during his training sometimes. This was different. Charlotte stopped by a window overlooking the grounds, the darkness outside reflecting in her eyes. He practically collapsed after, completely drained. I've never seen him like that before, not to such an extent. A faint scraping sound echoed down the corridor, making them both turn, but nothing moved within the shadows. He's pushing way too hard, Charlotte continued more quietly. Between these plans for the exhibition and now these healing sessions, I'm worried he'll burn himself out trying to do everyone at once. Have you actually spoken to him? You know Harry, he'd just say he's fine and keep going anyway. Charlotte sighed. I just keep forgetting that he's only 7 years old. He seems so mature and wise at times, but... Until he isn't, Tonks finished with a gentle smile, remembering. Last week, he spent an hour hunting for butterflies with Krissa, didn't he? Exactly. That's what 7-year-olds should do, not. Charlotte gestured to her arm. Not wearing themselves thin in order to fix this mess, regardless of my gratitude. Maybe we should speak to Professor McGonagall, or Flitwick. Tonks suggested. They'd know better than us on how to approach this. Perhaps. Charlotte pulled her sleeve back down. I just don't want him hurting himself while trying to help me, that's all. 000000. 2 days after the healing session, Harry wandered the quiet corridors of Hogwarts, Krissa padding silently beside him. The Nemean lion cub had grown to the size of a large dog, though around Harry, she was still very much an oversized kitten. His workroom shelves displayed various experiments, fire paintings, lightning captured within clear crystal, amalgams of the two, yet something felt incomplete. What do you think? Harry asked Krissa. Everyone else will use real spells in their artwork for the exhibition, and all I can really do is make pretty lights. He trailed off, thinking of the first and only spell he had ever learned to control. It had begun wild and near uncontrollable, but years of working with it, it has become. Harry raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of mist that hovered just above his palm. I wonder. He murmured as the mist began to take a new form. He shaped it into a small dragon that began to fly, circling around Krissa's head. The cub's jaws opened wide in a playful attempt to grab it, but the mist dodged out of reach before Krissa's mouth could make contact. How nostalgic, a feminine ghostly voice commented. The Grey Lady drifted through a nearby wall. Though perhaps the Bloody Baron would appreciate that particular medium more. Lady Helena. Harry's expression brightened. I've actually been thinking, what was art like when you were alive? Did the Ravenclaw house have any particular magical approaches to creation? The Grey Lady studied Harry for a long moment, silvery eyes searching his face. Something in his earnest gaze made her shoulders soften. Come, she said, turning to drift down the corridor. I might have something worth showing you. Harry followed, Krissa hopping ahead, exploring every new corner. They moved past portraits who whispered and gestured with surprise at the strange little group. My mother held little value for the arts, Helena began as they climbed the stone stairs. Her drive was understanding raw knowledge, magic itself in pure form. But in chasing that end, she paused before a blank section of wall on the 7th floor. She may have created something which might appeal to your own interests. A wall? Harry asked, then quickly added, sorry, I didn't mean. Pass by this section 3 times, Helena instructed, a ghost of a smile playing across her face. Consider what you require, a space where the worlds of art and magic can collide. Harry followed her instructions. On his 3rd pass, a simple wooden door formed in the stone. The room of requirement, Helena explained. Some call it the come and go room. It gives what is needed at any given time. What Harry saw when the door opened took his breath. Walls pulsed and shifted like liquid metal, while the ceiling opened up into impossible visions, the deep ocean one moment, distant galaxies the next. My mother believed in adapting magic, Helena explained, drifting toward the room's heart. She created this room, after long, arduous work, teaching it to understand, respond, and provide, according to what is truly desired in this very moment. Harry reached out to touch a wall, watching watery ripples spread from his fingers. It's beautiful. Beauty was never the objective. Helena settled onto a bench that formed beneath her. But in her pursuits, she gestured to the constantly shifting space. She created something that surpassed practical use alone. Chrissa patted carefully around the room's edges, pawing gently at the changing sections of the floor. Harry, almost instinctively, sat cross-legged onto a cushion that seemed to form just for him. What was she like? He asked, looking around him. Rowena Ravenclaw. Helena remained silent for a long moment. She was exceptional. Compelling. Often very distant. A sad smile briefly appeared at her mouth. She viewed the world as one gigantic collection of equations, puzzles to break open, secrets to be learned. Where Gryffindor sought glory, and Slytherin power, my mother looked for the truth. And Hufflepuff. Helga. A sound that could only be described as a soft, wind chime laughter came. She kept the rest human. Reminded them that life wasn't just about their grand plans. The 4 of them built Hogwarts together, and from the ground up, Helena continued, watching how the room responded to what seemed to be her own unconscious thoughts. They brought with them different magic, different dreams. Godric enchanted the staircases, saying he wanted to keep students alert. In truth, her expression became a little mischievous. He simply enjoyed the resulting chaos. And what of Slytherin? Harry asked, looking towards her, while Chrissa curled up beside him. Salazar worked serpents into every element that he ever created. If you really want to know it, the dungeons whisper in Parseltongue if you listen deeply enough. But Mother pursued an endless desire to let magic respond to a thought, Helena stated, as her gaze settled upon Harry and the way he started to explore the room. She viewed wands as obstacles. The way they are used held wizards back from what could be done. The sad fact was, there was no other viable means. This room is the result of that attempt. Harry questioned, letting a wall transform into a glistening waterfall with nothing more than the movement of his thoughts. It shifts to what is needed? Far more than that, Helena murmured as she drifted closer to him. This space, it also gains in time. Every person here provides something to its nature. Century upon century of students brought with them unique desires, and ways of doing things. A hand slowly moved across the area. My mother started it, but what it has become far exceeds her original intent. Harry absorbed this idea, relating to the nature of the work he himself does. So, magic isn't always about spells and wands? He asked, thoughtfully. Magic is intent shaped into a form, Helena answered. The founders all knew this, but every single one applied their own particular angle to its meaning. Gryffindor through action, Slytherin with willpower, and Hufflepuff by way of kinship. She took a pause, as her focus seemed to be on her inner thought. But Mother desired the inner truth. To take it apart, so it was only the intent, nothing else was needed. Lady Helena. Harry stood slowly, green eyes bright with understanding. Thank you. Not just for this space, but also sharing these memories of your mother with me. I know this cannot be easy. Helena seemed to pull back slightly, as if to take a breath. A subtle shift moved across her expression before she replied with, sometimes you remind me of her. That method you have when seeking insight, by paths that others might have avoided. Would she have approved? Using magic for art instead of knowledge. Helena turned fully to face him, and something that could be considered a smile, or a close approximation, softened the transparent angles of her face. I think she would have seen the knowledge in your art. The way you blend different forms of magic, seeking new ways to express what you understand. She drifted closer. That is exactly what she valued, not just learning, but discovering. Would it be alright if I came back here sometimes? To practice. This room stands for any who find a requirement for its purpose, Helena said, a barely there shift in her voice. Though, I may visit now and again. To see what discoveries you stumble upon. Chapter 51, Soul Resonance. A few days later. June 28, 1988. Ready? Dumbledore asked, that familiar twinkle in his blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles. It was a twinkle that suggested he already knew the answer, or at least thought he did. Harry nodded, settling into the armchair. He'd learned not to fight the process at this point of his training. Relaxation let him pick up on the subtle mental nudges far more effectively. The first probe slipped in, delicate as morning mist, so subtle Harry almost missed it. There, a flicker of interest directed toward memories of yesterday's painting session. He tracked the probe's path, feeling it meander as if simply browsing. You're looking at the new fire lightning piece, Harry said, keeping his voice level. But that's not really what you're after, is it? A second probe brushed memories of Charlotte's healing session, while the first one abruptly shifted, digging into recollections of his exhibition preparations. The healing was a decoy, Harry continued. You're actually searching for, my conversation with the Grey Lady. Very perceptive, Dumbledore's mental touch grew even lighter, almost a feather tickle. Though perhaps. There's a third probe, Harry interrupted, catching a whisper-soft presence examining childhood memories. That's new. You've never gone for multiple time periods at once. The probe's presence was nearly imperceptible, each so subtle that tracking them demanded intense focus. Harry glimpsed 1 second ahead with his inner eye, anticipating movements as best he could without straining himself too much. The exhibition memories are shifting toward my training with Nicholas, Harry reported. The healing probe splits into two, both moving faster now. And the childhood one? He frowned. That one vanished completely. Are you certain? Dumbledore asked mildly. Harry's eyes snapped open. It didn't vanish. The probe's texture changed. It started pretending to be my own thoughts. That's why I lost track of it. Indeed. Dumbledore smiled, a genuine, warm smile that reached his eyes. Perhaps we should stop for today. You've managed to track increasingly subtle probes while remaining aware of your own thoughts. Quite impressive, really. Though perhaps, Dumbledore added, reaching for a tin of sherbet lemons, you could explain what gave the third probe away? Most would struggle to even feel one like that, let alone track it. Harry accepted a sweet, considering the question. The childhood memories felt warmer, I guess. Like someone was viewing them with fondness, not just analyzing them. He unwrapped the sherbet lemon. That's how I knew it wasn't my own thinking. I don't usually get sentimental about memories while defending against mental probes. Good, good, Dumbledore clapped twice. Emotions often betray even the most skilled legilimens. Now, I believe you have an appointment with the Room of Requirement. The Grey Lady's helping me prepare for the exhibition, Harry explained, standing up. She knows so much about art from different time periods. Indeed. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Helena rarely takes such interest in students. She said I remind her of her mother sometimes. Harry paused at the door. Though I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Perhaps you should ask her, Dumbledore suggested. Though do remember, even ghosts can be surprised by new perspectives. Harry nodded and slipped into the corridor, where Chris awaited patiently. The Nemean lion cub, having long grown bored of watching them both stare at each other for so long, refused to stray far from Harry. Together they headed towards the 7th floor, passing students making their summer vacation plans. Harry stopped mid-step, green eyes darkening as words popped into his mind. This offer felt different, heavier somehow. The CP cost was higher than anything he'd seen before, even the elixir of life. Blessed with fortune, Gourmet of Another World costs 400 CP, 450 CP available to spend. There are a number of factors that can be used to determine the strength of an individual. One of the more mysterious factors is fortune. This perk grants you luck on par with the best children of heaven. Whether it's your luck in general or finding ancient inheritances, it truly shines brightly. Similarly, anything that relies on chance, such as the flatbread of primeval chaos, will be far more beneficial. For example, you would be far more likely to receive permanent abilities and to gain stronger abilities from consuming it. Other opportunities and events that are reliant on the user's luck will be affected similarly. Krissa nudged his hand with a wet nose. He leaned against the cool stone wall, the choice turning over in his mind. Luck versus skill, it felt almost insulting at first. He'd worked hard for everything he'd gained, spent hours upon hours honing control. Why depend on chance? But then, a memory, Felix Felici's, gleaming like liquid gold in his potions book. That potion proved luck was a real force, not just an abstract concept. And this wasn't just about luck, was it? The name specifically said fortune. Fortune, Harry murmured, fingers finding Chris's favorite spot behind an ear. The word resonated in different languages in his mind. Fortuna, the Roman goddess of destiny. Taichi, the Greek embodiment of chance and prosperity. Yuanfen, the Chinese principle of fated connections. Not just luck. This was something deeper, the force guiding paths, deciding which doors opened and which remained closed. Would refusing this be like trying to paint blindfolded? Or worse, like ignoring opportunities that might otherwise appear? What do you think, girl? Harry asked Krissa, scratching behind an ear. Is it cheating to accept help from fortune herself? The Nemean lion just purred, radiating contentment. Harry smiled slightly. Maybe that was answer enough. He'd accepted other gifts, after all. His artistic talent, his enhanced mind, those hadn't been purely earned either. Yes, he decided firmly. I accept. Nothing changed. But Harry hadn't expected it to. Fortune was a concept that couldn't be directly felt, after all. The room of requirements door appeared after his third pass on the 7th floor corridor, smooth wood gleaming in the torchlight. Harry pushed it open to find a very large space. Mountains rose in one corner while mist-filled valleys stretched toward the opposite wall. The ceiling opened into a storm-dark sky where lightning struck between clouds. Harry stepped into the shifting landscape, Krissa padding silently beside him. Azure flames burst from his fingertips, forming the base structure of a mountain range while fear mist rolled through imagined valleys. Lightning sparked between carefully placed chi points, illuminating the scene in brief, brilliant flashes. Not enough, Harry muttered, letting the creation dissolve. The pieces worked together, but... He thought back to l'Académie Lumière, where paintings sang with magic that reached beyond mere visual appeal. One piece had made him taste childhood memories, while another filled the room with the scent of spring rain. He tried again, this time placing delicate ribbons of flame through banks of mist. The effect looked impressive, blue fire cutting through grey fog while lightning punctuated key moments. But it remained just that, impressive looking. No deeper resonance, no magical interaction with viewers. Maybe if I... Harry concentrated, willing the mist to take more solid forms. Animals formed from the fog, deer drinking from streams of azure flame, birds soaring through lightning-lit skies. Yet something still felt missing. Krissa let out a long yawn, settling against the wall. The room, ever obliging, molded a soft cushion beneath the cub, then conjured tiny butterflies of light that danced just out of reach. The Nemean lion batted playfully, a soft meow escaping her. Harry watched this casual display of interactive magic, frustration tightening his jaw. That's precisely what I need, he muttered, pacing, flames flickering in his wake. But how? I can't rely on magical paints or enchanted canvases. What I want to create exists purely as energy. A stray butterfly light drifted toward Harry's latest attempt at combining mist and flame. He barely noticed, too focused on trying to make the intertwine in better ways. The light passed through a tendril of fear mist, and for a brief moment, the butterfly's light dimmed with what seemed like fear. Harry blinked. That shouldn't be possible, the room's creations weren't alive, couldn't feel emotions. Yet as he watched, the butterfly's flight became erratic. More butterflies approached the mist, each one reacting differently, some grew brighter in response, others dimmed, a few changed colors entirely. Wait. Harry stepped closer, studying the interaction. The mist wasn't just affecting the butterfly's appearance, it was changing how they moved, how they responded to the environment. Almost as if the room has a soul, he breathed, the realization striking like lightning. Not a human soul, but something built from centuries of requirements, desires, and dreams. He remembered Helena's words about how the room had grown beyond Rowena's original intent. Harry conjured more mist, watching intently as it spread through the space. The room's responses became clearer, areas of light and shadow shifted subtly, temperatures changed, surfaces transformed. The mist wasn't just touching a single soul anymore, but interacting with thousands of layered impressions left by generations of students. That's what I've been missing, Harry whispered. The mist doesn't just create fear, it reveals what souls already contain. He thought back to the Boggart incident, how the feedback loop had grown out of control. It magnifies what exists beneath the surface. Krissa meowed, drawing his attention to where she'd been playing. The butterfly lights had merged with his mist, creating luminous shapes that carried emotional weight. Joy, curiosity, wonder, all the feelings previous students had experienced in this room now sparkled in the air. The offer's name was Mist, phobia. Fear was just the initial form. Harry's eyes were opened wide. The mist resonates with souls, amplifies what they hold. He grinned wildly now. Which means if I can control that resonance. Harry directed tendrils of mist toward different butterflies, watching each reaction carefully. A golden butterfly carried the pure joy of a student who'd found exactly what they needed. When the mist touched it, the butterfly's light grew warmer, radiating happiness that filled the nearby air. Another butterfly held determination, a memory of someone practicing spells until they succeeded. The mist amplified that drive, making the butterfly's flight become focused and direct. More, Harry whispered, and the room obliged. Hundreds of butterflies appeared, each one carrying a single strong impression. Excitement from finding nuts, peace from finding quiet study spots, triumph after mastering difficult magic. What are you doing? Helena Ravenclaw drifted through a wall, observing the scene with raised eyebrows. The mist doesn't create fear, Harry explained rapidly, barely glancing up. It magnifies what already exists in souls. Look, he guided some mist toward a butterfly shining with curiosity. The light grew brighter, more inquisitive. See? The room preserved these impressions, and the mist brings them to the fore. Helena frowned slightly. I'm afraid I don't quite follow. These are merely enchanted lights. No, they're memories. Feelings. Traces of everyone who's ever used this room. Harry gestured excitedly. The mist resonates with souls, or in this case, soul impressions, and amplifies whatever emotion dominates them. The Grey Lady watched silently as Harry continued experimenting. Over the next hours, he refined his control, learning to adjust how strongly the mist amplified each emotion. Some butterflies now radiated gentle contentment while others blazed with fierce determination. Soul resonance mist, Harry declared finally, watching the amplified butterflies fly through the air. That's what this really is. Not fear mist at all. But something still nagged at him. The butterflies worked perfectly because they each carried just one strong impression. But real souls were far more layered, filled with countless emotions and memories. And more importantly, the mist needs direct contact, Harry muttered, shoulders slumping slightly. It can't affect anyone unless it physically touches them. That won't work for an exhibition piece, I can't just spray mist at everyone who views my art. Perhaps another approach. Helena suggested gently. The butterflies are merely enchanted constructs, after all. Harry slapped the side of his head. No, that's exactly it. The butterflies proved something crucial. He started pacing. They don't just contain emotions, they radiate them when amplified. Which means... He stopped abruptly, green eyes widening. The soul resonance mist resonates with emotions and amplifies them. But I've never... A short laugh escaped him. I've never tried using it on myself. Mr. Potter. Helena drifted even closer, hovering a hand above his shoulder. Think about it, Harry said, more to himself than to her. Soul. Resonance. The mist doesn't just amplify emotions, it creates a connection between souls, mine and theirs. He took a deep breath. So what happens if I resonate with my own hun first? Before Helena could object, Harry surrounded his head in soul resonance mist. He closed his eyes, deliberately relaxing every muscle. His breathing slowed as he cleared away all thought, all worry, all expectation. Harry Potter, what are you? Helena started. SHH, Harry murmured. Just, staying calm. Krissa pushed against his leg with one paw. Harry maintained his peaceful state. Calm. Deeper calm. When the tranquility filled every corner of his mind, Harry directed the soul resonance mist to amplify that piece. The sensation grew stronger, wrapping around him like a warm blanket until he nearly drifted off to sleep. Then, carefully, he reversed the flow. Instead of getting lost in it all, he pushed the amplified tranquility back into the mist itself. Harry opened his eyes and guided the mist away from his head. The grey fog now glowed with soft blue light. More than that, it radiated peace outward, touching souls with just the faintest brush of serenity. Helena and Chrissa stared at the transformed mist. The Nemean lion's tail had stopped twitching, while the ghost stilled completely. It works both ways, Harry whispered in wonder. The mist doesn't just amplify emotions it finds, it can carry them too. He created another batch of mist, this time focusing on his wonder at discovering something new. The fog took on a silvery sheen, radiating curiosity that made even Helena lean forward slightly. Interesting, the Grey Lady murmured. Though I must ask, are you certain this is safe? Safer than just fear, anyway, Harry said, a thoughtful tone to his voice. And look, he carefully guided the two mists together. Where the silvery wonder and the peaceful blue met, they swirled, creating an entirely new shade, like a watercolor painting coming to life. They blend, almost like paints. Chrissa padded over, sniffing at the merging mists. The lion cub's eyes grew heavy, a sleepy contentment settling over it as the peace mixed with curiosity. But this is just the beginning, Harry said, ideas already bubbling up. If I can infuse different emotions into separate streams. He paused, remembering the art he'd seen at l'Académie Lumière. What if each piece told a story through feeling, rather than just through sight? Azure flames sprang from his fingertips, quickly shaping themselves into a tree. Branches reached towards an imagined sky, while roots spread deep into the floor. Different colors of mist flowed through the structure, peaceful blue in the roots, curious silver in the trunk, and further up, into the branches. Harry closed his eyes again, thinking of flying as an eagle. The pure joy of soaring through clouds, wind rushing past wings. When he opened them, golden mist streamed from his hands, carrying that exhilaration into the tree's highest branches. The emotions are guiding each other, he grinned. Peace anchors the roots, wonder drives the growth, and joy reaches towards the sky. Lightning crackled between the branches, illuminating every shift in feeling. It's not just art anymore, it's experience itself. Over the next hour, Harry refined the technique. Each emotion required perfect clarity before he could infuse it into the mist. Doubt or confusion created muddy colors that failed to resonate properly. But pure feelings? Those sang through the fog like sunlight through stained glass. Mother would have appreciated this approach, Helena observed as Harry crafted a small scene, a moonlit lake where different shades of mist rippled across azure flames. She always said magic was best when perfectly understood. I definitely get that now, Harry smiled, guiding streams of tranquil blue beneath the lake's surface while silvery wonder flew above. It's not enough to just feel something. You have to understand exactly what you're feeling and why. Lightning sparked across the lake's surface, making the mist swirl in new ways. Each flash revealed deeper layers of emotion, like memories hiding beneath conscious thought in his occlumency practice. The exhibition piece. Harry stepped back, letting the lake scene dissolve into colored mist. It needs to tell a story everyone knows, but through feelings they might have forgotten. He turned to Helena. What's the most important thing you've learned in all your centuries here? The Grey Lady considered this, a long pause stretching out between them. That wisdom comes in many forms, she said eventually. Some seek it in books, others in friendship. Some find it through triumph, others through loss. A ghost of a smile flickered across her face. Much like your mist, perhaps, the same truth can resonate differently within each soul. Harry nodded slowly, an idea beginning to form. Then that's what I'll show them. Not just pretty lights or clever magic. He raised his hands, multiple streams of differently colored mist flowing between them. But how it feels to discover something wonderful for the very first time. 000000. Evening had fallen over Hogwarts by the time Harry left the room of requirement. Chrissa padded alongside him as they headed towards the Great Hall, both ready for dinner after the long practice. Two Ravenclaw students stopped mid-conversation as Harry rounded the corner. He saw a piece of parchment being hastily stuffed into a bag before they hurried away, avoiding his eyes. Harry! A second-year Hufflepuff called out, then seemed to lose their nerve when he looked her way. She stammered something about homework and practically ran down the corridor. More whispers followed him down the main staircase. Not the usual whispers about being the boy who lived or his wandless magic. These were different, with an undercurrent of something he couldn't quite place. A group of third-years huddled near a window, heads bent over what looked like a letter. One glanced up, saw Harry watching, and quickly folded the parchment out of sight. "Did you hear about?" Harry caught fragments of conversation as he passed. "My aunt says. Might be able to. Worth asking, at least." Chrissa growled softly at a sixth-year who stepped forward as if to approach, then thought better of it. The student backed away, but kept stealing glances at Harry while whispering to friends. By the time they reached the entrance hall, Harry felt distinctly unsettled. The usual stares and pointing he could handle, he'd grown up with those. But this felt different, like everyone knew something he didn't. The great hall buzzed with conversation, though several heads turned as Harry made his way toward the staff table. He caught Ant-Man frowning at a group of students who quickly hid something under the Hufflepuff table. "Everything all right?" Charlotte asked as he passed the Gryffindor table. She'd been watching the odd reactions too. "Not sure," Harry admitted. "People are acting strange." "Stranger than usual, you mean?" She smiled, but something in her expression seemed off. Before Harry could ask what she knew, Uncle Phileas called him over to discuss exhibition preparations. Yet even as they talked about magical art, Harry noticed the tiny professor glancing toward the student tables more often than usual. A barn owl swooped through an open window, dropping a letter near a first-year Gryffindor. He opened it eagerly, then stared straight at Harry with an odd look in his eyes. "Perhaps we should continue this discussion in my office," Phileas suggested, also noticing the staring from multiple students. Harry nodded, but movement near the entrance caught his eye. Marilla Snyde stood in the doorway, watching everything with an unsettling smile. When she noticed Harry looking back, she raised an eyebrow and disappeared into the corridor. Chapter 52, The Grand Exhibition Begins. A few weeks later. July 15, 1988. Harry stared at the Daily Prophet spread across his desk, watching Charlotte's hands shift between scarred and unscarred in the magical photographs. The headline screamed in bold letters, "Boy Who Lived Performs Miracle Healing." Beneath, a detailed account told that Harry Potter had achieved what St. Mungo's finest healers could not, removing dark magic scars that should have been permanent. "I shouldn't have discussed it so openly," Charlotte had told him weeks ago, guilt clear in her voice. "Someone must have overheard Tonks and me talking in hall. I'm so sorry, Harry." His finger traced the edge of the newspaper, remembering how the news had spread through Hogwarts like fiend fire just before summer began. Now the entire Wizarding Britain buzzed with speculation about his healing magic. Letters had already started arriving pleading, heartbreaking missives from families with cursed relatives, all hoping for a miracle. He sighed deeply as he leaned back in his chair to stare at the ceiling, lost in thought. A soft meow drew his attention. Chrissa sat in the doorway, tail swishing with impatience. "Coming, girl." Harry stood, straightening his formal robes. They were Perinel's doing, of course, a set of deep blue silk robes, the silver threading within them shifting like starlight on water. They felt unnecessarily fancy, like he was dressing up for a play he didn't want to be a part of, but apparently the grand exhibition demanded a certain standard of presentation. Downstairs, Nicholas and Pernell waited in the cottage's living room. Chrissa sprang past Harry to curl around Perinel's legs while Nicholas held up what appeared to be an ordinary brass key. "The portkey will activate in 2 minutes, Nicholas said, his expression unusually serious. "Pernell and I will need to keep our distance once we arrive. The Philosopher's Stone tends to attract unfortunate attention. We'll be watching though," Pernell added warmly. "Just from a safe distance." A crack of apparition announced the arrival of Albus Dumbledore, resplendent in robes of deep purple decorated with silver stars. Beside him stood Minerva McGonagall, wearing elegant green tartan. "Ready for your debut, Harry?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he straightened Harry's collar with a gentle hand. "Almost," Harry smiled, trying to push down the nervous butterflies that had taken up residence in his stomach. "Though I wish you two could stay closer." He glanced at Nicholas and Pernell, feeling a pang of loneliness despite their reassurances. "We'll find ways to check on you," Pernell promised. "Now gather round, the portkey activates in 30 seconds. They formed a circle around Nicholas, each touching the brass key. Harry felt Chrissa press against his legs just as the familiar hook caught behind his navel. Colors blurred past until his feet slammed into soft grass. Harry blinked, taking in the exhibition grounds. 4 massive white marble platforms hovered a few feet in the air, each the size of a Quidditch pitch. Thousands of seats surrounded them in sweeping arcs, some already filled with chattering spectators. Banners snapped in the wind, some advertising magical art supplies, others displaying past exhibition winners. "The registration building is this way," McGonagall said, guiding Harry forward. Nicholas and Pernell had already slipped away into the crowd. Vendors called out from colorful stalls lining the path. One offered self-stirring paint that mixed new shades based on the artist's mood. Another displayed crystals that captured sounds to use in magical music. Harry even spotted someone selling what looked like dancing shoes that taught proper form through gentle nudges. "Ah, Madame Delacour!" Dumbledore called out, waving to an elegant witch. She stood near the registration building's entrance with Fleur at her side. "Harry!" Fleur rushed forward. "You must see the practice rooms they have prepared. They're magnificent. And the instruments they provide for everyone to use. And oh! You have to see it all." Before Harry could respond, a sharp voice cut through the air. "Surely this is some sort of joke." A tall wizard with a meticulously trimmed silver beard stepped forward. "This competition has existed for over 3 centuries. Are we now allowing children to participate?" He paused, glancing at Harry with open disdain, a sneer playing at the corners of his lips. Harry recognized the voice, Maurice Moreau, winner of the last exhibition. The man's paintings hung in magical museums across Europe. "I assure you, Monsieur Moreau," Madame Delacour spoke with practiced diplomacy, "every participant has earned their place through demonstrated merit." "Merit?" Moreau scoffed. "I spent 30 years mastering the subtleties of color-changing charms alone. What could this boy possibly?" A flash of blue flame sparked between Harry's fingers, forming a miniature phoenix. Lightning intertwined through the construct, making each feather shine with life. The flame bird soared upward, trailing sparks of blue fire that morphed into a constellation of falling stars. Moreau's face reddened. He opened his mouth, closed it, then spun on his heel with a muttered, "We'll see who impresses the judges." Several onlookers snickered as he stormed off. "Well handled," McGonagall said quietly as they walked toward the registration building. "Though perhaps we should hurry before anyone else decides to question your presence." "Indeed," Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I believe the registration desk awaits." They crossed the courtyard, passing beneath hanging gardens where magical flowers changed colors in time with music. Inside the building, dozens of artists filled out forms while officials examined wands. A witch with bright purple hair conducted singing paintbrushes through the air. Near her, an ancient wizard coaxed marble blocks into flowing shapes. "That was quite the entrance," Fleur whispered as they joined the registration line. Maurice Moreau does not often walk away speechless. "Fame isn't everything," Harry murmured, remembering what Aunt Min always said about staying humble. The line moved quickly as officials processed each artist's registration. "Potter, Harry," called a bored-looking wizard. "Wand registration." "I don't use one for my art," Harry explained. The official looked up sharply. "Everyone uses a wand for." The official's eyes widened as his cheeks became flame red. "Mr. Potter." "I of course, how foolish of me. You're only 7. He quickly shuffled papers on his desk, avoiding eye contact as he frantically searched for the right form. "We'll need a different form for wandless participants." "Just a moment. Here," Madame Delacour placed a blue parchment on the desk. "I took the liberty of preparing one." "Thank you," Harry said as she handed him a silver quill. The form asked basic questions about his artistic methods. Harry paused at primary medium of expression, wondering how to explain soul resonance mist without revealing too much. He settled for elemental manipulation, fire/lightning, combined with emotional resonance techniques. A commotion near the entrance drew attention. 2 elderly witches argued about proper crystal preservation methods while a rather harried-looking judge tried to mediate. Behind them, several artists practiced last-minute adjustments to their entry pieces. "Platform assignments will be posted in 1 hour, the official announced, stamping Harry's form. "The opening ceremony begins at noon. Perfect timing for lunch then," Dumbledore smiled. "I heard the cafe here serves excellent treacle tart." "Actually," Fleur grabbed Harry's arm, "I want to show him the practice rooms first." "You don't mind, do you, sir?" "Of course not," Dumbledore chuckled. "We'll save you both some tart." Fleur led Harry through a side door into a long hallway lined with practice rooms. Each space measured roughly 20 feet square, with walls enchanted to make them unbreakable. Some doors stood open, revealing artists at work. "Look," Fleur whispered, pointing to a room where an old witch conducted glowing paints through the air like an orchestra. She won third place last time with a piece about law revolution magic. In another room, a wizard Harry recognized from art magazines was casting spells on a redwood sculpture. The man noticed them watching and quickly shut the door. "Everyone's so secretive," Harry noted as they passed more closed doors. "Yes. Some spend years preparing special techniques." Fleur grinned. "But wait until they see what you can do with lightning." They found an empty room near the end of the hall. Harry stepped inside, closing the door once Fleur walked in. "Show me what you've been practicing," Fleur said, settling onto a bench against the wall. Harry closed his eyes, clearing his mind utterly. Soul resonance mist began flowing from his fingertips, carrying waves of tranquility through the air. The light blue mist swirled gently through the air, barely visible except where light caught the edges. Fleur blinked slowly. "Harry!" she breathed. "What is this? I feel so calm." "Soul resonance mist," Harry smiled, keeping the flow gentle. "It carries emotions directly to whoever sees it." "Harry!" Fleur's voice was a hushed whisper, her eyes wide as she watched the mist. She reached out a hand, hesitating as if she was unsure whether to touch the intangible fog. A slight tremor ran through her fingers, a gentle shiver that had nothing to do with the temperature. She drew her hand back quickly. "It's like I can feel what you felt." She sat up straight, and then seemed to slowly melt back into the bench. "I can feel it." Harry guided the mist into simple shapes, clouds, waves, falling leaves. Each movement amplified the sense of tranquility. "This is just one emotion, right?" Fleur asked, eyes slowly getting brighter with excitement, the initial calming effects of the mist wearing off as her enthusiasm took over. "You can do others. Watch." Harry shifted his focus slightly, adding a thin stream of silver mist that carried wonder. The two shades merged in the air, creating entirely new feelings. "Incredible!" Fleur jumped up. "With your lightning and fire too." She paced the room, seemingly immune to the calming effects now that she was worked up. "The judges will never expect something like this. Most competitors rely on external enchantments, but you're affecting the participants directly." "I'm saving the stronger effects for later rounds," Harry explained. "Don't want to show everything at once." A bell chimed somewhere in the building. "Platform assignments." Fleur grabbed Harry's hand. "Come on, let's see where they put you." They rushed back through the hallway, joining the crowd gathering around a massive floating scroll in the main hall. Names appeared in golden letters, sorting themselves into 4 columns beneath platform numbers. "Look!" Fleur pointed. "You're on platform 2 for the morning session. Right after." She frowned. "Oh. Right after Maurice Moreau." Harry scanned the assignments. He'd present twice today, once for enchanted painting, once for living sculpture. The morning slot seemed perfect for showing his fire techniques without revealing too much about the soul resonance mist. "At least you won't have to wait long," Dumbledore said, appearing beside them with a plate of treacle tart. "Second presenter means less time for nerves." McGonagall joined them, carrying what looked like a program schedule. "The judges seem quite interested in your application, Harry. They've never had someone enter both painting and sculpture categories at your age." "Or any age," muttered a nearby witch with detailed purple robes. "Some of us spent decades mastering one discipline." "Then perhaps you should have spent those decades more efficiently," Fleur said sweetly, steering Harry away before the witch could respond. Harry noticed that her smile seemed a little sharper, and she had a look of pride as she defended him, which made him smile in turn. The crowd began moving toward the platforms. Harry spotted Nicholas and Pernell in their usual disguise watching from a balcony, carefully distant but still present. Chrissa had somehow found her way up there too, sprawled regally across a cushioned chair. "Ready?" Fleur squeezed his shoulder. "Show them what real magic looks like." A gong sounded across the grounds. The audience settled into seats while Moreau took his place on platform 2. He raised an ornate wand crafted from white oak, summoning streams of enchanted paint from nearby buckets that formed scenes from magical history. Dragons swooped through painted skies while famous duels played out below. Each figure seemed picture-perfect, enhanced by spells that made the colors shift and glow. When a painted phoenix burst into flames, actual warmth radiated through the air. The crowd applauded appreciatively. Moreau bowed, shooting Harry a pointed look as he descended the platform steps. Next presenter, announced a magically amplified voice, Harry Potter. Whispers spread through the audience. Harry walked up the steps, remembering what Pernell had taught him about commanding attention. Stand straight, move with purpose, show no hesitation. The platform extended before him, smooth white marble reflecting the morning sunlight. 5 judges sat at a raised table, quills poised over parchment. Harry raised both hands. Azure flames bloomed from his fingertips, forming the base of a mountain range. Lightning sparked between peaks, illuminating valleys where thin streams of dark grey soul resonance mist began to flow. Wandless magic at his age. Harry heard one of the support staff gasp. A village emerged in the misty valley, small azure flames shaping homes and people going about daily life. The 3D painting covered a large enough portion of the marble platform that each detail was clearly visible to the thousands watching. Then an orange dragon swooped down from between mountain peaks, bringing destruction in waves of flame. The audience gasped as one, not just at the spectacle, but at the faint, chilling echo of terror that permeated the dark grey mist. It wasn't just a representation of fear, it was the fear, drawn from Harry's perfect recall of that desperate battle in Delphi. He could feel the clammy sweat on his palms, the icy grip in his chest, the sharp intake of breath as those monstrous snakes had surrounded him. He replayed the memory in his mind, focusing on the moment where half his arm was turned to marble, the fear filling the back of his mind again, then filtering it, carefully dialing down the intensity so that the emitted emotion was just enough to make hearts beat faster, without overwhelming anyone too much. From the burning village rose a lone wizard, azure flames forming determined stance and raised wand. New streams of silver-tinted mist began to flow, not just any mist, but the defiance he had felt when facing the dead snakes again after reversing the petrification. They flowed along crackling lightning as the wizard faced the dragon. The lightning bolt summoned by the wizard struck true, and the orange dragon plummeted into the valley below. Triumph radiated softly from the bright yellow mist surrounding the fallen dragon. It wasn't just a representation of victory, but the actual feeling of triumph he had experienced in the moment after killing the serpents. The wizard stood atop a mountain peak, azure flames reforming the village around him as lightning struck between clouds overhead. Absolutely extraordinary, breathed one of the judges, breaking the silence that had fallen over the crowd. The audience erupted in applause. Harry noticed several people wiping away tears or touching hands to racing hearts, even these weak echoes of emotion had affected some deeply. Moro's lips pressed tighter, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as they tracked the fading mist. A near imperceptible nod betrayed a reluctant respect. Meanwhile, Fleur clapped enthusiastically, and Chris's proud meow echoed from the balcony. Harry let the scene fade gradually, azure flames dimming to nothing while the last traces of mist dissipated into morning air. He bowed to the judges and walked down the platform steps, legs slightly shaky from maintaining such precise control. That was amazing. Fleur rushed forward. Did you see Moro's face? He looked like someone had hit him with a stunning spell. Indeed, Dumbledore smiled, offering Harry a glass of water. You did very well, Harry. The next presenter climbed onto the platform, a witch from Spain who specialized in moving portraits. Harry barely noticed, too focused on catching his breath. Even holding back the emotions he had felt back then to low levels had demanded some concentration. 7 years old, muttered a passing wizard. Wandless magic at that scale. Forget the wandless magic, said another. Did you feel those emotions? Like watching real memories. McGonagall patted Harry's shoulder. Perhaps we should find somewhere quieter for lunch? You'll need energy for the sculpture presentation this afternoon. Good idea, Harry agreed, noticing more people turning to stare. Some held copies of the Le Oracle, glancing between him and the photographs of Charlotte's hands. The news had spread all the way to France already? This way, Fleur grabbed his arm. I know a perfect spot behind the practice rooms where nobody will bother you. And maybe, just maybe, you can relax for a moment. Fleur led them to a small garden tucked away behind the practice building. A willow tree spread branches over stone benches, while enchanted flowers played quiet melodies whenever butterflies landed on the petals. The competitors rarely come here, Fleur explained, pulling sandwiches from a basket McGonagall conjured and filled. They're too busy practicing or watching others perform, too busy trying to get a competitive edge, that they forget to take a break. And frankly, it's all a bit overwhelming for them. Harry bit into a sandwich, realizing how hungry maintaining everything at once had made him. Or it was the fact he hadn't eaten in 4 days. Chrissa appeared from somewhere and curled up by his feet, accepting bits of chicken from his plate. Your afternoon piece, Dumbledore said between bites of treacle tart, will that be the 2 fighting lightning sculptures you mentioned? Yes. Though I might add something new. Harry glanced at the LE oracle someone had left on a nearby bench. The moving photographs of Charlotte's hands seemed to mock him. Don't let it distract you, McGonagall said firmly, vanishing the newspaper with a flick of her wand. Focus on the exhibition. The rest can wait. A bell chimed in the distance, lunch break ending. Harry stood, brushing crumbs from his robes. Ready for round 2. Fleur grinned. Chapter 53, Unprecedented Showing. Harry took a deep breath and nodded to Fleur. Okay, let's go make some magic. That's the spirit, Dumbledore smiled, falling into step beside them. McGonagall walked on Harry's other side, occasionally vanishing newspapers that seemed to multiply wherever Harry passed. They walked past colorful stalls that had sprung up during lunch. A witch wearing a hat covered in paint splotches waved enthusiastically at passing artists, holding up bottles of swirling golden liquid. Genuine artist's inspiration. Guaranteed to spark creativity or get your money back. That's just sparkly water with a dash of pepper-up potion, Fleur whispered, pulling Harry along. Though the marketing is quite clever, isn't it? Ah, reminds me of my youth, Dumbledore chuckled. We used to call it Merlin's Miraculous Muse back then, and it tasted suspiciously like gilly water. A crowd had gathered around another vendor selling what looked like ordinary wooden chairs. As they passed, one of the chairs suddenly shot upward, lifting its occupant several feet into the air. Self-adjusting spectator seats, called the vendor. They rise with your excitement. Perfect for watching the afternoon performances. Several excited children bounced on the chairs, making them bob up and down like corks in water. An elderly wizard floated past, sound asleep in his elevated seat while his wife tried unsuccessfully to coax him down. Oh, Phileas would be all over those, McGonagall remarked dryly. We'd never get him down from the sky during Quidditch. The afternoon platform area hummed with anticipation, quite different from the contemplative silence that tradition apparently demanded during the enchanted painting round. Magical fireworks spelled out each artist's name as they performed, and a wizard in color-changing robes announced the presentations with theatrical flair. Friends and fellow artists. The announcers' robes turned deep purple with silver stars. For the first time at the grand exhibition, please welcome Master Chen Weiming. A figure stepped onto the platform that made Harry blink twice. Master Chen stood barely taller than Harry himself, with a long white beard that curled at the edges as if trying to form Chinese characters. He wore simple grey robes embroidered with silver thread that seemed to move of their own accord. At 293 years old, the announcer continued enthusiastically, Master Chen has spent centuries bringing stone to life. You're about to see why he's considered the best living sculptor in Asia. Watch carefully, Harry, Dumbledore whispered. Even I can't match the subtlety of his transfiguration work. Master Chen raised his wand high in the air. 12 blocks of marble floated upward, each one slowly beginning to shift and flow like water. The marble stretched and twisted, taking on impossible shapes that should have crumbled under their own weight. Chinese dragons surfaced from the stone, scales individually detailed down to the smallest ridge, but the dragons weren't merely static sculptures, they moved with liquid grace, marble flowing and reforming with each motion. The dragons began to dance through the air, leaving trails of crystalline dust that formed into birds mid-flight. Each creature moved independently yet in perfect harmony with the others, telling a story of seasons changing through their movements. Magnificent, Fleur breathed. The way he makes stone flow like silk. Right, Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. He doesn't affect people's emotions like you do, Harry. His work is all about technical skill, not that direct influence you have. So, focus on what you're best at. A small witch with official-looking robes approached their group. Mr. Potter? You're up after Master Rosewood. You'll need to get ready near the stage entrance. Harry stood, straightening his robes. The nervous butterflies from earlier had transformed into quiet determination. You've got this, Fleur whispered next to him. Harry walked to the stage entrance alone, watching Master Chen's finale. The marble dragons had dissolved into a shower of crystalline butterflies that landed on delighted audience members before reforming into a perfect sphere. The crowd erupted in applause while the announcers' robes shifted to match the sparkling marble. Absolutely spectacular. And now, please welcome Master Rosewood, whose crystal transfigurations have graced magical galleries across Europe. A tall witch with silver hair took the stage. She conjured blocks of what looked like clear glass that melted and reformed into a miniature forest. Each tree grew and changed as if experiencing centuries in minutes, branches reaching toward the sky while crystal leaves sprouted and fell in surging waves. Harry closed his eyes, focusing inward. Lightning sparked between his fingers as he prepared himself for the mentally exhausting task of using his inner eye to place chi points to guide the electricity. A soft meow made him look down. Chrissa had somehow found him again. "Shouldn't you be with Nicholas and Pernell?" Harry whispered, scratching behind her ears. "And now?" The announcer's voice boomed as Master Rosewood's crystal forest turned into ants that bowed and dissolved into the ground. "Esteemed guests, prepare yourselves for something truly unprecedented. The youngest participant in exhibition history." Harry stepped onto the platform, azure flames already beginning to flow from his hands. The announcer's robes shifted to match the deep blue fire. "Harry Potter." Harry stepped onto the platform, stretching out both hands. Lightning sparked between his fingers as his inner eye showed him the exact points in space where the electricity yearned to flow. Two streams of lightning extended outward, forming into humanoid shapes that crackled with barely contained power. The announcer's voice dropped to an anticipatory whisper, "Young Mr. Potter begins with, wait, are those?" Harry closed his eyes for a moment, remembering the raw fury he had felt when those Slytherin boys had bullied him years ago. The helpless anger, the desire to fight back, he let those emotions fill him completely before carefully measuring out a portion into streams of dark red mist that began to flow through the air. The lightning warriors circled each other, fists raised. Several audience members shifted uncomfortably as the emotional resonance reached them. A child in the front row clenched tiny fists, caught up in the reflected anger. "What artistry!" The announcer's robes flickered between crimson and electric blue. The raw emotion. "I've never felt anything quite like." The warriors clashed. Each punch connected with thunderous impact, electricity arcing between points that Harry's inner eye had revealed just a moment before. He guided streams of azure flame into the shape of blood droplets, maintaining each one's position while simultaneously adjusting dozens of chi points that kept the lightning figures stable. "How amazing!" The announcer jumped as a particularly vicious uppercut sent one warrior staggering. Such primitive violence! Such precision! Harry felt sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Maintaining this many elements at once demanded absolute concentration. One slip in his chi point placement would cause the lightning to follow its natural path to ground. A moment's lapse in emotional focus would break the resonance he had carefully built. Harry drew a deep breath, pushing aside the burning strain in his arms. Time to evolve the battle. New streams of azure flame flowed from his fingertips, forming into swords and shields. The warriors grasped these weapons as Harry let the memory of his duel with the marble serpents fill him, the hidden pride of standing his ground, the thrill of matching strength against strength and winning. Bright blue mist began to fly through the air, carrying echoes of that warrior's pride. In the audience, several people straightened unconsciously, heads lifting as the emotion reached them. A young witch near the front actually stood up, hand reaching for a wand that wasn't there. Incredible! The announcer's robes shifted to match Harry's azure flames. The primitive brawl transforms into medieval Muggle combat. But wait, do you feel that? The very air thrums with. The warriors clashed again, fiery steel ringing against fiery steel. Harry's inner eye worked overtime, tracking each point where lightning needed to flow, each spot where flame should flare. The drain on his focus intensified, maintaining this many simultaneous effects felt like trying to hold back a tidal wave with bare hands. A thin trickle of sweat ran down his back. The chi points in the air were beginning to waver, he could feel the lightning straining against his control, eager to follow its natural path. But he couldn't stop here. Not yet. Gritting his teeth, Harry refined divine energy from faith. Golden light began to pulse outward, forming the first hints of a larger backdrop. The strain on his mind doubled instantly. Black spots danced at the edges of his vision as he fought to maintain control of all four powers simultaneously: lightning, flame, mist, and divine light. A cool breeze suddenly swept across the platform, carrying away some of the heat that had begun to overwhelm Harry. He seized the moment of clarity, and azure flames twisted into a bow in one warrior's hands while the other ducked behind a barrier of flame. The strain of maintaining so many elements at once made Harry's arms shake. Each new chi point he established felt like lifting a boulder. History continues. The announcer's voice cracked with excitement. Friends and fellow artists, witness the dawn of ranged combat. Harry immersed himself in memories of hunting as an eagle, the predatory focus, the thrill of the chase. Grey mist tinged with silver began to flow, carrying that primal hunter's instinct to the audience. Several people leaned forward in their seats, eyes locked on the archer drawing back a bow of crackling electricity. Lightning arrows split the air, leaving trails of blue-white energy. The defensive warrior rolled and dodged, retaliating with throwing knives made of concentrated flame. Each near miss sent sparks cascading across the divine energy backdrop, which had begun forming scenes of ancient hunting grounds. Such control! Master Chen's voice carried clearly from the side. The boy predicts where lightning wishes to go. Even I cannot. Harry barely heard him. Blood pounded in his ears as he fought to maintain everything at once. The chi points grew more unstable with each passing second. His inner eye burned from constant use, trying to track dozens of possible paths the lightning might take. A sudden gust of wind brought the scent of rain. Thunder rumbled in the distance, real thunder, not from his performance. Harry looked up at the rapidly darkening sky, drawn by some instinct he couldn't name. Lightning flickered between clouds, and in that moment everything changed. The world seemed to slow down as something became clear to him while blue sparks reflected off his green eyes of the very nature of lightning itself. His painter's eye saw the sky as a massive canvas where electricity painted luminous brush strokes. Each branch of lightning followed natural laws he suddenly understood with perfect clarity. The Buddhist teachings about flow and resistance merged with his knowledge of meridians, creating an entirely new perspective. What is he? The announcer's voice trailed off as Harry raised his right arm, 2 fingers pointing skyward while his left hand maintained the fighting figures below. Harry felt rather than saw the confused looks from the audience. Even Master Chen had fallen silent, watching intently. None of them could see what Harry saw now, the invisible channels of energy connecting earth and sky, the positive and negative charges seeking balance. A small bolt of blue lightning shot from Harry's fingers into the clouds above. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then real lightning answered his call, a massive bolt of natural electricity that Harry caught and guided through his body. The power should have overwhelmed him completely, but in this enlightened moment, directing it felt as natural as breathing. The fighting figures below transformed, growing to tower over the audience as Harry fed them with raw power from the sky. The warrior on the left became a wizard wielding a staff crackling with natural lightning. The one on the right evolved into a witch surrounded by orbiting spheres of pure energy. 1,000 wands. The announcer stumbled backward. Is he actually controlling? Harry reached deeper into his enlightened state, drawing more lightning from above. The raw power flowed through pathways he had always known existed but never truly understood until now. Each arc of electricity became a brush stroke in 3 dimensions, painting with pure energy across space itself. Divine light spread outward, forming a miniature landscape around the dueling figures. Small golden mountains rose from the platform while streams of energy carved valleys between them. The wizard and witch moved through this space, trading blows that made the air crackle. The wizard spun his staff in a wide arc, sending 3 precisely aimed bolts toward the witch. She caught the first 2 with her orbiting spheres, but the third clipped her shoulder in a blast of sparks. The witch retaliated by slamming her hands together, creating a wave of force that sent the wizard stumbling backward. Impossible! Master Chen's whisper carried across the sudden silence. The boy paints with heaven's fire. The world had become a canvas of pure energy. Every flutter of wind, every roll of thunder added new elements to his art. The enlightenment deepened as he realized lightning wasn't just a force to be guided, it was the physical expression of nature seeking balance. The witch raised both hands, pulling streams of electricity from the storm above. The wizard met this attack with his own connection to the sky, creating a deadlock of crackling energy between them. Light from their clash reflected off the divine backdrop, casting strange shadows across the audience's upturned faces. Everyone, the announcer's voice shook with awe, I have no words. The deadlock shattered as both figures leaped backward. Harry created streams of soul resonance mist that flowed around the witch and wizard, letting the audience feel the pride and joy of magical combat. Several children bounced so high in their self-adjusting seats that worried parents had to cast sticking charms. The witch's orbiting spheres began to spin faster, each one now crackling with captured lightning. The wizard planted his staff into the ground, sending waves of electricity rippling through the divine light landscape. Small golden trees sprouted and withered in seconds as power surged past them. A bolt of natural lightning struck between the combatants, and Harry split it perfectly between both figures. The witch shaped her half into a spear of blue energy while the wizard formed a shield that emitted crackling sparks. Harry felt sweat running down his back, but the enlightened state made everything flow naturally. Each gesture guided both lightning and divine light exactly where they needed to be. The witch's spear shattered against the wizard's shield, sending fragments of electricity raining down that Harry caught and reformed into birds of lightning that circled the battlefield. Thunder boomed overhead as Harry prepared for the finale. The witch and wizard raised their hands simultaneously, drawing power from the storm-dark sky. Harry let his own emotions flow freely into the mist, anticipation, wonder, and the pure exhilaration of creation itself. The air grew heavy with power as both figures gathered energy from above. Lightning birds scattered, dissolving into pure electricity that flowed back into the growing pillars of thunder. The divine light landscape pulsed in rhythm with each thunderclap, mountains and valleys shifting like waves on a golden sea. What power! The announcer breathed. Everyone, shield your eyes. The witch spun her orbiting spheres into a tight spiral while the wizard's staff blazed with captured storm light. Harry guided fresh streams of natural lightning down through his body, splitting the raw energy between both figures. The strain made his vision blur, but he pushed through it, refusing to let the enlightened state slip away. Streams of multicolored mist swirled through the air, bright yellow triumph, deep blue determination, silver wonder, each emotion carefully measured from Harry's own heart. The audience swayed as these feelings touched their souls. Several self-adjusting seats rose so high they nearly collapsed. Now! Harry's voice rang out clear and strong despite his exhaustion. Both figures unleashed everything at once. Lightning met lightning in a blast that turned night to day. The divine light backdrop exploded into a shower of golden sparks that rained down over the awestruck crowd. As the light faded, the witch and wizard stood facing each other, powers spent but undefeated. They bowed to each other just as the first drops of rain began to fall. For a moment, absolute silence filled the air. Then the storm broke properly, rain pouring down as the audience erupted in thunderous applause. The witch and wizard dissolved into pure light, fading away as Harry lowered his trembling arms. Extraordinary! The announcer's robes had turned pure white from the intensity of the final blast. Never in 3 centuries of exhibition history. Friends and fellow artists, what we witnessed today. Harry swayed on his feet. The enlightened state slipped away, leaving him utterly drained. Maintaining so many things at once while channeling natural lightning had pushed him far beyond his limits. Black spots danced across his vision as the platform seemed to tilt beneath him. Strong hands caught Harry before he could fall. Through blurry vision he saw Dumbledore's concerned face, heard McGonagall casting a charm to keep him dry. That was quite the performance, Dumbledore said softly, guiding Harry toward the platform steps. Though perhaps a bit more ambitious than we discussed. The applause continued even as Harry descended. Master Chen stepped forward and bowed deeply. You have shown this old man something entirely new today. The judging will commence in half an hour. The announcer's voice barely carried over the cheering crowd. Please proceed to the reception hall to escape this unexpected weather. Harry tried to take a step and stumbled. His legs felt like jelly after maintaining such precise control for so long. Fleur appeared at his side, helping Dumbledore support him. You absolute madman, she whispered, grinning. Using real lightning. The other contestants looked ready to faint themselves. Indeed, many of the waiting artists stared at Harry with expressions ranging from awe to disbelief. Even Maurice Morrow seemed lost for words, distractedly touching his silver beard as he watched Harry pass. Hospital wing first, McGonagall said firmly. The judges can wait. Harry glanced up at the balcony through the falling rain. Nicholas and Pernell stood at the railing, beaming with pride as they applauded. Despite his exhaustion, warmth bloomed in Harry's chest at the sight of his family's proud faces. Even Chrissa had risen from her cushioned perch to wave her paw, as if claiming credit for Harry's performance. Come along now, McGonagall said, a tremor in her voice she couldn't quite hide. She always worried when he pushed too hard. She placed a hand on his shoulder, a subtle guide towards the tent. He nodded, offering a small, reassuring smile, but even that felt strained. The tent flap opened. The medical area wasn't calm, but a quiet kind of busy as healers treated minor injuries from other performances. A witch nursed burns from an enchanted flame sculpture while a wizard had his eyebrows regrown after a mishap during an earlier performance. Sit here, Dumbledore guided Harry to a bed. Madame Rousseau will want to check you for magical exhaustion. A plump healer hurried over, swishing her wand to start casting diagnostic charms. What on earth were you thinking to be doing that at your age? Wandless at that. That it would look amazing. Harry suggested weakly, earning a snort from Fleur and a stern look from McGonagall. Drink this, Madame Rousseau pressed a smoky blue potion into Harry's hands. And this one? A&D. Oh yes, definitely this one too. Harry downed the potions in quick succession, grimacing at the taste. The first felt like ice spreading through his veins, the second burned like pepper, and the third fizzed uncomfortably all the way down. The scoring ceremony begins in 15 minutes, Fleur said, glancing at a floating clock near the ceiling. Will he be okay to attend? Madame Rousseau waved her wand once more. The potions need time to work properly. He should rest for at least. I'm going, Harry said, pushing himself up. The room spun alarmingly, but he managed to stay upright. I have to know how I did. Stubborn child, McGonagall muttered, though a smile tugged at her lips. Just like your father. Perhaps a compromise. Dumbledore suggested. Harry can attend the ceremony, but must return here immediately afterward for proper rest. And you'll take another round of potions before bed, Madame Rousseau added firmly. They made their way to the grand amphitheatre where the scoring would take place. Floating crystals displayed highlights from the day's performances while the announcer, whose robes had finally settled on a shifting rainbow pattern, directed people to their seats. Witches and wizards. The announcer's voice boomed through the amphitheatre. Welcome to our first day's scoring ceremony. Today we saw 12 of our 50-plus contestants perform in enchanted painting and living sculpture. Tomorrow we'll continue with more artists, followed by magical music and dynamic dance presentations later this week. The collaborative phase begins next week, and after that the permanent exhibition pieces. But for now, our 3 distinguished judges will evaluate both morning and afternoon performances as a whole. Harry sat between Fleur and Dumbledore in the front row, still feeling lightheaded from overexertion. The floating crystals showed highlights from today's performances across both enchanted painting and living sculpture categories. We begin with technical execution, announced Madame Laron, a severe-looking witch with steel-grey hair. For today's enchanted painting category, numbers blazed above the crystals. Harry's azure flame paintings earned him 4th place in technical execution, while Master Rosewood's crystal-enhanced watercolors took 3rd. Maurice Moreau's historically accurate scenes claimed 2nd, and an elderly Japanese witch Harry hadn't met secured 1st place with her living ink landscapes. For artistic merit, declared Master Waré in deep purple robes. The scores shifted, Harry's emotion-imbued paintings rose to 2nd place, just behind the Japanese witch's work. When magical innovation scores appeared, Harry's unique combination of flame, lightning, and soul resonance mist earned him the number 1 spot. Several artists muttered appreciatively at the unprecedented technique. Moving to living sculpture, Madame Laron continued. The crystals now displayed Master Chen's flowing marble dragons alongside Harry's lightning duel. Technical execution scores. Master Chen's centuries of experience showed clearly as he claimed 1st place. Harry's precise control over multiple elements earned him 2nd, while Master Rosewood's crystal forest secured 3rd. Artistic merit, Master Waré announced with clear excitement. The numbers appeared, Harry's evolution of combat through history, enhanced by genuine emotional resonance, earned number 1. Even Master Chen nodded approvingly at this result. And finally, spoke Master Aurelius, gripping tightly on his walking stick, magical innovation. He paused dramatically. Never in 3 centuries have we seen natural lightning bent to artistic purpose. Perfect marks to young Mr. Potter, with special recognition for his unique emotion magic. Remember everyone, the announcer added as excited whispers filled the amphitheatre, tomorrow brings our first round of magical music and dynamic dance presentations. Today's artists will return for the collaborative phase next week. Harry. Fleur jumped up from her seat, grabbing his arm. Perfect marks in innovation. And 1st place in artistic merit for sculpture. This is incredible. Harry couldn't stop grinning. The exhaustion from earlier seemed to evaporate as excitement bubbled up inside him. Did you see the judges' faces when the natural lightning started flowing? And when the emotions reached them? My boy, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled brightly, you've certainly made this old wizard proud today. James and Lily would have loved this, McGonagall whispered, dabbing at her eyes with a white handkerchief. Such magnificent magic. Master Chen approached their group, moving with grace despite his advanced age. Young Potter, he bowed slightly. You have shown this one that true art knows no boundaries of age or tradition. I would be honored to discuss technique with you during the collaborative phase. I thank you. Harry bounced on his feet. Your marble dragons, they were just, wow. How did you get them to flow so perfectly? And each scale moving on its own? It was breathtaking. Ah, but you're lightning birds. Master Chen smiled warmly. 3 centuries of sculpting, yet never have I seen such control over lightning. Mr. Potter. Maurice Morrow interrupted, looking somewhat uncomfortable. I owe you an apology. My behavior this morning was disgraceful. I allowed prejudice to blind me to true talent. Harry narrowed his eyes just the slightest. The apology came only after he had proven himself spectacular. Still, he remembered what Pernell always said about grace in victory. Thank you, Mr. Morrow. Your painting showed great attention to detail. Perhaps. Morrow hesitated. Would you consider collaborating during next week's phase? Your magic combined with my historical accuracy could create something unique. Before Harry could respond, Madame Rousseau appeared through the crowd. Mr. Potter needs rest. The potions can only do so much without proper sleep. Of course, Master Chen nodded sagely. We shall have time to discuss technique later. Rest well, young artist. But I want to stay. Harry protested, even as a yawn escaped. Everyone's talking about combinations for next weekend. Bed, McGonagall said firmly. You've done more than enough for one day. The collaborative discussions can wait, Dumbledore added, steering Harry toward the exit. Though I must say, watching you create art with lightning from the skies was quite the sight. Chapter 54, Grand Implications. Fleur leaned forward in her seat as Harry stepped onto the exhibition platform. After watching him create those stunning azure paintings that morning, she'd wondered how he planned to approach the sculpture round. Harry's Aunt McGonagall sat beside her, fingers tied around her wand, while Albus Dumbledore watched with keen interest. Her mother had already seen Harry's control over blue flames earlier, but this would be something entirely different. The first streams of lightning sparked between Harry's fingers, and Fleur found herself holding her breath. The electricity formed into warrior shapes that moved with a grace she'd never imagined possible for wandless magic. Each strike between them sent actual thunder rolling across the platform. How is he? Her mother's usual composure cracked. That level of control over lightning without a wand. Red mist began flowing through the air, and sudden anger flooded through Fleur. She gripped her armrests as the foreign emotion made her heart race. All around them, people shifted restlessly, caught in the same surge of feeling. Dark clouds gathered overhead with unnatural speed. A gust of wind carried the first hints of rain, and Harry looked up at the sky. Something changed in his expression that made Fleur's skin prickle with anticipation. Albus, McGonagall's whisper held raw fear. He wouldn't. Harry raised his right hand toward the storm-dark sky, 2 fingers extended. Blue lightning shot upward from his fingertips. The entire audience froze. Real lightning answered his call. The massive bolt of electricity struck Harry's outstretched hand. Pure power coursed through his body into the fighting figures, transforming them into towering forms of crackling energy. The witch and wizard grew until they dwarfed the platform. The crowd surged to their feet as another lightning bolt split the sky. Fleur barely noticed she'd stood up too, eyes locked on Harry's body directing raw power from the heavens. The self-adjusting seats rose higher and higher with each display of magic. Impossible. McGonagall breathed. In all my years. Not even Morgan Le Fay dared command the sky itself, Dumbledore murmured, all pretense of twinkling eyes gone. This shouldn't be possible without decades of study. The giant lightning figures clashed above the platform, sending waves of electricity crackling through the air. Harry's green eyes blazed as he commanded streams of golden light between the combatants, creating an ethereal landscape that pulsed with each thunderclap. Un prodige absolu! A French wizard behind them shouted. The next Merlin stands before us. De Himmel selbst gehorcht ihm. Another voice called out. Heaven itself obeys. Like Thunderbird made flesh. A Native American witch whispered. The old stories come alive. Heat crept up Fleur's cheeks as she watched Harry direct another bolt from above. The raw power flowing through him should have been terrifying, yet he moved with absolute certainty, as if he'd always known how to command lightning from the clouds. Minerva, her mother's voice shook. Your ward, he's... I don't know, McGonagall answered, dabbing at her eyes. Sweet Merlin, I don't know how. Streams of silver mist intertwined around the combatants, and Fleur felt a surge of pride that wasn't her own. The entire audience swayed as one, caught in the emotional resonance. A child bounced so high in his self-adjusting seat that his father had to grab him mid-air. Just 7 years old. An elderly witch shook her head in disbelief. Morgana's grace, look at what he's become. Fleur blinked. The witch spoke true. Harry stood tall on the platform, green eyes blazing as he conducted lightning from above. He looked nothing like the small boy he should have been when she'd met at Maison Cape Noir. If she hadn't known better, she might have guessed him 12 or 13. Blue mist spiraled outward, carrying echoes of battle joy. Several audience members drew wands without thinking, caught up in the shared emotion. McGonagall vanished 3 accidentally cast sparks before they could cause trouble. Thunder boomed as Harry raised both hands to the storm. The giant combatants above the platform mirrored his movements, drawing fresh lightning from the clouds. Golden light spread beneath them, forming mountains and valleys that shifted with each thunderclap. This can't be real, Fleur whispered. Nobody can just reach up and take lightning from the sky. And yet, Dumbledore's voice held wonder she'd never heard before. Young Harry seems to have forgotten that particular impossibility. The giant witch and wizard clashed above the platform, each strike releasing waves of natural lightning that Harry caught and reformed into birds of pure electricity. The audience gasped as these lightning birds swooped through the air, leaving trails of crackling energy. Yellow mist carried triumph while deep blue brought determination. The crowd swayed under waves of emotion that felt more real than any spell Fleur had encountered. She found herself gripping the edge of her seat, heart racing with borrowed excitement. Look at his eyes, her mother breathed. Such focus. Harry stood firm as rain began to fall, each drop seeming to burn up before they could hit his body. The storm above grew stronger, yet every bolt of lightning answered his call with perfect precision. McGonagall reached for Dumbledore's arm. Albus, the strain. Sweat ran down Harry's face as he gathered power for what felt like a finale. The giant figures rose higher, drawing more lightning from the clouds while golden light pulsed beneath them. Now! Harry's voice rang clear despite the thunder. The witch and wizard unleashed everything at once. Lightning met lightning in a blast that turned night to day. The golden landscape shattered, raining down sparks that felt like warm sunlight on Fliss' skin. A tingling sensation spread through her body, and the lingering headache she'd had from the brightness of the lightning vanished completely. What? An ancient wizard behind them exclaimed. The pain, it's gone. Similar exclamations erupted throughout the crowd. A witch rubbed her pregnant belly with wide-eyed surprise on her face. A wizard touched his throat in wonder. The rain washed over them all, yet nobody moved to shield themselves, too caught up in the miracle they'd witnessed. The giant figures bowed to each other and dissolved into pure light. Harry lowered his trembling arms as thunder rolled one final time. Absolute silence filled the air. Then the storm broke properly, and with it came applause that shook the very ground. Fleur barely noticed she was clapping too, eyes fixed on Harry who now swayed dangerously on his feet. Even exhausted, he radiated something different. Something that made her breath catch. Magnific! She whispered, watching Dumbledore catch Harry before he could fall. The boy who lived had become something more today. Something legends were made of. 000000. From their private balcony, Nicholas and Pernell Flamel watched Harry create art with lightning from the sky. Chrissa paced beside them, tail swishing as she tracked every movement of her bonded companion. Remember when we thought teaching him more about magical painting would be a nice, safe hobby? Pernell squeezed Nicholas's hand. Now look at him. Safe. Nicholas chuckled. The moment he started producing those azure flames of his, we should have known better. The massive lightning figures clashed above the platform while streams of multicolored mist carried waves of emotion through the crowd. Nicholas touched his chest, remembering how Harry's divine healing had eased centuries of accumulated pain. He's going beyond healing now, Pernell whispered. The way he moves, as if lightning answered to him alone. Like the old stories of Zeus, Nicholas nodded. But I have my doubts even that legendary wizard commanded the sky like Harry does. Golden light spread beneath the fighting figures, and Nicholas felt tears well up in his eyes. After 7 centuries of studying magic, their ward had shown him something entirely new. Something that should have been impossible. We'll need to protect him, Pernell said softly. Once word of this spreads. We'll do what we can, Nicholas nodded, watching Harry direct another bolt from above. Between us and Albus, we'll find a way. The world will want him now more than ever. Pernell leaned forward as Harry gathered power for his finale. Not just for healing, but for this. The witch and wizard above the platform unleashed a blast that turned storm to daylight. When the golden sparks rained down, gasps of wonder rose from below as people discovered themselves cured of various ailments. Did you feel that? Nicholas touched his shoulder where an old curse wound had ached for centuries and now felt much better even if it wasn't fully healed. Even after his first healing, he still found more pain to ease, Pernell finished. She watched Harry sway on his feet as Dumbledore rushed to catch him. Our remarkable boy! Chrysa let out a small roar of pride that made several people below look up. Nicholas smiled as Harry glanced toward their balcony, exhausted but triumphant. Come, Pernell stood. Let's go make sure he hasn't completely drained himself. 000000. Mathilde Fairmora gripped her enchanted quill so tightly it nearly snapped. The ICW had sent her to investigate claims of soul-based emotional manipulation. Instead, she watched Harry Potter command lightning from the heavens while casting what was speculated to be the very soul-based magic that had been reported. Wandless. She muttered, scribbling frantically. Multiple magical disciplines simultaneously, at age 7. The Supreme Mugwump stood near the platform, watching his ward with an expression she had never seen on Albus Dumbledore's face, pure amazement. That alone told her how unprecedented this display truly was. When golden sparks rained down and people began exclaiming about miraculous healing, Mathilde's quill flew across the parchment. Mass healing through artistic expression? The implications staggered her. Every magical government would want to study this, to understand it, to... She stopped writing. To control it. The boy who lived title seemed almost quaint now. This child had just demonstrated potential that rivaled or surpassed the greatest wizards in history. And he had done it through art, of all things. The council must be informed immediately, she whispered, watching Harry collapse into Dumbledore's arms. Everything changes after today. Mathilde watched Dumbledore guide Harry toward the medical tent. The Supreme Mugwump had already wielded astonishing influence before this display. Now, she shook her head in disbelief. The political landscape would shift dramatically. A 7-year-old who could channel lightning from the sky. Who could heal with golden light. Who could make thousands of people feel whatever emotion he desired. And this prodigy called Albus Dumbledore Grandpa. If the rumors proved true about Harry Potter healing cursed wounds. Mathilde's quill trembled. The combination of Dumbledore's current power and his ward's growing abilities would create an insurmountable advantage. The Supreme Mugwump could offer healing to allies while denying it to opponents. The older council members still spoke of Dumbledore's duel with Grindelwald as if it happened yesterday. A prodigy who had grown into a legend, then surpassed even that. Each decade brought new achievements, new innovations in magic. The Americans had tried to paint him as past his prime during the Supreme Mugwump's election, but anyone who worked with Dumbledore knew better, he kept growing stronger. And now this. Mathilde glanced at the medical tent where Harry Potter rested. The boy had already changed the political landscape once by supposedly surviving the killing curse. Now he commanded the sky itself while wielding magic that shouldn't exist. The implications made her head spin. First the Philosopher's Stone through Nicholas Flamel, she whispered. Then the Supreme Mugwump position despite fierce opposition. And now, a ward who might become the most powerful wizard since Merlin himself. The powerful factions would see this as confirmation of all they had feared, Dumbledore gathering too much power. But what could they do? Nobody else could offer healing of cursed wounds. Nobody else had a 7-year-old apprentice who turned lightning into art. The council would demand action, but what options remained? Demanding oversight of Harry Potter would only push Dumbledore to assert his authority as Supreme Mugwump. Any attempt to separate the boy from his guardian would face opposition from not just Britain, but the Flamels as well. And now the wider magical world had witnessed this display. Artists, scholars, and politicians alike would seek Harry Potter's attention. The Americans might try to lure him with promises of special training at Ilvermorny. The Russians would likely attempt to arrange marriage contracts through old families. Who knows what the other nations would try? The British won now, Mathilde sighed, rolling up her report. Between Dumbledore, this prodigy child who commands lightning, and their close connection to the Flamels. The balance of power shifts completely. A chill ran down Mathilde's spine as darker possibilities popped in her mind. Not everyone would attempt diplomatic solutions. Some might view assassination as the simplest path to preventing this shift in power. And the dark wizarding families who specialized in curses, they would not welcome someone who could undo generations of carefully crafted magic. She glanced again at the medical tent where Dumbledore stood guard. The Supreme Mugwump's power alone deterred most threats, but this display would draw attention from those desperate or mad enough to try anyway. The council must move quickly, Mathilde muttered, adding a final note to her report. Before someone decides that a 7-year-old who commands lightning and heals dark curses poses too great a threat to ignore. Chapter 55, Collaboration Prep. Harry stared at the stack of international newspapers spread across the breakfast table, each headline more dramatic than the last. The French L'Oracle proclaimed boy who lived commands lightning from heaven, while China's Kailan's Clarion declared 7-year-old master rivals nature itself. The American Magical Tribune had gone with mass healing at grand exhibition, witnesses report miracle. Well, Nicholas said mildly, buttering his croissant, you've certainly made an impression. I didn't mean to heal anyone, Harry frowned, picking up the British Daily Prophet. The divine energy just flowed naturally. That's precisely what makes it even more astonishing to the world. Pernell reached for her coffee. Traditional healing requires focused intent or dedicated potions. You managed to affect hundreds of people simultaneously while performing incredibly powerful magic. An owl swooped through the open window, dropping another newspaper onto the growing pile. This one appeared to be written in Arabic. The International Confederation of Wizards has already requested a meeting, Dumbledore remarked. As have 8 ministries of magic and every major healing institution in Europe. Harry took a bite of his eggs, trying to process everything. But I didn't actually heal any cursed wounds, did I? Just relieved some pain. From what we've gathered, Nicholas set down his knife, the combination of emotional resonance and divine energy created an unusually receptive state in the audience. A few people with minor curses reported temporary improvement, though nothing permanent. The faith has grown stronger, Harry said quietly. I can feel it, like a river instead of a stream now. Pernell exchanged a look with Nicholas. That's to be expected. You demonstrated both extraordinary power and compassion in a very public way. Speaking of which, Dumbledore gestured to where Master Chen approached their table, I believe your collaboration awaits. Master Chen's silver robes rustled as he bowed to the table. Young Potter, might we begin our morning practice? The training area has already been prepared. Harry nodded eagerly, swallowing the last bite of breakfast. Of course. Thank you for agreeing to work with me. The honor is mine, Chen smiled. Master Chen gestured for Harry to follow, leading him into a small courtyard tucked away from the crowds. 12 blocks of white marble were arranged in a loose circle, catching the soft sunlight. Master Chen walked around them, occasionally touching a block or two, muttering something in Chinese that sounded like measurements. Harry followed his movements, taking in the feel of the space. Now then, Master Chen clapped his hands together, a sharp sound that cut through the air. Show me your flames again. The blue ones. Harry's hands flickered, and a spark of crackling azure fire burst into life, licking upwards like miniature dragons. Good control for one so young, Master Chen nodded approvingly. In my homeland, such talent would be nurtured from birth. Perhaps you might visit someday? Our Imperial Academy would welcome you most enthusiastically. Thank you, Harry smiled at the compliment. Though I'm quite happy learning from Dumbledore, Nicholas, and Pernell. Ah yes, the famous Supreme Mugwump and the Flamels, Master Chen waved his wand, causing one marble block to float upward. Still, a young artist should experience many perspectives. Now, observe. The marble began to flow like water, forming into a miniature pagoda. Each tiny roof tile stood out in perfect detail. The secret, Master Chen explained, lies in understanding how magic interacts with different materials. Stone remembers the mountain from which it came. It desires to flow again, as it did when the earth was young. Harry watched closely as Master Chen added detailed stone dragons that curved around the pagoda's corners. Could we try combining our techniques? Maybe your flowing stone with my flames. An excellent suggestion. Though perhaps. Master Chen's eyes gleamed. We might add that mist of yours? Your magic could enhance the viewing experience considerably. Harry nodded, already gathering streams of silver-grey mist. He infused it with gentle wonder, a feeling like when he first saw Muggle New York. The mist began to swirl around the pagoda. Then, Harry added careful touches of blue flame, as if the dragons themselves were breathing fire between their teeth. Most impressive, Master Chen murmured. Though if I may, the Imperial Academy has extensive records about emotion-affecting magic. Spells that could complement your magic beautifully. That sounds interesting, Harry gave a strained smile, starting to feel a bit of déjà vu. Master Chen's top knot bobbed as he nodded, making another marble block float upward. Perhaps we might exchange letters? I could share some basic scrolls about emotional magic found in the Academy. A gift between artists. And the Imperial Academy also has excellent healing facilities, Master Chen continued eagerly. And the archives contain countless more. The old master's enthusiasm reminded him of those vendors outside, who had switched from selling artistic inspiration to hawking miracle cures overnight. Master Chen, Harry interrupted politely, I noticed during your demonstration that the marble's weight barely affected the transformation speed. The formula suggests heavier materials should require more power, but you made it look effortless. Master Chen's enthusiasm shifted, a scholar's gleam replacing the earlier eagerness. Ah! You study transformation theory? Most unexpected for one so young. Fourth year Hogwarts theory, Harry said. Though I'm curious about the Eastern approach to the formula. Our textbooks focus heavily on wand power and viciousness. Viciousness? Master Chen scoffed, tapping the floating marble gently with his wand. Western magic, always fighting, always forcing. Watch. 3 taps up, pause, quarter turn right. The marble shifted, edges softening. Master Chen's wand flew through the air in tight spirals. The pause between movements lets the material's nature appear naturally, as if coaxing a flower to bloom rather than yanking it from the earth. Harry nodded. So instead of overpowering the material's resistance, we harmonize with the crystalline structure. Master Chen completed the thought. Every pause between movements allows weight. You mentioned fourth year theory. Eidetic memory, Harry explained absently, focused on the wand movements. The quarter turn seems critical for maintaining stability during the initial phase. Master Chen's face creased in surprise, his lips parting slightly, before he nodded with understanding. Indeed. The pause creates an echo with the material's natural frequency. To do otherwise risks wasting energy fighting this echo. Observe. He raised his wand smoothly, and the marble responded. It flowed like water, reforming into a miniature pagoda. Each transformation merged smoothly into the next through precisely timed pauses. Resonance. Harry leaned closer. The standard formula doesn't account for material resonance at all. Though I suppose that's what the emphasis on concentration is for, we're unconsciously matching the resonance through focus. You understood more than what is visible on the surface, Master Chen nodded approvingly. In my experience, the standard formula uses intent instead of viciousness, and adds material resonance as the fifth variable. Power flows more naturally when. A commotion near the exhibition entrance interrupted them. Someone was arguing loudly about privacy. Please, I just want to thank him. An elderly voice carried across the courtyard. The curse pain, it's been 20 years. Master Chen glanced at the entrance, then back at Harry. Perhaps we should continue this discussion later. Before Harry could respond, an elderly witch in faded purple robes hobbled into view, followed by several flustered security wizards. She brightened upon seeing Harry. Oh, there you are. Such a kind boy, healing everyone during your performance. She clasped Harry's hands in worn fingers. The healers said there was no counter-curse, but look, I can walk without my cane today. Ma'am, I didn't actually, Harry started. Such modesty. But I know what I felt. When I looked at your performance, it felt as if my soul could finally breathe again. She patted Harry's cheek. The pain will probably return, but even one day of relief is more than I've had in decades. The security wizards approached apologetically. Mrs. Weatherby, you really must. Oh, very well. She squeezed Harry's hands once more. Thank you again, dear boy. Such a gift you have. A faint blush touched Harry's cheeks, and he nodded, a small smile playing at the corner of his lips. It's no problem, he murmured. The guards started escorting her away, and Master Chen hummed thoughtfully. Your mist affects more than just emotions, it seems. Perhaps we might incorporate this quality into our collaboration. Harry nodded slowly, the blush fading as his thoughts turned to the creative possibilities. The mist could prepare viewers to truly experience the transformations. If you guide the marble while I layer in emotional resonance. Yes. Master Chen's eyes lit up. And those blue flames of yours, small touches only, to emphasize key moments in the transformation sequence. Like fireflies among stone trees, Harry suggested. Or lightning emphasizing the edges of each change. We shall begin tomorrow morning, Master Chen declared. For now, I believe your guardians are waiting for you. Indeed, Nicholas stood at the courtyard entrance, wearing an expression that suggested more unexpected visitors had arrived. St. Mungo's board of directors, Nicholas explained as Harry approached. Along with representatives from 3 other healing institutions. Albus is keeping them occupied, but... Harry sighed. They want to know how the healing happened. Among other things. Nicholas guided Harry toward a side entrance. They're particularly interested in how emotional magic might enhance existing healing methods. But I don't actually know, Harry protested. It seems the divine energy just flowed better when people were caught up in the performance. Which is exactly what makes it fascinating to them. Nicholas paused, considering. Though perhaps we might use this situation to our advantage. The more people focus on the theoretical aspects, the less they'll push for actual healing, Harry finished. Like how Master Chen got distracted by transfiguration theory. Indeed. Speaking of which, Nicholas raised an eyebrow. The Imperial Academy. 5 times in 10 minutes, Harry confirmed. Though he did share some interesting ideas about material resonance once we got past that. They reached a small antechamber where Pernell waited with several letters. The owls haven't stopped arriving. We'll need to establish some sort of system for handling correspondence. Later, Nicholas decided. For now, Harry needs to focus on the exhibition. The collaborative phase starts next week, and... A knock interrupted them. Mr. Potter. A hesitant voice called. The board members were hoping. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged glances. Back door. Pernell suggested. Harry nodded gratefully, already heading for the hidden exit. He had art to create, and he really didn't want to get distracted right now. Hours later, Harry found himself in a sunlit studio with Madame Sayuri Tanaka, who practically jumped between easels despite being well over 100 years old. Look, look! She gestured at a massive scroll where ink tsunamis rose and fell, threatening to devour tiny coastal villages. Your fire makes the water glow from within. See how the blue flames create depth in the dark waves. Harry grinned at her enthusiasm. Where Master Chen kept mentioning the Imperial Academy, Madame Tanaka simply wanted to push artistic boundaries. Now watch this, she flicked her wand, making the ink surge across the paper. Traditional magic ink carries the weight of natural forces. When we add your mist. The ink swirled faster as Harry released streams of silver mist. The tsunami transformed into a great earthquake, the ground splitting open to reveal molten cores beneath. Each transformation provoked primal awe that made viewers step back instinctively. Perfect. Madame Tanaka's eyes sparkled. Such raw power. Though maybe. She traced the earthquake's path with her finger. A touch of lightning to show nature's fury. Like this. Harry sent crackling bolts along the fault lines, making the molten core pulse with inner light. Yes, yes. Now we're capturing true catastrophe. She conjured another scroll. Let's try volcanic eruptions next. If we layer the mist first to build anticipation, then add the lava flows. Harry found himself relaxing as they worked. He felt that he had made the right decision to partner with Madame Tanaka for the enchanted painting competition. But he paused when darkness crept into the edges of his vision. 1,000 knives, dual monsters, the Shadow Realm costs 100 CP, 150 CP available to spend. It is what it sounds like, you can spawn 1,000 knives out of thin air around you, which then launch as projectiles. While threatening to unarmored foes or thin-skinned beasts, it mostly functions as a distraction tool or an area of effect attack against others. 1,000 knives. A spell to conjure and launch that many blades at once sounded incredibly useful. But was it worth spending 100 CP? Most wizards relied on shields that blocked single powerful spells. How would they react to 1,000 smaller threats? Even if the knives couldn't pierce magical barriers, they would force opponents to maintain those barriers longer, draining their focus. And as a distraction. Not to mention that he had long ago learned that these offers often weren't as simple as they seemed. His soul resonance mist had started as simple fear fog before he understood it on a deeper level. What's to say there wasn't more to understand here? Harry nodded slightly, accepting the offer. A moment later, he felt something new integrate seamlessly into his Hun soul. The knowledge came naturally, he could form magic into 1,000 knives that would launch themselves at a target of his choosing. Though interestingly, he couldn't control the number of knives, or the speed and trajectory of the blades. These limitations felt deliberate. Like there might be ways around it, or perhaps different applications he hadn't considered yet. He'd need privacy to experiment properly. Harry-kun. Madame Tanaka's voice brought him back to the present. Are you all right? You seemed distant for a moment. Just thinking about different ways to enhance the volcanic scene, Harry smiled. Maybe we could.
Thanks for listening.